below that already, below 6,000 points, but defending that 5950 point area where we kind of bottomed out there back on the 27th of January. So here's the deal. We're using 5950 as support. If we give up the 50 point level, we're looking at that 100 point level at 5,900. If we defend 5950, we're looking to test that 6,000 point level with the overnight high, Brendo, being 5988.
All right, let's go. There's a lot to understand this morning. If you haven't done so yet, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. Absolutely free from us to you every single morning. All you need is your email address. I was just noting here, you and I were just talking about crypto a little bit, and Ethereum by far the weakest right now. I have a up and down gappers window on my right. The top 6 are all Ethereum related right now. So 46%, 23, 23, 23, and 22 to the downside. There's MicroStrategy, 7.5% here. Yeah, Bitcoin under a lot of pressure here. I mean, Ethereum by far the worst, though.
I looked for a reason why ETH was selling off as aggressively as it was relative to Bitcoin. Couldn't find one. So it looks like it's just, you know, basically deleveraging of risk assets due to market uncertainty. So we'll keep an eye on that. You should note, though, that there is an inverse relationship right now between the dollar and Bitcoin. So the US dollar index, the Dixie, up 1%, while Bitcoin down. We're talking about volatility concerns right now with Bitcoin. Here's the deal, though. The options market is still remaining bullish on Bitcoin. Open interest remains relatively high for that 110,000 and 120,000 Bitcoin calls, showing basically possible moves to the upside, but lots of other analysts saying, you know, we could see $70,000 easily if this thing continues. So who knows, Brendo? We're caught in the middle right now.
Yeah, I was reading the same. Volatility definitely here in a pretty big way. I mean, session lows right now here, guys, for IBIT, 7% as well. Where do we look here in crypto land today?
In 92. Like it's
not long, I would think.
I feel like there's like a bridge. Like imagine there's like a drawbridge, not a drawbridge, but like a rope bridge. And it's like kind of rickety, but there's like gold on the other side of it, and you're just going back and forth, hauling as much as you can. Like, you know, it's getting more and more.
The wife back and forth.
Yeah, it's more rickety as it goes, and eventually it'll probably break. But as long as it holds up, it's basically free money for you.
Right.
That's what the 92,000 level's been like on Bitcoin right now. Like, you just look at the chart. Every time we get one of these like liquidation events, we kind of go in there. Sometimes we break 90. Like once we broke 90, got to like 88. But most of the times we're going right into 92. And we're bouncing. So if we get to that price, fair. But that's a ways away before you get to it. So it gets all, when Bitcoin sees that 92 or the 90,000 level, I want to look for some bounces. When I pulled up, this sort of pulling up at 15 of IBIT, like this is kind of like a nice little pivot here, 55.3 or so. We had breakouts and immediate support, and we've gapped under. So I want to be fading as long as we're under, fading shorting, as long as we're under that. That sets up this little double top here at 54.5, of course, things like VWAP. But if we get to that 92,000 mark on Bitcoin, I don't know the exact price on IBIT, but we're all tracking Bitcoin live, so it shouldn't be too hard to figure out. And as long as we're not at that price, I want to be looking short into it here on IBIT. And I'm not really looking at Mara today or Coinbase. It's just going to be IBIT.
Look, everybody is smart with crypto when it's ripping higher, right? And it's just like, we think it's going to the moon. And, we had that prediction or someone asked us last week, where'd you put the $1,500? We're like, let's buy IBIT. Well, that's nice because now you're suffering, the fate of bigger moves. And if you're going to be into crypto, you're just going to have to understand that it's volatile. And I mean, as Brendan mentioned, they're leading the way today is Ethereum. And I think the reason why Ethereum is getting hit here is because it doesn't really have any uses that people can, there is Rob. Yes, Rob is here to save the day. You don't ask a tech guy for Java, I realized there, because then we start talking about coding languages.
It was a good joke.
And Python and C++, Rob.
Ooh.
Cobalt? Ooh, that's a new one. I haven't heard of Cobalt before.
News to me.
All right, there you go. See, this is what I'm saying. So these guys, thank you, Rob, for that. But no, I mean, look, everyone's smart when it's working, and you look silly when it doesn't. So, I mean, for right now, I didn't sell anything at the highs. And like I told you, I'm even bidding lower than that. I'm in that 87, 88,000 range. Therefore, Ethereum, I mean, we could talk about the last time I bought it was right around here, actually. It was 94, 125. So that's the last time I bought it was just around Christmas time. So it's been up and down there. So we've wasted about a month and a bit now for crypto. But I just look at Ethereum and I just think that, okay, we always talk here. And again, the more educated people out there that are Ethereum supporters would know. I don't mean that there's not any base cases for it or any use cases right now. It's just I think the reason why we all bought Bitcoin and XRP, and did you guys see what Ripple's been doing, by the way? Like Ripple has been getting absolutely dethroned here as well. If we go over to Ripple, there's the big move in the market cap, 190 billion. This is just a market cap. I'll get the actual coin. I actually didn't realize TradingView has a market cap thing on here. That's pretty cool. But 190 billion all the way down. We touched down to 100 billion yesterday, 129. But let's get the actual coin itself right here into the US dollar. I think it was 220 and change. Yeah. So 225, ramping up here as we talk about the reserve and what's going to happen with this sort of a new payment system with being XRP. But there's the move right back in for that one. It's all over the place. It's Solana. Oh man, that's pretty cool. They have everything on here. I just got a Solana. Got to find out this. There it is on the US dollar. This is down to 197, I thought it was. Yeah, 191. So this breaking lower as well. So many of the coins coming down. This actually looks pretty, out of all the charts that I'm seeing here, this Solana one, this is a daily chart. There's the 200 period moving average. Again, I'm wondering if now trading crypto is becoming more trying to use some of these levels, catching big moves on stories like this, catching sort of a falling knife there in crypto, and then waiting for that next sort of rally back upside, as we'll hear about Michael Saylor buying more BTC and whatnot. Maybe he can relieve some of the pressure, but I don't, for right now, it doesn't look very healthy. And honestly, I didn't even write down IBIT because it's not, like it needs to get to 98,000. So if it gets up to 98,000, then we'll be looking at crypto again or down into the 90 mark for bid. So for me, I'm going to wait.
Michael Moss had a great chart there explaining the process of automakers specifically and why some of these are under the most pressure or the most volatile when it comes to tariff headlines. If you go back to Friday on GM here, this was that at 12 o'clock, it was, it's going to be delayed a month. And then an hour later, it was like, nope, it's going to be Saturday. So back to the downside we go here. So these are very, very sensitive to this. Here we are, huge gap downside. So essentially, raw material goes across the border, gets turned into auto parts, gets taxed. Auto parts come back across the border into Canada, get turned into a vehicle, get taxed. Those cars then go back across the border again, get taxed. So you see the relation there.
I do, Brendo, and it's quite cyclical. So let's talk about who is exposed more to it. GM, the worst of the bunch right now with the most exposure to Mexico, and they have the most amount of cars made in Mexico. Canada, yes, we do produce cars, but we're more known for car parts and the associated industry that comes with the car business. So that will be hurt from that regard. Now, Tesla, the least exposed, I would say, out of the U.S. automakers. Well, number one, because they're electric vehicles and they have less moving parts. So that helps, obviously, with tariffs. But they make quite a bit of their cars in the United States at 3 different locations. Now, it's not only the American car manufacturers that are in trouble that build in Canada and Mexico. The European automakers as well are in focus. Donald Trump is already making overtures to Europe about a possible trade war and tariffing them. So you've already seen the likes of, what's it called here, Volkswagen down 6%, Stellantis as well down 6%, Valeo, the French company, 7.8%, and the Japanese companies as well, Toyota, Nissan, Honda, Mazda, all down higher single digits, Brendo. So we'll keep tabs on this one and how this all affects the auto industry going into the future.
You want the next tidbit here?
Let's hear it.
Trump set to speak with Trudeau at 3 p.m. today.
Well, it's just funny because when Trudeau made his speech reacting to the tariff, said he was trying to get a hold of Donald Trump.
And he's been dodging his calls.
He's been ignored.
Yeah, I mean, Trump also saying Canada doesn't even allow U.S. banks to do business here, which is true.
You and I talked about this. Right? We
Yeah.
talked about this, him wanting to give American companies possible foothold in Canada vis-a-vis these negotiations.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's see. Maybe that's something that gets put on the table, guys.
That no,
The thing is like we already deal with. I mean, I have a Visa, you have a Visa, we have Mastercards, we have American Express here. We have a lot of banking related things, but we have our own. Their little six major banks.
It's a very different banking system.
They're not even allowed to buy each other. They're not even allowed to do like anything like that. It's very, very. I don't think that will happen. But good point again. I mean, I don't know if Trudeau. I mean, they're going to have to meet somewhere in the middle here at some point. But
look,
I mean,
something's going to get done. There's way too much, especially in the auto industry for sure is way too integrated for there not to be some deal done, and ultimately I think it will. But in the short term, like GM was trending, it was kind of trending back down anyways, and some of that probably had to do with this, like you lost some highs, lower highs. But now that it's underneath the 200 period, let's try to keep it relatively simple in here. Like it's still like a deep flat bottom break. Ideally, it'd be closer to 48 right now, and you would play off the prior low. But that's my first thought. Like you can't know on Friday it was going to gap this far to the downside, obviously. But at the end of the day, prior support turning into resistance for me, it's like 47.5 is where I'd look for the fade zone or the short zone, as long as it's underneath that 200 period moving average. And I think it's perfectly reasonable that you could see a bounce into that range. Like everyone's sort of doom and gloom right now. You get a little bit of a bounce, and this tries to go all the way back into a little bit of that gap. So that's the one I'm watching. Obviously, Tesla is going to be a big one today. It's just, I mean, 398 to 400, I should say, not necessarily just 400, because looking back at when we opened up and started ramping on Friday, you got 398 into 400 support, maybe even like 402. Like that's a nice little range in there. That in GM, I'm looking to short pops. I feel like it's until proven otherwise. Stocks that lose that kind of support level, I like to short under prior support.
All right, so I just heard Neil say the same thing as myself, which always is nice there. And we have 398 right there. Neil just said 398 to 400. That's exactly what we wrote down right here. It's being hit hard early this AM with all this tariff talk, so we understand that. You can go find this on the sticky note. I just, again, regardless of the name, I like Tesla and I want to buy it. I mean, we've talked about where I think that forget about it. I love it as an auto play because I think it might be the only one. But then also just for everything that it means here as far as AI and I do think that, that lower model comes. I think there's a lot of stuff that can happen with Teslas, and we've talked about it, and we will continue to do that. But it's underneath $400, and it's underneath right now the 50-period moving average on the daily. The reason why I chose this level, again, this is the 50-period moving average. We're not going to get the 200 period. That's up here at 404. It's underneath 400. That's sort of where this started. So sometimes you'll get relief rallies. And I was going to show you guys the NASDAQ like right here on a 30-minute chart. I'm actually going to start using the Qs because I know we use the futures a lot here on the show, but I trade the TQQs. So I just thought for a broader look at what the actual NASDAQ is doing. I know there's a lot of you that are trading options and you'll use the Qs. So we sort of had a discussion. Maybe we'll look at this. And if you guys prefer the actual NASDAQ contract, I can get back to it. But, you're still kind of stuck in the middle right here with the NASDAQ. Huge drop down there on Friday, obviously, as tariff worries everybody. And DeepSeek is still there. NVIDIA is actually below its DeepSeek level. We'll probably not get to that, but we will at some point. But anyways, the NASDAQ, I feel like there's a little bit of a bottom that could be happening here on 511 on the Qs. So as we look at Tesla, again, NASDAQ kind of stuck in the middle. So as long as we're underneath 400, I'll try to play some sort of pressure on this name because, again, if you look back on Friday, we didn't break through, and now we finally have. So everybody trying to push this thing into 400, today the work is done for you. So I could see a little bit of a rally. This is a 1-minute chart. We like the 200-period moving average. I just think it could be real volatile off the jump, and I'm not sure I want to sit at 395. That could be a railroad straight to the upside here as well. So I feel like sitting on the hands for right now is a good call. As the NASDAQ here this morning doesn't seem to want to move around too much. So I'll still have the NASDAQ 1 minute on the chart to the bottom left for me, but we'll look at maybe the Qs a little more broader with the triple Qs. So that's about it. All right, it's Palantir tonight.
This portion of the show brought to you by Hive Digital Technologies. HIVE, the ticker, over on the NASDAQ. They're pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining, a global leader in cutting-edge data center operations. With over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet, Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more. Follow them at Hive Digital Tech or at hivedigitaltech.com and sign up for their newsletter for more updates. Palantir after the close tonight with earnings, one of many. And then we get into it. I mean, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, going to be really, really big earnings days this week. $80 here, Palantir staring 80 right in the face right now.
Yeah, Brendo, this should be really interesting. They report after the bell today. Conference calls at 5 o'clock. The expected move, 13.7%. The previous move was an eye-watering 23.5% to the high side, so this thing can definitely go. It made a record high on Friday, getting to that 85.22 area, closed off a little bit below that at 82.5. It's above all the moving averages, the 8, the 20, the 50, the 200. The RSI is looking a little bit oversold, but that could be, overbought, but that could be a move to the high side. They're expecting EPS of about 11 pennies on revenue of $776 million. They beat earnings 7 out of the last 10 times.
Yeah, one of those, I think, overall market moves right now. Not a lot of volume behind this, guys, for a PLTR.
Yeah. Well, not really. Obviously, look, tonight's going to be a big one. It's the first major earnings this week. It's a big week for earnings in general, and obviously, I think with the tariff news, I think it's going to put a more of a microscope on individual names and their reactions. This is going to be the kind of market where you can find the right names and don't all lump them into the same group and think they're all moving together. That said, it's got a bit of a head and shoulders look today with that move. But obviously, it broke out like gangbusters in the morning, 82 to 85, and were it not for that tariff news, it probably would have been a breakout in the afternoon the way that it was headed, but it goes right back in. You see it fall and hold 82. So 82, 82, 82. If it breaks out above 82, I think you're looking for longs, and underneath 82, we're going to be looking for shorts. I don't know this. This is probably not the first place I'd jump into, given that there's earnings. We've kind of gone over the names we like. I know NVIDIA is not on our list, but I feel like that's going to be something that's going to be more traded for myself, like GM, NVIDIA, Tesla, iBit, more so than Palantir. If we do fall all the way down to 77 or the 75 level, I do like reversions today. And that goes with pops and fades or like deep moves that last the entire, first half an hour to an hour of the morning. You get to one of these key levels, would look for some kind of a bounce. It's about $3 away to the first level, and then it's actually more like 94, 95. I think it's a big range if it gets underneath 77. Just take some patience. I probably won't look at Palantir until we get that first half an hour.
Yeah, look, I mean, Palantir with that kind of expected move there, it's either going to be $90 or $70 tomorrow, right, with 13% of a move. So we'll have to see what happens today. And I think that's the whole point, is it's down 3% right now. I chose Tesla because Tesla earnings are already in the past, but this is another pretty negative name here doing good volume, over 2 million shares here in the pre-market. Feel like this does have a $100 target on it, but at the end of the day, you might look back and be like, wow, man, I mean, Palantir up here at $83, $84, that was probably a great opportunity to sell. But then again, with this ever-changing world right now becoming more and more data-driven, and with AI just becoming a thing, I think that DeepSeek actually helps Palantir, because now all of a sudden people can build all of these different AI models cheaper, which means I think you need to secure your data even more right now. So I like what Palantir is doing here. I like the fact that it's a big, huge U.S. name. It's all Alex Karp talks about is solidifying everything for the United States. AI has to be better in the United States. We can't let DeepSeek, affect us, and we need to be prepared for this. And we need exact measurements, exact precise location tools. We need to close up the borders. I mean, this is what this is all about, data and using it, right? So we're going to have to find out what their foundry is all about on the consumer side, but we know the contracts are there. I think that's pretty solid, man. $778 million in revenue expected. I think you can almost book that. Most of their contracts are solidified and are continuous. So I like Palantir here. I think it's going to be exciting to hear if they have more commercial business and less of sort of some of these government contracts. But again, we'll take all the contracts we can get. So really like Palantir. The only problem is it was $64 2 weeks ago. So it's already kind of juiced up right now. I'm not selling anything ahead of earnings, but a wise man once told me that in order to make profit, you need to actually take some profit.
I heard the same thing.
I don't know. We had a guy like Chef Joe on, and I see him in the chat there, buying dips in Tesla, holding on to it, and reaping the benefit when the stock goes up. There's tons of benefit when stocks go up. As I said, everyone's looking more and more genius. There come the imbalances right now. So let's just wait to see. And NVIDIA with a big sell there. So there's NVIDIA. Whoops. All the way down into 114 right now goes NVIDIA. Whoops. Apple goes down into 230 again as well. As right now, we said it last week, B is for Brendan, and S is for sell. And right there, sell. Amazon sell right now. Palantir's the sell. Everything's starting to get down into the downside. So here we go again, everybody. Crude falling as well, apparently. Look at the NASDAQ with a little bit of a shoulder break, possibly up there at 2150, back into 2180. So watch out now. Some of these shorts can be coming into play. I don't have any bids in the market right now, none whatsoever. Selling Apple, selling AMD, selling FXI, selling Tesla. They're all pending, so we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening.
All right, a couple minutes to go here. We'll get through at least a couple. NVIDIA day lows on that 2 million sell imbalance there for NVDA. Let's talk some Chinese names. 10% tariffs coming through from Trump on China. $96 trying desperately to hold. It's actually NIO, the worst off right now. You made a good point earlier this morning in that a lot of people online were talking about how Canada got it worse than China. It's actually not the case.
No, because China already had 25% tariffs from the previous administration. The 10 is in addition to the previous 25, so we're talking collectively 35. There's also more trouble for China. They're removing the de minimis principle. What that means is that $800 threshold, anything under that was coming in tariff-free. So people like PDD, Pinduoduo, through the Temu app, were using that. So the de minimis provision here, Fabian, allows duty shipments under $800. That's been halted. The rule hasn't been in place since the 1930s, which has been heavily criticized for allowing low-cost Chinese imports into the United States. Just to give you some idea of how much it was used, in 2024, it was used 1.3 billion times. Compare that to 2015, when it was used 139 million times. So Temu, Shein, AliExpress, these all benefit from that. Obviously, AliExpress is Alibaba. Shein, not publicly traded. We've been waiting for that IPO to come, Brendo. It is not coming yet.
Yeah, day lows basically across the board here. As far as Amazon and Google on the board there as well this morning, I mean, there's nothing really specific for them. They both did kind of spike to the downside there on that imbalance release as well, trying to recover right now. But Amazon and Google to report this week, guys.
Yeah, and obviously those will be big reports when they do come through. You saw that big sell imbalance everywhere. There wasn't a huge move on the Chinese name, but a slight move down. PDD taking a big hit, down 6%. I feel like if this pops, like 107, 108, prior support levels, that's what the first look is, fading into prior support levels. Obviously, you just had a pretty large move to the downside there. I think we went over NVIDIA on those imbalances. Apple lost it was a held offer at 230, and it just dropped a bid to come into 229. A lot of times when you see those big imbalances come through, you get a bit of a relief rally as they start to pair it off. So Apple already starting to pair off a little bit. I do like that 33 half zone still. NVIDIA actually pulling back as well, trying to bounce off of 114. 117, 118. If NVIDIA recovers above 118, great. I think that's a pretty big zone for it if it can get there to look for some maybe continuation longs in a V shape. But I want to be shorting in those pops. I don't know if we can get to the 17, 18 off the open, but we've seen NVIDIA do that before. So I don't want to completely write off that notion and immediately start thinking the lower high at 116 here. So there's a lot to watch. Just be very, very, nimble. I say nimble, but patient, I think is the better word off the open here. Tesla's the one thing that doesn't seem to be bouncing after we got those imbalances to the downside. It's actually Tesla that's going to continue to fall here. Apple with a slight bounce and NVIDIA slight bounces.
Tesla not doing well. With only a minute left to go here. Yeah, look, I mean, I have FXI written all over this board here today. I wanted to be short on FXI into China, so we'll look for that. I also want to be short AMD's close price right there, 116. If we can get up into that level, that's on the sticky note as well. You can go find that with over 30 seconds left. Right now, or just under 30 seconds now until we open up. I like AMD short into 116, so we'll be doing that. And then FXI, just one more play here, 31.50. If we can go go short there. Tariffs. What are those? I'm going to put in the chat so that way everyone can go back to 8:45 and find out what tariffs are from Michael Noss. So you can go have a look there. So I'm going to vote that so I can go back and have a look. So, all right, here we go. 768. What's up, Adara? There she is. How are you doing today, Adara? Good. Okay, good. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Party on, Wayne. Party on, Garth. And if you are short the market, it is a party there today to start. As right now, the ES is down that 1.65%, with the NASDAQ down 1.8 as we watch out for FXI. Let's take a look here at DeepSeek. Just at NVIDIA here, what the effect of this name is having. 113 and change. Doesn't look like it's doing too much here right off the jump. AMD as well, 113 and change. A little bit of a back and forth battle right there for AMD. Tesla's the one that's really getting hit. Right back into some support again of 385. We had seen this support before last week. As if I zoom back out a little bit, you'll see we have held here before. So if you're thinking that this market is a little overdone to the south side right now, this is a great opportunity to pick up some Tesla at 384, 385. There it is already, a bounce up $1, but bye-bye NVIDIA down, I guess. Did it?
NVIDIA just lost. Oh my goodness. NVIDIA just lost 114, hit 113. Yeah, I guess we're not going to get the pop into prior resistance yet. I mean, anything can happen. We're only 1 minute into the market. Just cancel that 16 order for now. Let's see what happens if we can actually get back there. A little bit of a bounce happening in Apple, so this could be the first thing to come into shape. Prior lows, 233. Maybe it'll curl at the 232 level. So Apple's starting to come to the upside. The ES is actually trying to bounce as well. So
Apple's at 389.
Whoa, Tesla bounced huge.
Everything's bouncing. This is the kind of stuff that we talked about.
NVIDIA is still at the lows, but that's a big bounce there by Tesla. Let's see how it does at VWAP. So I thought Apple was going to come first, but it looks like it could actually be Tesla.
All right, I'm getting stubborn a little bit here, and we don't necessarily want to be that kind of a trader right now, but I'm going to get into AMD just a little bit. I mean, you're at that 200 period moving average. We've wicked up here a couple times. I'm going to use that top wick as my out. I think, anyways, 114.50. It's not exactly at 50, but we'll see if it does want to get going. I mean, maybe the market's just trying to figure itself out, and if it is, then we're here for that as well. So I'm going to short a little. Okay, here we go. I'm not heavily short. We'll short some more right here at 90. I'm going to get something into that top, which apparently is 114.25 is good enough for me. Let's go to 114.20. We'll take on a little bit more up there, and then we're going to punch out if it breaks. Sorry, here we go. We're going to punch out if it breaks 114.50s, okay? So we're going to get out if it breaks that. But there it is. A little bit of a face slap to start the day right there on AMD. Let's take out something, if we can, in the 60s, just in case this is not the move down that we think. So right here comes AMD. We're short now at 91. I just put a 71. So there it is. A little bit of a fill there as we start to head southbound on advanced micro devices, hopefully.
Yeah, well, this market is actually looking a little bit, I shouldn't say a little bit better, but like a lot better. Just got an over-under through 231 here on Apple as it spiked into pre-market tops, pulling right back underneath VWAP here. Let's see if it can get to the 230 level, and we'll get some out. But I just looked over at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is now holding 115 to the upside and looking relatively strong. Hold this VWAP. We want to hold VWAP on the downside there for Apple. But NVIDIA, there we go. It's like right at VWAP at 115. This is going to be the spot here. No, I think I just bid all of it out.
Ooh.
Dang it, I definitely keystroked there. All right, let's get into NVIDIA, because if it holds over 115, don't want it until 116. If it holds underneath VWAP, which it's doing right now, going to take our first shot at NVDA. I know for sure I just bid out of all of Apple.
Yeah.
And that just came right into 230. That's right. A little bit of a keystroke there. I'll see if I can't get back in off 231.
And the bangers have happened again over here. So we'll just, I don't know. I said this week we just wouldn't celebrate as much, but there it goes, man. There goes AMD. Huge move down. I mean, honestly, in my opinion, down to the downside. We are now 90 cents in the money if we touch this 113 area there. There comes AMD, man. I mean, as it was written here, we picked one name today on the chip space, and it was AMD, and we just talked. Hey man, you can't change some of this stuff, man. I said to Marissa, all right, here we go, man. Time to go back to work, man. Let's put on that hard hat and get to work one more time. And that's exactly what we do right here with AMD. So there it is, man. Sun doesn't always shine bright on this space, but there it goes, Neil. It is your first one for me today as we enter that dollar club short AMD right there at 114. And again, the thing is that we talked, it's not that we didn't talk about it, right? We said it was up here. We actually took it twice. We actually told you we were adding to the position right there. So there goes Advanced Micro Devices straight to the downside. We do have, we're out of half of that spot. I'm actually going to get out of one more piece right now as well at 08 if we can get it. And we do have a new position alert. FXI starting to get up to that upside. So I wrote down that we don't want to let this thing go past 80s. Why did I write that exactly? So that must have been where, first of all, there's the shelf right there from Friday. So that's probably what we were talking about. But I'm going to use the 50-period moving average now. We could really get going up here. So I'm not going to short this again until about 70s, 65s or 70s here on FXI. But we're starting to really bleed down on AMD, but we are covering something here at 13 as it seems like that could be a little bit of a stopping zone right there. But we do have the top of the day and the bottom of the day. So top of the morning to y'all there if you're short. But the market's not really doing much, is it?
It's not, but we're still trying to break higher. I actually, look, PDD is coming into target pretty quickly in here. So that 107 to 108, it's already reverting back into this level. So let's let it work a little bit more before jumping into the short. NVIDIA just held 114. Barely there. We're trying to add at 115 if we can. You still have a heavy wick bottom at 113 on NVIDIA. So it's still heavy wick bottom and a higher low. We'll give it another chance to get into VWAP and reload it. As I said, Apple, it's still underneath VWAP, still underneath that 231. We're trying to pick this one up short again underneath VWAP. But right now we're just into NVIDIA and have PDD on our minds here. NVIDIA now buck. But Pinduoduo is starting to get right up to that 108 spot. So this could be, is what we're looking for the reversion on PDD. So if we can get up a little bit further or just lose 107 and do a wick top, then we'll jump into this short as well. Let's go
Adara.
To Adara.
Couple smaller cap names moving to the upside here. Kingsoft Cloud, this one, KC, no catalyst, but it tends to run semi-frequently. It's a Chinese ADR, so it looks like this one's getting a bounce here this morning. And then we have REBN. This one was on the watch list, has dropped a little bit since the pre-market, but still up on the day here, trying to get to that $6 level. REBN, no catalyst, but about a 2.5 million share float and a 10% short float. So notable short float there for REBN, guys. Back to you.
All right, thank you,
Rebin.
Adara, for that one as well. Okay, so we are now out of about 60 to 65% of AMD. We got another fill down there in the 20s. I'm going to try to let this thing settle down just a little bit. If we're looking at the NASDAQ, though, and the TQQs, I mean, some of you are probably thinking about like, all right, this has been a nice move up. Are we going short? I actually just bought a little bit of this dip in my own account today here on the S&P 500. We want to start buying a little bit more indexes, so I did a little bit of that off open. We'll see if that winds up working. But 79, I mean, the futures are right here right now, 79, 79, 25. I mean, that's not a horrible short if you're playing off the 200-period moving average. So I'd look out for that one. We still are obviously short FXI. We just took some more shares right here at the 200-period moving average. This is not going in our favor right now. So one more load up at 70, and then we're using 80s as our out. So if that breaks back above that, we are gone on that. What is the ES doing? So a little bit of a move higher, but not going too much, only up about 1.5 down, 1.5% right now on the ES. Okay, if there's anything else, I know Neil's in a bunch.
Palantir maybe, but
okay, Palantir maybe. Let me just check out what Tesla's doing. All right, so Tesla goes 385 one time already, and then right back up into 388. And now it looks like it wants, okay, that fail rate there might be it. This might be a short break right there now on Tesla. What is that, man? 384.50. That's not a horrible short break, especially with the market doing this. The market's going up right now. Tesla, oh no, shit. There it goes. So, wow, we just said 34.50 might be a great break.
Oh boy.
There it goes, man. That's $1 straight to the downside there. Don't have it, wish I did, but there it was. It's still right back in. Just look at how volatile this thing is, man. Wow, the market is like starting to get back up here a little bit.
Well, the market's at the highs. And Tesla breaking the low. So a couple of things here.
Yeah, that's the key for me.
That's the thing. Like, first look on
Meta's
Apple.
ripping.
We got Apple into 230.
Meta's up $20.
231. It got back into it again at 231, and it just broke the top. So we're out of Apple, and now only left with PDD and NVIDIA. NVIDIA is different. Like, NVIDIA is like Tesla. NVIDIA is just at the lows. And then Pinduoduo
Probably should not be short.
in here just took VWAP. So it did the huge wick over 107. And, stop is now going to be underneath this lower bar, which is 107.10. So just going to update that in a quick little second. We just got into VWAP on PDD. Going to look for a 105.90 to 106 as next out. Then look for the low of the day at 105 on Pinduoduo. So, I mean, the weakness is still in the Chinese stocks, but you're seeing a lot of strength come into a few Mag 7 names as we speak. And wow, NVIDIA just caught a bid at 113 and a half.
I think shorting might be silly.
This seems like, okay, this is a bit of a reversion play here. It's going to be breaking a bit of a trend. We said V-shaped bottom, you hold a higher low. There's only one place to go. So I'm going to jump out there on NVIDIA. If we get into VWAP, we can always short it again at the 115. The market is blowing out the tops right now.
Yep.
Everywhere I see. And wow, it's IBIT. Look at
96.
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Bitcoin all the way at 96,000. Okay, we're almost at 55.3. So my zone on IBIT, I didn't think it would get there this fast. 55 and a third is where we wanted to be playing this name. Looks like we're going to get there a little faster than anticipated. PDD still good. We won on NVIDIA. PDD still looking fine off that topping tail candle.
Yeah, we are, oh boy. We are now $2.50 in the money. We just shorted Tesla up there again. So we took advantage of that bump. Like we talked about, oh boy, I have to do it. This is a hot dog cannon. I mean, I can't, you can take me, you can't take the excitement out of the trader, that is for sure. Here comes the downside there, 384 and change. We're short at 385.70. So let's take another piece out here as we're down to the bottom there. So that was in and out. That was actually an accident. I put the wrong stop. So we just got out of a piece and then we averaged it more up there at 386. So that's a flat trade. Here's the short that you guys can see. So we're in it. But as to Neil's point about Apple and NVIDIA and all that kind of blowing out to the upside, same thing here with AMD. I'm going to take advantage of this and see if I can get a little bit more short. Remember, our stop is going to be up here at 1450, like just kind of daring AMD to get up a little bit. I mean, I don't want to play the daring game here, but let's just see if the chips actually want to wake up. And if they do, then fine. We have our targets right now for that. So it looks like we are starting to get some upside moves in the market. I don't know if that's going to be true for Tesla. I'm going to put another bid here at 50 and see if we can grab that for that $1.30. Meanwhile, we go over here to FXI, and this is starting to get even more spicy, as I was not expecting this kind of a move in China right now. China was down almost 2% there, and it's been straight upside right now. So let me check out to what's happening in some of the other names. Maybe Adara. I don't know why China's going back to the upside. I guess it's okay. There goes Alibaba, huge. Yeah, were you just in PDD?
PDD's right. I'm still
in it.
Oh, where's
the position board's there. Yeah. So you're still in. Okay, so we're trying to ride this short right now, but it does look like we are getting pretty close. That's like 85s. I'm going to stop out. So 31.85. FXI getting excited a little bit for me right now as the shorts are starting to blow up against us. I thought this was going to be a good short day. We're still fine on the day. Obviously, it's 9:42, but let's go find out what Adara has for us as I fix my stop on FXI.
I'm not seeing any specific China moves. It just looks like much like we saw with Bitcoin. They got particularly sold off and then bounced. But like I said, it's not just mega caps. I mentioned earlier this KC Kingsoft Cloud, which is a Chinese ADR at day's highs right now. So, and it's a small cap. So it seems like really if you are in that ADR space, much like what we saw with Bitcoin, specifically MSTR and all of those stocks bouncing, it looks like a bit of a relief rally, guys. Back to you.
Yeah,
no doubt it's a relief rally because PDD was just at 106,
you say.
And then it just took that 108 level that we like. So unless it comes back underneath 108, I'm not jumping back in. I don't want it filling in this $3 gap. That puts it in mean reversion territory. Okay, well, we got out of NVIDIA with the intention of allowing it to travel higher. Well, that's what it's doing. So it's coming back. At least it's lower highs. Everything else is sort of breaking out, but it's trying to put in some lower highs. 115 is the original stop from before. That's where we want to jump out. Got to start looking for what do I even like to the long side, though. And it's not a lot. Like, I wasn't thinking a lot of longs down here. That said, all right, I got to show you Apple. Apple just absolutely dumped into 230. So we had it twice. First time good, second time not. But Apple absolutely dumping now, back into these lows. We're going to have to look for some kind of a 230.50,
100,000
right
viewers.
back where we got in before. I want to stick with the short as long as this NASDAQ is battling the top
There we go.
and not holding the tops. The market looking like it is trying to fail underneath these highs. We knew we wanted the short some pops in here today, so it's going to stick with that till proven otherwise.
Neil, I don't know what just happened with Tesla right there, but we just got short pretty sweetly up 387 right there for Tesla. So here we go, man. We're short at 386.73. My stop is 388 here on Tesla. So let's take some out. Boom. Oh, yeah. Nice move there. And oh, yeah, we got reloaded right there on AMD as that's trying to get back into the downside as well. So, so far so good here. Tesla, nice move, man. We just shorted that, just tried a little bit of a cover here. If this market falls down, oh boy, we should be okay on that one. Oh boy, as AMD downside, Adara.
We have numbers here. So in a couple seconds, we're going to be getting S&P manufacturing PMI data. We are expecting 50.1. We just got slightly lower than expected over here in Canada about 15 minutes ago. And we actually got higher than expected PMI, 51.2 versus 50.1 expected. Let's take a look at that NASDAQ to see how we're reacting here. Yeah, a little bit of a continued drop here to the downside despite an attempt to push off at the open. We'll take a look at the S&P 500, which is behaving pretty similarly here, tries to push off the open, is not able to really hold these highs. It's also worth noting here, we're going to have ISM manufacturing PMI at 10 a.m., as well as construction spending month over month, guys. Back to you.
Now we are, Neil, we are at, there it is, day goal made right now, day goal made. We talked about that we would do this for you every single time it does happen. And there it goes, mate. It's 9:45 and our goal for the day is made. We did it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, not on Friday, but we do it right now, today, again now. So that's 4 out of our last 5 days. We hit our daily goal, but we've surpassed it those 4 out of 5 days. We kept on going. There goes Tesla, nice little downside move. We have no idea what's going to happen. There goes FXI. Good reload off of where? What did we write down? 3180. So there it comes into the downside. We take the shares. It's part of this move for me profit-wise is FXI. So if this Chinese ETF falls, continues to go upside, then this daily goal will be wipey. But there it is right now. Here it is, 384 and change. I'm going to get some more out on Tesla. It's so volatile. This market, like the net is like, which is why we don't necessarily want to sit on our hands. You want to make sure that you're able to take some profit out when you see fit. So there it goes. Huge downside move right now for Tesla, honestly, trying to break the lows. We have 3 shorts, all pretty good, man. Look at that one. You got to take trades if they're there. This was, again, $1 worth of risk. 388 right now to ring in about 250. So not bad at all. AMD, okay, now we're really at the highest spot we've been at all day. FXI is getting all over itself right now into the 60s. Have to get some more out here on FXI. That was a nice move down for us that we did not capture. Wow, things are really moving short side now, Neil.
Yeah, we just fell right into the low of the day on NVIDIA, ES, and NASDAQ, both of them back underneath VWAP. We failed the top on both those markets, both those futures markets. So it looks like we're right back into the downside here. NVIDIA's trying to hold on to 113 at the bottom. Just going to short the pops into VWAP every chance we get. Got that wick on PDD. It failed to 108, so we jump right back in. We're looking for the low of the day there. The only thing we're not back into is Apple, but that's not the first place I want to jump to. It's going to be General Motors. Went right to 47.5 and pulls into VWAP. So I want to short this one back. It's trying to fill the gap just like everything else. 48 was kind of that previous low. It already put in a lower high once. Let's see if it can do it one more time. But you got to take the profits because we've been bouncing off of these lows how many times now? So like this is, well, on NVIDIA here's the 3rd time it's bounced off this 113.5. So if you're getting 115s, that's great. It's giving you that move, but you got to take your profits. If we get VWAP again, we'll take it again. But it's still higher lows and a flat top at 115. The shorts are now starting to work and starting to cruise. Just a matter of trying to pick a couple more up there. One of them being General Motors for myself. And shout out to everyone in the chat. We can't really look at everything, but Rigetti, I saw you there, Pitchbull. Rigetti got right to that $12 level and bounced, but I was obviously focused on other things at that time. But this is that bounce level on Rigetti. I just feel like you already got your big move.
150%. Here comes Tesla right now. we are starting to go. We're going to be 3 for 3 really, really big right now. Like AMD is the one that's like hovering around upside right now, but I don't really even care anymore because this is now $4 in the money on a $1 risk. We're doing it right there. You guys, you asked for us to do this. We had our very best month of all time last month there in January, so I want to thank everybody for that. And we told you that we were on one. We had one of our best trading months in January, and then we come back, we look at our watch, oh, it's February. It don't matter what month it is. What are you kidding me? Here it comes to the downside right now again, as we love the volatility, and it's going to be a banger situation here so far today. We only have about a quarter left of this Tesla trade, but believe me, a quarter left for me is just fine. 381.50 right now is my bid on Tesla, and oh boy, here we come in again. Neil's got the bangers, we've got the bangers. Here comes AMD right now on multiple reloads. Okay, there it is. I mean, we've already told you what we've been doing. Here comes FXI. We got a great fill there at 62. I mean, if this can come back in, that would be great. We talked about where we were trying to load back up there on FXI. You can see what's been happening right there. So it's AMD right now, 30 cents in the money. It's the biggest and the baddest of them all. It's Tesla right now. And by the way, Neil, this is the best part about what we're doing. Tesla right there, the #1 trade idea on the board there. We find it, we trade it. It doesn't get to our levels, no problem, but we go over to Tesla, find new levels for you, give them here live, and right there, down 5% right now for TSLA. I might take another point here. I mean, we're 450 in the money, Neil. I think we should take something out. And so we'll get another piece out there on Tesla if we can. And there it goes. Next bid, let's go to 381 quarters. See if we can get something down there as we'll wait for FXI and AMD. It looks like some of the chip names are catching a little bit of a drift here. So this might be my next exit right here on AMD. Don't need to trade them all, Adara.
Beware here, we do have comments here coming from the Mexican Minister of Finance talking about sectors that might be impacted heavily by tariffs. He specifically named autos, computers, and electronics, so maybe keep an eye on some of those sectors. But also, if you're looking for any things that are moving sharply to the upside on this day that's been a little bit more oriented towards the downside, we do have ABV, ABBV. This ticker is up about 3% on the day. This is around 189, and this is also a day 2 earnings play. So ABBV, one ticker that is actually sharply to the upside during this selling heavy morning, guys. Back to you.
It is definitely turning a little bit more sell heavy. So look, the only thing that's kind of strong right now, some of these Chinese names, big test coming in here for PDD. Looking over, it just put in a lower high, but we just bounced VWAP. So if we're going to stay short underneath 108, this lower high needs to maintain. We're going to play the hump. As long as it holds here, want to stay short into the lows of the day. As mentioned with NVIDIA, it's right back at that low. So obviously we like levels like 17 and 18. What are you going to do? It doesn't trade at those prices, right? You get lower high, lower high, lower high. So we're going to keep playing lower highs as long as they want to give it to us over and over again. And then do not want to miss Apple here. Apple fail at the pre-market high. We've been shorting the 231 area, 1 for 2 shorting Apple. We come back into that same price, we're going to go for it again, just around VWAP. Stick with the short, the pops, as long as we hold the weakness that we're seeing right now in these markets. So I want to give them their due. And for everyone that's looking at that Rigetti at the $12 level, it's done. All right, it just did the reversion now off 12 again. So Rigetti, I'm not saying it's going to go up forever, but that $12 level has held, and we like reversions in this market. So you're going to close above trend line, long to the local bottom, play back into VWAP, and then prior lows here on RGTI.
Dude, this is $7.
Looking obviously strong off that $12 level. This is the level we like, guys. That's why we gave it to you.
Almost 200% now, Daly's goal right here come into play there. So there goes FXI, it's 952. There goes Tesla. Tesla, Neil, is now a $7 winner right now, as we'll say what's up to Max, who chooses Lambos over Teslas. Yeah, I mean, if everyone's joining us right now, I hope you guys are having a great time. It's been a big day again here today. I know it sounds like a broken record, but I mean, all these trades that we're putting on are right here for you. There it goes right now. I mean, these marks are actual trades. I mean, you saw me put all of these on. Some traders talk, some traders trade. And oh boy, right now, are we ever putting up, I hope, for you. There goes 3 380, but it does look like okay, I was gonna say we did get a little bit of a bounce. I just put a bid down there at 379.50 for this trade. Not sure, because that was a nice little bounce. Let's see if we get a retracement there on that. All right, so for AMD, we've gotten more out of FXI. FXI does not really want to break lower, by the way, but AMD right here in the 70s, I'm gonna put another bid at 72 right now, see if we can get that. I'm waiting in the 30s, but we just bounced off of the 50 period and off VWAP again right here, so I'm not sure. I'm gonna take another piece at 77. Did I get that 77 there? Yes, I did. Okay. All right. Well, here's a nice little move back up there for AMD. So AMD definitely, look what the NASDAQ is doing. So you don't need to fight trend. I was actually talking about this with Obi in the lunchroom there as we got coffee before, and it was just like he looked back at all of his trades, which is good for him. I mean, I don't go back and look at them all month over month, but he was looking and saying his worst ones were obviously fighting the trend, and I was just like, yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? And he's like, he's talking about being a reversion trader. That is literally fighting the trend. So you're gonna have to try to figure out how to get through that. And again, just be yourself. And when you think that you're getting a little stubborn with trades, exit those trades, because like right now, I'm not really feeling too comfortable about this AMD. So I'm going to start to get out. Could it be the huge banger that I think it could be? Yes. But at the same time, we already got that. Like this Tesla trade is already an absolute monster. This trade alone is more money, I think, on this trade alone than I made on Tesla the whole month of January. So yeah. And it's not a breakout. It's just our style of getting in there, getting out. We'll show you many different styles. And this one is what it is. This was this one right here, we talked about where our stop was, $1 away. So this is 6-to-1 risk to reward. We're gonna get another piece out there and see where we go. And then this was a great call too, I think. I mean, FXI to the upside. The only problem with this was we did start a little bit early. But I'm here to tell you that FXI, we're up the same amount on FXI right now as we are on AMD. So we'll have to let this one settle down and see if we can get a little bit more on that. But okay, so that's a little bit of talk for me there. Let's see how low Tesla can go, unfortunately.
Well, it's not unfortunately when you're short. But
no,
obviously
but I feel like we all have it.
Yeah, well, we all own it in our long term, but this could be opportunities in that long term scenario. But for the day trade, you got to worry about the bleed. Look, obviously, you got to be concerned with any longs. That said, a reversion strategy, you just have to have some kind of an entry plan. So with Rigetti down 7%, it bounced off 12. There's your trend down. It closed above the trend line. I'm looking for a pop back into VWAP and then see how far it wants to go here. But you're catching a little bit of a bid. Let's see if we can get to VWAP and then that 1250 area on RGTI heading back to the upside, at least temporarily, right? But the market, look, we're down. It's a weekday. It is what it is. I'm still playing for this NVIDIA to be a short at VWAP into 115 and then try to hold for the low. So this could be our chance for a reload here on NVIDIA. And whoa, okay, Apple. That's not what I expected. Apple was just cruising into VWAP and now breaking the lows again.
What?
So Apple's taking it on the chin. Remember, this is after earnings for Apple. So they've already had earnings, which I think makes these ones better to play. But looking very, very weak here on Apple relative to everything else I'm looking at. It's the Chinese names that I can't believe they're buying them back up. PDD will be the red one for me because it just can't seem to hold lower. Every time we short the 107 to 107.5, it just breaks back higher. Higher lows over and over again. There was one reversion that was pretty solid, but for now, just going to have to back away from Pinduoduo. All right, Rigetti just gave us a second fill at VWAP and starting to curl back in. So Rigetti's curled where we wanted it to, but it couldn't get past VWAP. So we're able to get this nice 30-cent range in here on Rigetti off that 12 level, but if it makes a fresh low, you got to be able to jump out of that one. We'll see if we can get some more in front of VWAP.
So our Spidey sense is right again, by the way, because look what just happened there for AMD as it just blew to the upside there. So we'll try one more short right now ahead of that 50 level, which is our out. So right now our average price is 25s. Here it comes in. This could actually wind up being a winner. I do have something on the bid at 20 now, just in case we do come through. We do have numbers coming up here at 10 o'clock. So we'll have to wait to see what happens right there. And I'm just going to check our note today and see what numbers we do have. So we have ISM Manufacturing coming coming out, expected 54.6, and construction spending. I don't think that's going to necessarily affect our boy here at AMD, but there it is, Neil. Nice move to the downside again. So there's the reload on AMD. Here I am talking about it like this is a problem, and then it just goes right into the money for us nicely here for Advanced Micro Devices. Okay, well, no more problem with that trade as that just rips right upside there on Advanced Micro. Gets us short, we're in it. All right, so we covered some more here, 381. It looks like Tesla's trying to get going. Now we have less than 10% left on this Tesla trade as we'll just wait out. It's 958. And, you know, the market has been up and down just a little bit. But I was going to say, but at the same time, it's just right where it started again. So, like, here's where the market opened up here on the NASDAQ. It's a huge move up. There was like some, I don't know what it was there. I guess just a relief rally as people covering their shorts, I guess. Short into the weekend makes sense, right? You got to cover. There's that move in. And then I feel like reality set. And then that's where we really just got like locked and loaded on all that. So I was just like, again, stick with what you think. You know, don't listen to myself or Neil or anything like that. Like, you got to have your own convictions in this because Tesla, right away off the jump, man, we were looking for much higher. But then again, we saw the way it was trading and we stuck our neck out on this trade. And it could have gone the other way. Every trade can. But there it goes right back into the downside. So stay with what you're trying to do and trust on that. You will be rewarded, right? I mean, this is what the hard work, it's nice to see hard work pay off. We talk about it with our kids and with sports and everything like that. And here it goes again, right? I mean, stay in the game, stay alive, make sure you trade properly. And right now, as I say this, Neil, I'm at the highest spot we've been at all day for myself. So I'm going to be, you know, congratulatory of that one. Have some hydration, nation. I might go get a coffee soon. But right now, nice downside push there for AMD. Let's hold on. We're out of 75% now of this trade period because nervous hands on this AMD trade. All right, you want to talk about Rigetti and then Adara?
I took another out on Rigetti.
We have numbers. Oh,
let's go to the numbers first.
Let's go.
We're in 1 second here going to get the ISM manufacturing PMI. It just came out, and it's a little bit higher than expected. 50.9 for that ISM manufacturing PMI versus 50 expected. This is also here. We had the S&P manufacturing PMI higher than expected. So both these PMIs, manufacturing above expectations here. ISM manufacturing prices paid above estimates. Employment index sharply above estimates here, 50.3 versus 47.8. And higher than expected construction spending on a month-over-month basis. So 0.5%. versus 0.2% expected. So to recap, every number we got at 10 a.m. was above expectations, including construction spending and ISM manufacturing PMI, which, much like the S&P manufacturing PMI, above estimates there. NASDAQ bouncing a little bit here off of these lows, but still sharply down the day. We know there have been concerns here about tariffs, specifically Mexico, Canada, and China, and some retaliation with regards to these tariffs. And that's been really weighing down the market, though it's not really weighing down Meta. Meta's actually been really strong today here. There was a leaked memo from its chief technology officer saying that 2025 will basically either prove the metaverse to be a legendary misadventure or a visionary bet. So Meta on watch there. We also have Amazon and Google on watch this week as well. 2 Mag7 set to report this week, though Amazon's been selling off all day. And the crypto space, certainly hot as well. MSTR, just one example here. But a lot of these, much like these Chinese ADRs, actually bounced a little bit off the open, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adair. So we're out the third time on NVIDIA. Twice it pulled 15 down into the low, but now you're breaking out higher lows all the way on NVIDIA. I saw some people talking about Intel. I'll get there in a quick little second, but Rigetti is right back into our entry zone. With a mean reversion play, it's reversion in, reversion out. I'm not just sitting on the bid at $12. That's not the plan. If it comes back down into our price, does the same thing where it breaks the trend and then kind of closes higher, then we'll do the reload. So that's the execution plan here in Rigetti. It's down 8% and obviously trending down with some lower highs. Doesn't mean I won't still take the longs up there, but have to be a little bit more patient with it. Oh, there's another wick top. Ooh, they just did another wick top there on NVIDIA.
Bye-bye.
As long as 115 holds underneath, I'm going to keep taking my shots at it. I have not traded GM yet, but GM is now coming back to that 47.5. So there's our go zone on General Motors. Reversion trade here for GM. Looks like any second now.
I guess you guys are right. It doesn't really matter if we celebrate or not. The proof is in the pudding. $9 winner now with Tesla, as that is just coming. So it's a 9-1 right there on that one. So we do have less than 10%. Now we have 7.5% left. $9. Neil, man, Whew, man, what a time to trade. I don't. Neil and I talk about this. Like this is just getting started. Like we had mentioned this earlier that we had probably the best week since we started this whole show for myself last week. And then we come in here today and start to hit these sort of levels again, and we've upped our levels. We've upped our expectation here today because you don't just stand still in this game. We talked about this. When you have confidence, when you have the ability, when you have things working for you, you go up. You don't go back, you go up. So you increase your share sizes. That's why we talk about those kind of things here. When you have things working out for you, you use more shares. So then today, there it goes. It's a nice move to the downside. I mean, I literally hear that's all it's all these guys preach, right? I mean, in the back, we talk about trading campus. You talk about being on a prop floor. Why else do you think you want more margin? Why do you want more capital, right? It's to get better and to increase and go with the flow of what you're doing. So, I mean, we just continue to putting up just numbers here, and if you're looking for some of these trades, I mean, there it is. We talked. I mean, even this one, our stop is 114.50. I mean, it's right here, Neil. 114.51 is our stop. We're short 39. That's 11 cents to get 80. This is another 6 or 7 to 1 winner. And again, it's not like I'm just like picking these randomly. I've only had 3 trades, and I discussed all 3 of them exactly what the plan of action was. This Tesla trade, which is now $9 in the money going down. We're over $10. I know you're flat. I'm over $10 right now in the money on these 3 positions. And one of the biggest ones, actually, just because of share size, FXI is doing quite well. And there it goes again, man. There it is for you, Ozan. I apologize. Someone wanted me to wear my pink salmon shirt today because it was going to bring good luck. But I mean, we talk about that sort of jinx with the dare and whatnot on what people are wearing. It don't matter about that. You got to stick with your plan, stick with what you're doing, and there it goes, man. AMD now, just an absolute monster trade as it continues to go one way here. So AMD, nice downside move. That's $1. This is $9, and FXI right now $14 and making moves down lower as well. So, okay, that's about it for me there. Neil entering GM, I like that.
We'll see. It's giving me, oh, wait a minute. Yes, if you are a skilled trader and lacking capital, prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from 5K to 500,000, and you can start with as little as $20. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop floor for you. I got the e-signal as well, I just see them in there.
What's up, e-signal? What's up, e-signal?
Yeah, so no, all I was getting at was, before we did that, there's our break of trend on GM. It's the first time we're going to get in there. Obviously, it came to 47.5 already once, but the break of trend, we're going to pull back into prior high, give it to the local top. If it breaks top, then we're going to jump out of the trade. Rigetti is right back into that $12 level, 21. If it gets to 21 bucks, that'd be great. But it just broke that 12. So there was your one chance to get it at VWAP. Now it's breaking lower. Obviously, I'm not taking it unless I get that reversion trend. If it's trending down, I want to catch it on the way back up. And if it does another reversion, it might be a heck of a lot deeper. So GM's the new one we're into. NVIDIA, we got taken out, and it's still under VWAP, but putting in higher lows. So I'm right back to the 115. This is the only level that we've been trading on NVIDIA. I would like to see it put in some lower highs and give us another better entry point on NVDA. So it's just GM that we got into new. NVIDIA, we're looking at the exact same level we've been trading the entirety of the morning. And I said I would look Vader Trader. Yes, I said I would go to Intel, but I'm probably not as bullish as you on this stock. It looks like a reversion, at least until 19.5. Until it gets past its close price, which is actually 1943, I'm just looking trend reverts at this time of day. So pretty much the same thing that you see over in GM, what I'm doing now, is the same thing I'm looking for here with Intel. Lose the trend and then short the pop, as it's a very, very strong name, at least for the time being here on Intel. All things considered, 1.3% to the downside is actually a strong day for this stock.
All right, thanks. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. I don't, let me see how many we have here. Right now, okay, so 496,000 subscribers. So like, let's go, let's get this going. Hit this. We have tons of information here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Where does it show? Where? Oh, there it is. 497,000 subscribers right now. Less than 3,000 away. We have over 5,000 videos live for you. We have mobile stream. We have all this stuff going on right now for you. We have Learn to Trade coming in the afternoon. So just guys, hit the like, hit the subscribe. I mean, I don't, you know, if you're looking for trades, great. If you're looking for some ideas and some good talk, we're here for you as well. Nobody trades the way we do over here. And I just want to say thank you to everybody that is there right now. And go give your boy a follow right now as well for this. I mean, now $11 in the money on Tesla right there as well. We're trying to approach that 50,000 followers right there. So we're getting into that as well. 491, we got to update that soon as we approach 500,000. So I want to thank everybody for all of that. And what's up, Adam DeLuz? There's more covering down here. We have about 15% or so left of this FXI trade. It's not really doing anything for us anymore. It won't even be, it'll be a green name, but it won't be like an exciting one, unfortunately. We just never got down into here. So I feel like the short was fine. Why we shorted it again was the tariff talk. We thought that there could be some, you know, negative love for China today, and actually went the complete opposite way. So I think that we're actually wrong on this trade. The only problem, the good thing about it is that we identified our levels. So when it came up here, we knew we wanted to put some shares in, and we did that, and you know, the rest there is history. Only 5% left now on Tesla because we got that fill right there at 378 quarters. It does go down into 376 there, though, as well. So watch out for that. Maybe a 380, or I was just debating now that we have less than 5% left, although it's still a big trade. I mean, even with the amount that we have left on, it would still be huge. So we'll just wait though. 380, I think we'll take another piece out, and then after that we'll let it go. I guess I could cancel my stop, which is at 388 right now for this trade. So I'm going to cancel the 388 stop. That's $10 away, and then put it at 380, and then we'll figure it out from there. And then AMD was pretty special as well, as that came right back in, and we were able to capture a lot of that profit back in the 50s and the 200 period. So it's been a really, really good day over here. I'm not sure what your day's up to over there, but it's been pretty good over here.
We're back into Rigetti at that $12 level. It did the exact same thing we wanted. So very quickly, there is your break. There is your hold of a prior low in the $12 level. We'll give it to the local bottom. If it loses the trend again, obviously, you know, this one is not going to hold up forever. Still downward trending, still not looking very decent. But here comes NVIDIA. Just want to stick to the plan. Here's that 115 again. It just wicked it on some more higher lows. At this point, with the trend looking clean upside now, I got to look for what I'm looking for in Rigetti, which is break the trend line. It's just higher lows into a top. And if it does that, then I want to make sure that we're a little bit more disciplined with our entry and not just shorting the level, but shorting any kind of a curl. I will look at Palantir's eye. This is one that we thought 82. I thought 82 was going to be the spot. Obviously, it's got a different story here, holding underneath VWAP. If I was trading this, I would be looking at a VWAP short. But 82 was my level, and it hasn't really gotten there. That's the only reason I didn't trade Palantir, is it did not come anywhere near that 82. But you're looking at the rest of the market weak. I think you just stair-step it down on Palantir, and why look at anything else? As far as I'm concerned, that's what it looks like to me. So here comes NVIDIA. Finally could put in a nice little lower high off this 115. Still trying to stick to plan. You've seen it over and over again here at the 115. Outside of this one little stop out, this has been the spot to go. Looks like we're now finally reverting that trend. Rigetti doesn't hold, so the first time was good. The second time, stay disciplined, keep it under the prior bar. We're going to hang on to GM. We're going to try to get back into NVDA. And Apple, oh my goodness, Alex. Apple continues to absolutely bleed. This one got the best of me because I wasn't able to get back into this one off of VWAP. You can see what I was trying to accomplish with NVIDIA. It looks like Apple was just a little bit better to the south side. I thought NVIDIA was really going to go downside more than Apple today, but seems like that's not the case. So we might have to be patient, look for the next trading opportunity. I don't want to be going long on Apple like we did on Friday all the way down until we see like the end of the open range. Like at about like 11 o'clock, like much later on, that might be a spot to look for some kind of a bounce. But the mistake on Friday was missing any chance at an early short and then just trying to go long the entire way to the downside. That I do not want to do here with Apple. So it is what it is. That was one that we liked to the short side and just couldn't catch. But NVIDIA is still going to give us an opportunity off that 115. Oh, and remember Intel. This is still trending back into that prior high. I don't know why it didn't save this, but I'm still looking for the exact same entry point as before. Lose the trend and then play it back into VWAP. The same thing we're playing here in GM, very specific sort of entry style. It's very close to getting all the way back into that high. But another 1% on Intel, and then we'll look for that curl. Oh my goodness, Palantir.
And just, what is Palantir doing?
It's taken the stairs, like every even dollar on Palantir, 81, 80, right into 79. The pattern's pretty distinct, but the market's at the low, so I don't want to short anything when the market's at the actual support level. Let it bounce or let it revert, and then try to get in.
All right. All right, I'm going to add my headphones and go back. So I want to get some water, and sometimes they drop out. Okay. All right. That's Palantir. I mean, it's pretty good. Like, we come back here, and all we're noticing right now is Tesla at the basement again, down to 376 right now. This is an $11 now. FXI did fall out again, basically off of this level. I'm going to now just pretty much get, if we can get, I'm going to put a bid here at 61. We might as well do that right now. Actually, I'm already there. So I'm at 64s on FXI, and then I got to cancel. I'll go to 50. So I'm at 64, 57, and then 50s. So if we do get a downside move there, and notice where we put them, right? 64s right here in front of the 200 period. And then we got a 57 ahead of VWAP right there. We've had these sitting there for a minute. Like, I was just coming back to double check. And then we do have one ahead of the 200 period as well. Actually, that's at 50. So hopefully we can get a little bit of a downside push on those. AMD's still working. So, but now that I look at this, AMD's right at these levels. So I do not have any other bids here. So let's put a bid out now for AMD as it comes right back into the 50 level right there. So, all right. What else do you guys want to talk about? Tesla starts to panic at 350. I mean, we're still here for a long time. What's up, Nelson? Right here. Let's get this going on, because we're now like we're now 100%, 70%, 80%. We're about 165% of our daily goals right now, and at the highest spot as this market just keeps on coming to the downside. I mean, we actually wrote down on the sticky note here, just I don't have a long idea on there. Oh, the one long idea that we do have actually. Oh, first of all, all right. I love the show keeps playing what VWAP is. I'm looking short on MSTR. Okay, so VWAP is volume weighted average price. We do have some videos out about that. I like to short things that are underneath it and long things that are above it. It's the pink one, right? It is the purple line. The pink is the 50 period. The 200 is the green. I will look at that. Thank you, Nelson. But VWAP, just go look at VWAP, volume weighted average price. Thank you, Nelson, for that. Lots of videos out there explaining all about it. But it was UNG. I was looking at this. I wrote down, and I still have it here, breaking through 1760 as a top break. That didn't happen yet. It looks like it doesn't want to do anything. So I'm going to cancel that for right now and have a look at United States Gas a little bit later, because up 8%, I was like, oh man, this is like the Widowmaker. Maybe it actually goes, but it's not doing anything. So feel pretty confident just waiting on that right now. Another opportunity to get out of AMD. We just took it there. And then Tesla, 375. I mean, to say that we called this is accurate, because this is exactly what we called. We said Tesla short. We gave you it right here. It's the number one trade idea for me today. So it's by far the number one P&L. This is the most money I made on Tesla in a while, despite having $20 winners and stuff. Again, when you're on a hot streak, Neil, you get a little more confident, a little bit more aggressive. And that's what we did right there with Tesla today, shorting it 3 times and watching this thing now go $11 in the money, right down to its lows. And I am going to cash some out right here, because that's 375. We bounced off there before. Let's see if it happens one more time now for TSL to the ADERA.
This part of the show is brought to you by WorkSport, introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, WorkSport, ticker WKSP. WorkSport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with a growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. So whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport. Definitely give that chart a look, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Shout out to WorkSport there with Opening range is now done. We just got, okay, Bitcoin's at my level, but very quickly, right back into first support on GM. So we shorted the reversion there when it broke 47, looking for another bid at 46. Then we'll look to the low, not the low of the morning, because I guess in the pre-market it was actually down at 45.30. So 46.10 and then 45.90 are the next two targets here on General Motors. But Bitcoin is right back into 97. And it's right at that 55.3 level on iBid. That's the place I was looking for the curl. So we're here now. There's the trend line. It's actually put in higher lows that are lining up almost perfectly. You close underneath that. It's a simple reversion. Same entry style as what happened over there on GM. So I'm looking for the same entry style here on iBid. As the market at the lows, looking for that curl right here on IBIT. The other thing, which is the next trade for myself, is Intel is right back up, filling in that gap and doing the same type of reversion. So there is Intel right back into that prior high, looking for the curl here on INTC as well. So Bitcoin probably going to do it first because like you can see how much stronger Intel is on that last little bit of a wick. But I got both those up, looking for the first one to do the curl underneath, and then we'll grab it. Not quite at our next bid on General Motors, but it is certainly getting there. We just got to wait for these entries. So the market breaks the low. I think Bitcoin is going to have a hard time holding these highs if the NASDAQ holds underneath prior level support. So I think this is going to come in first, and then we'll look over at Intel. If they happen at the same time, I'll probably be in iBit, just as a timing thing, and I'm on this level too, as opposed to Intel's. It's got to be ready for when it closes underneath there. I see there's some other names out there, that BCTX. I haven't looked at any of those small caps, but certainly on a day where the market is this weak, if you can find some gappers that are running, those can be your places for some longs, unless you're looking at some kind of inverted ETF. That's another way that you could play if you can only go long.
Yeah, that's why we look at TQQ, SQQ, things like that.
Oh, I could use a refill.
Ooh, I just got a kiss message from the wife. Kiss back to you too. Okay, so I don't know. We know how my day is going. How's everybody else's day going out there? I hope you guys are having a great day. If there are any, you guys wanted me to look at MSTR. We could definitely do that one as well today. Buying the ES off the open seems to have been a decent move until right now, as we continue to go lower right now in the ES. So there it comes now down 1.91%, and you could see though, wow, we are now $13 in the money, Neil, on this Tesla trade right now. So, oh boy, on that one. And then here's AMD also trying to get lower. Everything is really working out nicely for us. We do have to go to Adair, and then I'll come back and talk a little bit about crypto.
Talk about a gap down here for the IWM. This one made intraday highs here around above $230. Now currently trying desperately to hold on to this 220.50 area. So quite a change here. We know IWM is very rate sensitive, and Michael Noss spoke this morning about how rates now could really be in question due to these tariffs. So IWM looks like it could be getting hit on those fears. Quite a few small caps, including Society Pass, SOPA. So not about, I believe, about a 6 million share float. So pretty small float here for Society Pass. No catalyst for this one. USEG does have a bit of a multi-day catalyst. This one's near day's highs. It is an energy-related name. We know UNG and some of these natural gas plays have been strong, but U.S. Energy Corp announcing back on Wednesday that they've extended their $5 million share buyback program. So that's a bit of an extended catalyst there, leftover catalyst. But we also have IVVD. This is a penny stock that has a catalyst today, though it has given up some of its earlier moves, basically providing preliminary Q4 revenue and revenue for one of its specific treatments that grew 48% year over year. So a couple different small caps to watch out for today if you're looking for some upside opportunities in a pretty downtrodden market, guys. Back to you.
There's a bid for that. Was a serious bid on the market just now at 10, right here at 1020. Just looked at it. Nvidia just popped right back into 115. Like, look at that absolute rocket of a spike. The upside. I haven't heard anything in my ear in quite some time. I'm not even sure my news source is working. GM, which was just absolutely cruising back in. We had just gotten filled. It's 46.4. Just broke back in through the high. So we're right out of GM on that reversion. Thank goodness. I was about to punch short into Intel as well. Like it was right about to close underneath that bar, and then we got a big break to the upside on Intel. So the reversion play is going to be out of, well, I'm not into Intel, but we're going to be out of General Motors, which was looking absolutely fine. Let's go back over to Adara.
So the only thing I'm seeing that could maybe explain this bounce is I'm seeing some comments coming through from Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum. Apparently she said she had a, quote, good conversation with Trump. We know both Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau have said they want to talk to Donald Trump with regards to the tariffs levied against their countries, 25% tariffs, of course, for Mexico and Canada. So that's the only thing I'm really seeing here. We got a little bit of a volume increase on the NASDAQ as well with that push to the upside. But if I see any more comments here, I will let you guys know. People were also, I was seeing some people in the chat wondering if Donald Trump is speaking today. In my knowledge, he is not scheduled to deliver any remarks, but of course, there can be remarks coming out here. There's some other stuff coming out here from Claudia Sheinbaum, but the main thing there is that good conversation with Trump, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, they're exactly. That's what this talk is all about, right there. Yeah, like I know you guys. I just put in the chat there. Ask us anything you guys want to there, because we're willing to sit here and talk game with everybody. So, all right, right now we only have. I don't know what percentage left, not very much on AMD. I mean, we counted ourselves pretty lucky last time this had happened as well. So nice little move back up to the upside as everybody's starting to feel a little bit better now about their situation, right? So there's Tesla. We now have 2% left. So, okay, there's our last piece at 380. We want to get a little piece out right there. So now we have one last piece, which is that 2%. Again, out. Our best out is 376. So that was really great. And here comes that move right back now to the upside. I know it's been rough, for some of you out there. But again, just stick with your plan. Stick with what you're doing. Trade the right names, and you'll be aight. What's up, Adara? Market ripping.
I'm seeing a little bit more here from Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, saying that apparently this good conversation actually led to some accords. So we actually have some agreement now between Trump and Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum when it does come to these tariffs and the border in general. Apparently, Claudia Sheinbaum said that Mexico is going to be deploying some guards at the national border to ensure there aren't illicit materials smuggled into the border. We know that was one of Trump's concerns. Looks like we're getting even more comments here. I'm seeing, so now apparently Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum is saying tariffs are delayed for a month. Again, these are just comments from her, and it's unclear if these are for Mexico and Canada, or entirely, and Donald Trump has not confirmed this, but Claudia Sheinbaum saying that the tariffs have been delayed for a month. If I see any confirmation on this or anything else, I'll let you know.
Well, a huge move on just about everything. I mean, iBit's now at 56. What are we at? 98,000 the upside. So, here's NVIDIA. Goodness, we're not sitting on the offer. Which I was actually on the offer in front of 115, but when I saw the spike up in GM, I went over and canceled the offer almost instantly. But with that kind of news, gotta look for some longs at this point on a pullback. But the obvious place to me is going to be the buy the dip in GM. That was already putting in higher lows. It gave the revert. I think a dip back in a prior high of 47 is going to be a bit of a play. I can't imagine why NVIDIA shouldn't be a reversal, but I don't want to chase it up at the top on news and get away from that plan of action. Our key level was 115. So if that's a level I short every single time, if it holds above 115, that's a place I'm going to look for the long here on NVDA. Thank you for the super chat there, Mr. C. I like the financials. What are your thoughts on SoFi? I haven't looked at SoFi. I can tell you I like XLF, and I definitely like what the financials are doing for sure. SoFi in particular, holding on to 15, that's always a good sign, because 15 was a big level for SoFi, but I don't like the stair step down on that chart. I think if it holds 15, at least for today, I'd be looking for that 50-period moving average for some profits. Hasn't been a very good looking chart for that one.
Money. Do not want to interrupt Neil, but another $1.50 now in the money on Tesla as we got it reloaded right back in there again. So now we're short at 383 now on Tesla as it comes right back up into the moving averages and into your question to me was VWAP, and there it is right there. So we shorted into that. Now we're taking out a little bit of profit on this one. I'm getting out if this breaks 384. So $1 in right now. It's like 1-to-1, but I don't, again, if these tariffs and that talk is real, then obviously that is just that sort of green shoot that everyone's looking for. And here it goes. So that's why we got out. Okay, there it goes. So nice break there of 384. So Actually, on that last little bit, we were pretty much flat on that. That was 383.50, 383.50s, twice 383, 383.50, then the blowout to that upside as there we go right there, right now. We stay positive here today. So far, so good, obviously. FXI really taking out the top. Good trade there. Positive on FXI today, despite it going higher. You got to have your outs. And there it goes, man. We talked about what this market would be. Donald Trump is the president of the stock market. He sees something going wrong, he buys that rate back up, right? Like change the rhetoric completely on everybody right there. So now let's wait to see what winds up happening. And all of a sudden, there it goes. Boom goes the dynamite. He must have heard me say we bought off the open there. And there it goes right back. I was like, oh, that wasn't looking that great. And straight up now, nicely done for the ES. Was just down 2%, now only down that 1 as it continues to go higher. And as does Bitcoin. Our dip buys did not get filled. We talked about that one there. But oh boy, still a really good day over here on this side as we're going to go 3 for 3 right now and only in nothing as we're both not in anything right there.
Well, that move changes everything. And I think obviously if you had a key level price before, then you should like it again, just maybe in the other direction. Like obviously GM, if I scalp out more of it, like probably more like Sean's style, I'd be up on the stock, but wasn't the plan of action. I'm holding for this to break into the lows. Like that reversion trade, I'm looking for it to revert the entire move. And then there was a lot of slippage on that. Sometimes when you get filled on a new stop, there was a bunch of slippage off that prior high, and that's never going to be a good thing, but you know this can happen. 47.512. This is where I want to see if we can catch a bid. A very similar look here. I've got NVIDIA up, which is now starting to pull back into that 115. If the prior resistance can hold as support, then that's why I want to be able to jump into it. But it needs to hold that top. Want to make sure that the key level we're working off before is still going to be a good one. And for now, it's looking relatively strong here on NVIDIA. Good timing, because I was about to say IBIT making another run for the top. Let's go to Adara because we've got our crypto segment.
That we do, and crypto actually recovering here quite nicely. This is the daily chart for BTC. We made a low below 92,000. As of right now, trying to get 98 halves, and it's pretty funny. This is something that Michael Nas mentioned when he was here on Friday in person, and also something that's been pretty prevalent here in social media, but there's been a lot of comments to this idea that when there are CEOs or crypto-related, entities on the covers of Forbes magazine, it tends to signify a bit of a temporary top in BTC. So this image is a little bit blurry, I apologize, but this shows here, we had CZ here, the Binance CEO on Forbes in 2018. Then there was a bit of a drop in crypto at the time. Then we had Sam Bankman-Fried on the cover of Forbes. It's, of course, that it would be the CEO of FTX. Then we have this drop, and then we get Michael Saylor appearing on the cover of Forbes magazine. He is, of course, the CEO of MicroStrategies. And of course, we've recovered a bit of that move, but it's always really interesting to see sometimes how these things work out. Now, in terms of technical levels, we've talked a lot about that 92,000 level for BTC. We actually held above it, but this is the lowest that we've been, or at least that low is the lowest that we've touched since January 13th, 2025. So pretty significant there. We'll have to see if this recovery for BTC can continue. Let's see what other crypto-related names are doing. Ethereum, not much of a recovery, down about 15%, though it's worth noting our lows here were around 2,100 today. XRP are down about 10%. BNB, 10%. Doge, about 10%. Cardano, 13%, though Solana actually recovering not too badly here, only down less than 2%. So we'll have to see how these crypto names fare, but a lot of the crypto name-related tickers, including IBIT and MSTR, actually recovering quite nicely, guys. Back to you.
Holy crap.
At these, yeah, good rebound.
What a bounce on some of those.
Yeah, I know. We were looking, I called up the Solana chart and I was like, this one looks the best. And only down 1% on Solana. Not bad. Okay, I've switched my focus here. We're going to go 3 for 3 today on the market and holding out pretty good as it's 10:30 right now. Thanks to Dara for that update. I think this Google break of 203 was what I'm looking at right now. So if we can get going on that, I think we want to be there for it. Let's just wait to see if it does come through there. I almost got slipped. I almost put the wrong trade in there. 203.30. We don't want 202.30. No, we want 203. So get the decimal place right there. So if that breaks that high, we'll take it. Also, I'm going to try to buy the dip. So I'm actually waiting here at 201.50 right now as well. So if that dips into there, we'll take that on Google. And the reason why I like it, again, reports later on this week. I don't know if it's Amazon or Google first. I think this might be tomorrow. So hold on a second here. GOOGL. Yeah, Alphabet. Hold on. There it is. Next one on the 4th. So yeah, tomorrow. So tomorrow night, Google will report. So I think we can, again, we like to try to stay away from names, especially on the day that they are reporting and maybe even the day before, but I mean, today's market is what it is. It's fine. So we'll try to take that for a long. I want to try to buy strong names. Apple was really, really weak on Friday as it gave up its whole earnings report and came negative, of course, and then made its way back in today. So this could be another name that I would short on too much strength. It's still down 2.6%. So I want to identify that for everybody as well. Intel is a name that I've recently bought in and around this level. So it's nice to see them getting upside again as Intel. I don't know if you've traded it today. I think maybe you have. But
no execution.
No execution on Intel. Yeah, I've heard you look at it. So Intel straight to the upside. That would have been great to execute on Intel breaking through $19. So congratulations, anybody who had that. But for right now, my eyes, we did try dip buying again. We did try this on Tesla again right there. I think with this Mexican stuff, I'm going to stay away. The NASDAQ has broken a lot higher. If the TQs ever break trend, I have to switch. I talked about that with OB, and I feel like right now, if I was layering into this short, I would feel wrong. So I'm not going to do that. I'm probably about 5% away from the highest spot we've been at all day because we did get stopped out of that last Tesla trade. This FXI trade, we could be up a lot more if we got it all out. But we told you we held about that 12 to 15%. Did not work, did not reload out of that one. Still positive. And then again, the fact that we punched out of AMD right there was pretty saving the grace as it went in and out there. What's all the way to 115, which is where we said we would start to short AMD at 116. So maybe we have to be a little more patient and wait for that one. So, all right, that's what we're doing right now. I'm going to, we'll talk more about some crypto, especially if we're going to approach. I said 98 was the turning spot.
We're at 98 right
I know,
now.
and I just want to show this again just for everybody. We're going to go to Adair in 1 second because she has news. I mean, there's going to be ever-breaking news all the time, I feel like. But there it is right there, right up to that 200 period moving average on the 15-minute chart that we've looked at many times before. So it looks like it's starting to get a little bullish there on BTC, Adair.
Just be aware here of the market because we do have a press conference coming here from Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum. So basically what she said earlier and why this is really important to keep an eye on is that she had a call with Donald Trump and that they've actually reached some agreements on tariffs because of that call. So that's actually pretty huge. She also said that tariffs are going to be delayed a month. We're going to have to wait and see if that actually comes to fruition or if that includes Canada because these are pretty unclear and Donald Trump himself has not made any comments on this. But regardless, let's see what Claudia Sheinbaum has to say during her press conference with regards to the tariff delay and these accords that she came to during her call with Trump. I'm going to try to watch this conference here. If I can find a link in it with English subtitles, I'll let you guys know. Back to you.
Yeah, obviously this is going to be a news-driven type day where you got to keep your ear to the ground the entire way. I just heard like GeoVax is making a move, GeoVX. I'm going to get to crypto in one little second. Just want to pull this one up. Load. Yeah, so gapping GeoVX, I just heard part of Stargate initiative, and then there is a massive gap to the upside. Not a lot of volume on this, so it just heard it hit the wire as we spoke. But IBIT is still holding trend and continue to the upside. The only thing I'm bidding right now is still NVIDIA, looking for the first eventual pullback, and then VWAP on GM after we got that big reversion, which is about 47.5. But you're still in the pocket for what I still think can be that nice little reversion trade on IBIT. Thankfully, we didn't do that on Intel. Well, because Intel didn't ever break the trend. As a matter of fact, it's just gone a little bit more parabolic. If anything, this is now breaking a second trend on Intel. So it just closed underneath the trend line. I can get rid of this old one and then work off of the new one. Looks like we've closed underneath. Thank you very much, Rob. So on the trend up, it didn't do it last time. Now it's doing it here. Going to give it to prior bar high. Same entry as usual. Although this time I don't think VWAP is the target. VWAP very, very far away. I'm looking at the prior high here at 19.3. Intel, obviously a strong day, went right into prior resistance and then broke the trend back in. So we're now into Intel, looking for the same kind of thing on IBIT as well.
All right, traders, listen up. First month, It's free right now. Scan that QR code there with eSignal. That's right. We are waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize on this platform. eSignal. Everything. Infinite data. Instant trading. Lightning fast market insights. Game-changing charts. Predict the next move with backtesting. We talk about backtesting all the time. It's reliable, real-time data. All global markets, especially in the environment that we're in today. You're going to want to trade potentially names in the Hang Seng, names over there in Japan, Mexican, anything like that. All of these entitlements are available through eSignal, all at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out right now. Execute your best trades. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or check the link in the description for everything you need to know about eSignal. So, yeah, man, so far so good here today. It doesn't look like we're going to get that Google break right now of 203. I'm actually starting to get turned off a little bit by it. I mean, if it's not going to move around, it's not going to move around, and we're going to wait for something to happen with Google. I mean, I would love to get that break of 203. Anything down here at 201, we'll be able to be all over that one, Adara.
So apparently we're hearing from Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum right now. She is talking during this press conference. In case you missed it, she said she had a call with Donald Trump during which she indicated that they could be delaying these tariffs by a month. More comments on this. So now she actually is saying during the press conference that she asked Trump with regards to the tariff pause. She proposed it here. She also said that she asked the U.S. to help stem some of this traffic as well, that I guess was leading to some of these issues here with the tariffs. Also, apparently, Trump insisted on addressing the trade deficit with Mexico, which is not going to be addressed here by the tariffs. Regardless here, it's just keep an eye on this with regards to QQQ, and also keep an eye on any response from Donald Trump, who has not yet commented here on Claudia Sheinbaum's comments that there will be a delay of these tariffs that will last 1 month, guys. Back to you.
I mean, in and of themselves, I mean, it is what it is, but I don't know, trade imbalances in and of themselves aren't necessarily a bad thing. That's one of those, yeah, without getting too political about it. You learn that one in school. But here comes, so Intel got the reversion on Intel. IBIT is very close to doing the exact same thing. So it broke the first trend did not break. The second trend line, the more steep one in here, just broke, and we bounced off the first. If it can hold underneath that first trend, which goes all the way back to VWAP, then I think we can get a move back into VWAP. But let's see like 35s and 40s before we get too excited. Intel is looking relatively strong. And you have to keep in mind, this bounce on Intel, on the daily chart, is 1% away from the 52-week low. So it was like $18.51 was that bottom on Intel. So it is making another test of that low here. So as long as you hold here, fine. But you have a bit of it's not a head and shoulders, but you had a prior support level that it would have to chew through to get underneath that 19.4, get back down into VWAP. That's why you got to take some profits as they lie. The other reversion we're looking for is IBIT, which is still staying on trend, only barely, as it's starting to crest up there a little bit. So a little bit of I call it a bull flag, whatever you want to call it. If we lose this trend line, looking for the pullback in Bitcoin into VWAP. So Intel we're in. We're looking to get into some IBIT. NVIDIA doesn't seem to want any part of that 115 anymore. So the level that I like, down at 115, just doesn't want to get there. So we were shorted 115 most of the morning. With that news and with some progress being made on negotiations between Mexico and the U.S., seems like this is strong. Still working with 115 until it shows me another area of support, which could happen here at 16s. But I'm being patient with it. It's still on the pullback. Wait for VWAP here for the long in NVIDIA.
Right now, let's just go over to everybody's favorite segment, because right now Google might break 203, but we got to figure this out first. All right. What's for lunch here? Let me a quick little look here. All right, so on today's menu, ooh, not too bad if you are a fan of actual lunch items. Right now today, it is, and you could do this little thing for this because it is grilled up. And here comes Google trying to break right now. It is grilled sirloin beef burger with mozzarella and jalapeno melt. So that's going to be really good with crispy Roadhouse French fries. Watch out now. There goes Google. Did it break? I guess it did. I did not get any shares, but there goes Google breaking through that level. So I don't know why we missed it. We'll punch a little bit long right here at 18. See if there we go. We get the pullback, so that's perfectly fine. Now our average price is 203.05, and there goes another trade for us on Google. We'll see if this one wants to work to the high side. See if we can just stack onto some of the wins already here. It's Google. Nice upside. Now we have we can experience a pullback, as we know. So watch out. There's his first breakout trade. I'm just showing, hopefully, sort of the ability that I have over here because, and again, to each their own, right? I mean, this is a breakout trade. We've played support and resistance. We've played a whole bunch of different styles of trading. And there it goes, Neil. Nice move now upside for Google as it's another, it's not chicken though, it's burgers, but it's going to be another chicken dinner winner if it goes right now on Google. So boom goes the dynamite to the upside here for the market and hopefully for Google. So do you want to update Intel quickly or what do you want to do?
I'm taking, I'm on the bid. I'm trying to take NVIDIA back through 118. If it goes way like 118 for a break. On my note, I didn't think this was going to happen, but we're at that 118 level very, very quickly in here. So I just want to get my order for the breakout, and then we'll go back on over. All right, there we go. Orders in. I still like the dip buy as well. The reversion's a simple play. Right now, we're giving it to the prior bar high, but I like the close bar at 119.7. It just bounced off bottom. No reloads unless it holds underneath the trend line. But NVIDIA getting very close to our 118 reversal level. That was the only place where I like the automatic reversal long. And if the dip buy isn't coming, then we're going to have to take that. Let's go to Adara for Sector Watch.
Yeah, get it, Adara.
It's actually a day here where the market's down and the sector board reflects that because we don't always have that here. But of course, a lot of these tech names leading the sell-off. Electronic technology, we have Apple and NVIDIA sharply to the downside. Technology services here. Microsoft red, Google basically flat here, and Meta actually up on the day. So META, great look. We know this one made multiple new all-time highs, including above that $700 level last week with its earnings. But finance really weak here, led by Berkshire Hathaway down about 1.5%. Retail trade, a bit mixed as well. Amazon, Home Depot to the downside, but Costco up about 1.5%. Commercial services actually pretty strong here. Health technology, we have a 3.5% move up here in AbbVie on a day 2 earnings play. Some strength as well in health services, communications, and industrials. And then, of course, consumer durables. This is one of the biggest sectors to watch today because we do have tariffs on watch, which are very likely to hit the auto sector, specifically with regards to Mexico. So keep an eye here on these tariffs, and I will continue to keep an eye on any and every comment that has to do with tariffs as we continue to have negotiations now here from Claudia Sheinbaum, president of Mexico. We'll have to see what Trudeau has to say with regards to Trump and some of these negotiations, guys. Back to you.
Well, hopefully he makes some progress as well. That'd be nice, but I'm talking about Trudeau in that meeting, because so far we only have half of the story. All right, here comes NVIDIA. It just broke the $0.50. It's cruising. You're at 60s. Pretty much inevitably, it's going to break this 118. It's a bit of a gap fill from overnight, but you have room. It closed at $120. So 120, there's 119, and then there's $120 there. I think look for the, I'm still on the bid, and I want to pull a lower high before we get there, but the 118 still sets up for a breakout spot and a reversal. We were only ever looking short at the 115 here on NVIDIA. We'll play the higher low game, 117 first, and we'll try 116 as well. But that 118 break certainly sitting there. Rigetti, obviously it's gotten away from the reversion trade and is now screaming to the upside. I'm going to like VWAP here too off of Rigetti. Rigetti holding 12 was just a support and resistance play. Now that it's held that level, I only want to look longs. VWAP would be the next spot that we play RGTI. And lastly, as I said, I will not make any reloads in Intel unless it's underneath that trend. So reverted the steep trend line. Unless it holds underneath that trend line, I don't want to add to it, even if it holds resistance at the top here. If you hold resistance at the top, I want to reload, but we'll play underneath here on INTC.
All right. Yeah, a bit of a rough day for some symbols here, but this is going to be the only position right now that we worry a little bit about so far, and that's going to be Google. So it does break there. It didn't really do a whole heck of a lot on that break. Remember we told you, like the breakout trades, we like them, but with this kind of a market, you're really looking for that carry forward, because if you don't get it, then all of a sudden the rhetoric changes about these tariffs or something like that, then it's completely different. You could see here, We both will have completely different styles. We're going to continue to trade very similar names as this market is now moving. I see you're into CDMO over there. I don't even know what that is. But here we go right now for Google. I know you're short Intel, all right. So let's just go over to Adair and figure this out.
More tariff things to keep an eye on here, which is, I think, going to be the theme of the day. We have the NASDAQ on watch. We were waiting for a comment here from Donald Trump with regards to these tariffs. Now apparently saying on Truth that he spoke with Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico and saying that, basically confirming what she said, they're going to be pausing the tariffs with Mexico for 1 month, during which there will be continued negotiations. So the negotiations are not ending just because these tariffs are pausing for a month. So that delay has been confirmed. We have heard nothing with regards to Canada yet, but the Mexican tariffs have been delayed for 1 month. That has been confirmed. And also here, we now have more comments coming out from President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico saying that she and Trump did agree to maintain a dialogue with no scheduled meeting. If you're enjoying all of this content, all of this up-to-date, real-time news, make sure that you hit the like and subscribe button, because we're the only channel on YouTube that's going to give you everything you need right here. Please help us get to 500,000 subscribers, guys. Back to you.
It's got filled on the bid there. Yeah, so Google's coming back. Yeah, make sure you hit the like and subscribers. We're approaching that 500,000 subscribers. Like I said, man, if you guys are looking for the trades today, I'll go 3 for 3 here today. Again, you can ask me anything about any of the trades that I've made so far there today, but we are right now sitting in an L right here with Google as it tries to break. So we're going to have to wait to see if that does hold or not. I mean, it's just kind of made that move up. We haven't averaged in a lot. I mean, you can see my average price is 202.90s right now. So we didn't really put on too much. I was actually waiting for 202. Oh no, that came to 12s. That cannot be true. We were sitting at 11s right there. We would be in the money if we got that. Wow. Oh, it must have bounced off of us. Okay. Well, sometimes we get those fills like on Tesla and sometimes we don't. But right there, it looks like we do miss that right there on Google. I was at 202.11. So I don't know, on the EdgeX gateway, it looks like we must have just got missed. So we'll put it looks like it went right down to 202.11 there. So maybe we'll put another one. This is where you could use that e-signal to see like, okay, are you just like, delusional? Did it actually hit you down there or not? But
Tick replay is fantastic for that.
Yeah, and plus I can trust the fills. That's the other thing. Like I know where they're getting them all from again as well. So you'll go long NVIDIA and short Intel. That's interesting. But here comes Google right now. I am still bidding in and around those areas. So again, I don't know, Neil, how your day's going, but we're giving a little bit back right now with some Google.
Yeah, the big one for me, obviously, PDD was absolute trash. Like, that's the only stock that's in the realm of like a big up or down. Everything else is like small loss, just sticking to the pattern. Obviously, we're into a new one here on trend. So it's kind of the opposite of the mean reversion because I like NVIDIA over under 115. I like the over here. So I just got filled. Like Isham was talking, I just got filled in front of 117 and was getting out at 117.70. It's right back into 117.
I missed that again.
So there's a definite chance that you are trying to revert this. But I like the fact that I still like the turnaround story here. I like what we're seeing. Your stair step up. I mean, 115 was key. Then it held 116. Now it's holding 117. I'm talking about NVIDIA. I am going to cover in front of 118 with the intention of going long through 118. So I will scalp from here to here to take a long trade through the 118 level here on NVIDIA. Nothing much has changed with the Intel trade, but I'm not changing my plan of action. If it breaks a high, it breaks a high. This is not an ad unless it's underneath the trend line. It's that simple. It broke one trend, but unless it breaks a second, I cannot be adding to that position. We'll just take our one entry and then our one out through that high of the day. With any luck, if that goes, I can't see a reason why NVIDIA shouldn't be a good long off of this 117. And if we lose that, I'm still going to look long at 16, and I'm still going to look long at 15 on NVDA. Rigetti's a different story. Still have to look for a solid entry. It's probably just going to be VWAP. We like the 12 level, but we got it once, and then we lost the second time, so we're paying fees on Rigetti, and we're looking for that long, ideally a third time off of VWAP. So sticking with the same names that were in before, with the exception of not going back to PDD. We'll maybe let that one calm itself down. Those Chinese names were a little bit dicey off the open there. Let's go to Adair.
With money talks, it's not probably going to be super surprising to anyone. We're going to be focusing on tariffs and their impacts on a couple different currencies. We do have the DXY. I thought the 15-minute chart would be worth noting here because we gap up here for that US dollar. Then we get this sharp drop, and this sharp drop comes as we do have Claudia Sheinbaum, president of Mexico, saying that she's talked with Donald Trump and they're going to be delaying tariffs with Mexico for a month, though conversations will be ongoing. Then we get Donald Trump actually confirming that this is in fact happening. So Mexican tariffs delayed for a month. We're going to take a look here at the CAD to USD relationship, though, because that is the other country that we are waiting to hear about. And actually have Canada pushing higher here as well on these delayed tariffs. Again, we don't know for sure if the tariffs with Canada are delayed. There was no comment on this when we did hear from Trump with regards to the Mexican tariffs. But either way, CAD here trying to bounce. We'll have to see how this all comes to fruition, but I will be providing updates as we get ongoing tariff excitement, guys. Back to you.
So much excitement coming with the tariffs. Okay, so we're just going to have to wait for Google. We bought this dip in and around 202. I mean, the 50-period moving average is here. Is here at 200. We're still up high right now for the Nasdaq. Still thinking if it can hold. We'll just trade this to the downside right now. Google, watching out for that. If this breaks 201.50 where view up is, then we're going to get out of here. This is a longer play for me. So if you're not down with that, then scram as we decide what the right strategy is for us right now. Trying to buy dips into Google is what we're trying to do. Not what we're trying to do, what I am actually doing. So we'll wait to see if that comes in to play there for Google. I still think it'll be an okay move. Let's just wait. I mean, the Nasdaq's trying to get itself all figured out right there. I do want to have Apple make its way back northbound first. I mean, that would really get this market juiced back to the north side. So we're long right now. Google 202.80. We didn't get those bids that we wanted. I had to take something at 30 just because it keeps on bouncing off this level. But I am down here at 202.11, that same price that we said we would be at. So we'll have to wait to see if that does come in. And if it does, then we're going longer on Google. Actually, I lied. I changed it to 202.17. Because we just got missed that last time. So hopefully it comes in for us and we'll be able to play the right way here on Google. But yeah, so far so good, man. Hey, look, it's been a good day. We're net positive, obviously. We've hit our goal. We hit our goal at about 948 today, giving some back right now on Google, but everything else has been pretty cool. Tesla still 386. We're going to have a treat coming up very soon. More tariff talk with Rahim Alani coming up very, very soon. So stay tuned for that. That will bleed into the midday show.
That's right, and this is what we try to do. I mean, Rahim coming in, going to be able to talk high level on some tariffs, so excited for that. We'll do that in a couple of minutes here, I think, as they're just sort of setting up for now. With 5 minutes to go, it actually, I say it, that's why I said I would not add to this position on Intel unless it closed underneath that longer trend line. It just did. So opened, I should say, underneath that trend line. It just did. I'm offering at 63. Oh, and I'm offering 63.5. So 63.5 is not going to fill when it's at 62. So I'm just going to move that to 62 and catch the fill there. So now it is closed underneath the second trend line. We add into it. Still going to be bidding out down into VWAP as long as it wants to hold this top at 19.7. I'll zoom out for you. That is this high from Friday. So it's just the lower high from Friday on Intel and then a mean reversion trade, which we needed it to hold the second trend. So this first trend line, the steeper one we got in, it then held the top, second trend line. It's almost like two trades in one, sort of like it never stopped out the first and then it set up the second. So we're now into Intel again. But NVIDIA, NVIDIA looked really good off that 117. It still has room to what I think is resistance up here at 119, 120. So I want to stay into the long as it can hold this prior bar low 116.75. But it's starting to give it up a little bit here. Let's see if we can't get fills at or just underneath the 117 here on NVIDIA. I like the fact that it has some more room to gap up. And well, I'm just a little more bullish on this particular name. It's a nice V-shaped recovery that just needs to fill in the rest of the gap. You're above last week's lows here on NVIDIA, which I do certainly like. Rigetti, that's the other one that we're looking for, but I'm not even sure this wants to give us VWAP at this point. You're still trending up here on Rigetti. As pointed out by Sean, we do have a special guest. We've got Rahim Alani here to talk a lot about tariffs. Let's go to the desk.
Yeah, thanks so much. It is a busy day. It's an important day. We have Rahim with me over there. There he is. Thanks for coming.
Anytime.
A lot to digest coming out of the weekend, a lot to talk about. We're gonna get to tariffs, but we want to touch on India real quick here because it was a big day on Saturday, correct?
Yep, the first.
India came out with a budget, their annual budget. Tell us about it.
Yeah, this was a budget that people were long looking forward to. The Indian economy has been growing with leaps and bounds, like we've talked about. And this was a budget that was fairly well received across almost all sectors, almost all groups. A couple of big things to take away there is the first is they're going to be doing zero tax for anybody making below 12 lakhs, which is the equivalent of about $15,000. Doesn't sound like a lot of money, but what it does is two things. One is it institutionalizes that lower salaried person that's making less than 15,000 US to now bring their money into the institution, into the banking framework to do those sorts of things, which is important. And B, what it does, again, it reduces the threshold for tax for anybody that was already paying tax on that amount, reduces them to actually not have to pay tax anymore. So from a stock point of view, you might want to look at a couple of things from that area. Banking-wise, you might want to look at some banking stocks as that they may see a good touch point, as well as not just the staple goods, like those were always getting bought anyway, whether it's soap or dishes or whatever, but looking more at FMCG, fast-moving consumer goods. You might want to look at somebody that's a chip company or somebody that's into maybe a higher-end soap or diapers or things like that, where you've got a little bit more money now coming into the system. You might see some of those things happening.
And you mentioned farming as well, which is kind of interesting.
Yes.
Is that industry in India one of their biggest exports, first of all, and then more money coming towards farming?
Yeah, so there are going to be kind of how we have here, like if you're going to buy a certain amount, like CapEx matching programs and things like that. So a lot of money coming in to support farming. And why that's important is nearly half of India's actual population, so 600 million people, are employed, or to some extent, are employed in actual farming. So India's got massive farming, whether it comes wheat, whether it's tea, all across the place. Farming is a big, big business in India, and so government is supporting that as well. So you're going to see, again, a lot more CapEx potentially coming into farming and the modernization, excuse me. I was going to say modernization of farming might come into India in this decade.
As a takeaway, I guess, or a standout, was there anything that really jumped off the page saying that wasn't expected as far as this budget goes?
I think, again, just wanting to support India's large growth numbers are big. One thing that some of the chatter was interesting was, given COVID and beyond, our government, Canada here especially, but a lot of governments had continued to give subsidies and different kinds of almost free money. I hate to call it free money, but almost free money because we paid for it. But you know what I mean. It was free money in a way. And what India has done differently is they've actually started to reduce subsidies, done these tax programs, and now India has actually gone to pre-COVID level in terms of the subsidies that they had given away.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's a big it's a big number as well for India to now, again, build its economy and its federal budget infrastructure.
Okay, when it comes to, we talk a lot on the show when Raheem's with us about mining, about the material side of things on this side of the border. The Canadian market made up a lot with commodities, materials, mining, things like that. What was your takeaway this weekend when these headlines came across 25% on basically everything?
When I dropped in the other day, and I didn't actually expect it to actually go through. I was like, it's posturing, and then it happened.
Yeah.
So here we are. I think everyone's still waiting to see the fallout. I think Canada and certain provinces in Canada have taken the stance that we as Canadians, or as Ontarians as an example, like our Premier Ford has said, is we can actually do damage back to the U.S. because there's so much cross-border trade. And I'm sure you guys have gone through the numbers, but there are going to be a number of sectors that are going to be very interesting. And again, whether it's auto parts, whether it's mining, whether it's oil and gas and energy. And it's kind of funny, like, oh yeah, we're going to tariff everything. But your energy is still okay. We'll still take that. We'll still take that at 10 points. Don't worry about that. We'll just let that one go. And it's like, I don't know how that's gonna work. But Alberta, I mean, they'll make the decisions on that, and Ontario will make decisions on minerals. And like we just said off camera, I was watching one of Trump's speeches when he was sitting at the desk signing stuff, and At the end, he said, yeah, we're going to go after energy, and we might even go after copper. And I was like, that's a weird thing to want to do. It was a very specific thing. The U.S. does have one of the largest copper deposits around, but a lot of them are in environmentally protected areas. He tried to reverse that, especially in Alaska. I tried to do that. I talked about that a couple of years ago. So it'll be interesting to see what the U.S. does with respect to some of these materials. How are they going to source it? Right now, currently, they do send oil and gas to Mexico. They import a ton from Canada. And so it sounds great, rah, U.S., but then when your gas price goes up at the pump, and that affects your pocketbook, and particularly if this goes into the summer, where Europe starts to drive again, and Europe starts to go more for consumption, then you're competing for Canadian oil and gas. Right. And does that have that detrimental effect? So now is OPEC Plus, are they going to play a role in alleviating that supply demand issue? So there's a lot of macro moving parts that kids, if you went to school, this is when it's going to pay off. All those macroeconomics textbooks that we had, this is when it's going to pay off, because there's a lot of moving parts that we don't know where things are going to suss out, where they're going to end up. And each government has their own levers that they're going to pull. But the one that's, what we always talk about, when there's chaos, gold moves. And gold's moved to the upside here today. Again, that's for the producers, but just as a general commodity, when there is that chaos, we see that happen.
Is there, so gold on the positive side of things, if we look the other direction, is there an area specifically of the Canadian market you're most concerned about?
Well, I think just given our reliance on the U.S., so I mean, you can just Google it up or whatever platform you use, Elon it up, and find the right place. I think we have to say that now, right? I think we're required by law. I think that's part of the tariff program. You look it up and find what our top exposures to the U.S. are going to be. Again, we talked about this months ago. We're a cold weather climate, so if you like strawberries, you like oranges, you like avocados, all of those things come from certain places south of where we are. So that's going to affect Canadians for sure, and each province is going to have to tackle that challenge independently. Like as an example, Ontario and BC said they're pulling all American booze off the shelves. So if you're a big, really committed bourbon fan, you might have an issue.
It's gonna be tough. We'll get into more Canadian-related opportunities. Maybe Raheem's going to join us back again on Wednesday for our regularly scheduled programming.
Yeah, happy to drop in. Trade weekend, Luka Doncic too. I think he went somewhere. That was another big trade that was unaffected by the tariff.
I don't even know if these guys mentioned it this morning, but yeah, it was huge. Good to see you.
Take care, guys.
Let's go to the midday.
We added 100 new subscribers.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your boy Joey Options, and there goes Adara from the side. And we're gonna wait for everyone to come on in from the other stream. Shout out to Raheem Alani. Thank you very much for joining us today, Raheem. His name is still on the bottom there, telling us exactly what to expect with these tariffs and the like. So very happy to have him around on a day like this. Here we go. We got Racer X9, Mr. Thumbs Up. Shout out to Pitchbull and Monty G, Darwin, 2 pumps. Let's go Celery 2. What's going on with you? We got Juan Padilla, Dinkelberg. Let's wait for, I know, right? I like that one too, Fabian. We got Thosty. We got my main man, Adam Dang Deluce. We got Zahir, Il Sadiq. I like that. Cesar Sanval. Shout out to T Money. See some Hebrew characters there. What's going on, my man? We got Scott J. We got Vahap Ka, as well as Vittleback. We got Sam L. We got Scott J. Kobe the Kid. I've seen that picture before. You changed your name, didn't you? Paul Goodson, Omega Zero. Get it, Sharif. Yes, Omega. He knows what's good. He's a viewer of the show. He knows how I talk. We got Corey Pratt. We got Bill Pruitt. We got Ari Rosen. We got Isam Yassin. Isam Yassin. I sorry, I butchered that. I should know how to pronounce that better. We got Celine Journey. We got Damo. 69 Judge Shaq. Good morning to you. We got Ozan, you say China. Get it, Ozan. We got YG13, Brandon Townsend, excuse me. We got Gianni. Who else we got? We got officially, you know exactly which officially I'm talking about there. GM Lord Robin W, Eco Steven. We got Chemical City Kid, John Womack, Andrew, Jose, one more Joseph, Alma. I'm not even going to bother try to say your last name. I'm going to butcher way too much, probably do you disrespect there. Shout out to Alma. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning, my friend. How was the weekend? Good?
It was not bad, man. Not bad at all.
Talking about the sessions, the guy putting in 2-a-days all weekend and then going to hit it again today. So monstrous stuff there by Sharif. I only went once every day, played hockey Friday night, gym Saturday morning, gym Sunday morning as well too. So not as many sessions put in, but we get in there and we put in that work, and that's all that matters, guys. Especially when you really don't want to do it, that's when you do it the most, all right? So we know we got a banger of a lesson today from Sharif, but there's a couple things that I want to go over before we send it back to him, and that's just kind of the breadth within the market here, guys. So as you can tell, we gapped down here before the opens on the news of the tariffs, but there is a couple really strong sectors, and I was curious as to why the SPY was moving significantly stronger than the tech-heavy NASDAQ. So what do? I pull up the top-performing sectors, as we usually tend to do here. And at the top of its class, guys, in first place, the top-performing sector is healthcare, all right? So I pull up XLV, I take a look at XLV, see what's going on there, and that trend is really, really strong. So positive on the session is XLV. But then I also wanted to take a look at XLF, one of my favorite. I know Sharif's got this as well too. Even though it is still red, that trend was really strong. So recovering a lot of that gap down, filling that gap to the top side now is XLF, even though it is still negative on the session. So first place, we have healthcare, all right? Up about 0.5% there, 0.4 to be exact. And then second place, we have energy, up about 0.3 as well. And then we have consumer staples, up about 0.5% is the consumer staples. So with the likes of Walmart trading stronger and higher, and Costco as well too, guys. But in communication services is in fourth, tied with consumer staples. And sure enough, I heard Katina Man say, man, Meta's up like $20 or something along those lines. So that's insane. Google relatively strong as well too, guys. But the bottom of its class today, Sharif, down 1.4% is the tech sector, all right? So tech heavy, red on the session, down 1.4%. Then consumer discretionary being led by Tesla and company, down about 1.3%. And then financials in third last there, guys.
Before we continue, Joseph, and get to the futures trading lesson of the day, I'm just going to say one quick thing. Where are my Man City fans out there? Where are you guys? I want an accounting of all the Man City fans in the chat so I can troll you guys individually. You guys got your ass whooped on the weekend. 5-1. Stay humble, eh? Stay humble. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about there. Shout out to all my Manchester. I want blood right from the beginning of the show, Joseph.
All right, man. You chose violence today.
All right, let's get to this. Let's get to this lesson du jour. We're talking about futures trading, baby. Many different contracts. We're going to become very, very general with the lesson today, and then we're going to get more nuanced as the week goes on. We'll start talking about the different instruments you can trade futures with, the different methodologies, and stuff like that. But before we start the lesson, Adara has news at the big desk.
Yeah, more tariff news. Again, words that we'll probably be saying quite a lot today and going forward. First, we have the New York Times reporting here that apparently a senior Canadian government official told them that Ottawa is not super optimistic about finding an off-ramp from tariffs the way that Mexico did. So basically, I have the CAD-USD relationship up here. Basically, what that means is Canada is not really seeing the possibility to kind of talk down or have a delay in these tariffs the way that Claudia Sheinbaum, president of Mexico, was able to negotiate there with Donald Trump. So that could be a concern here. Canadian tariffs could still be on watch, as we see here the CAD-USD taking a little bit of a tumble. We also have comments from Fed's Collins on watch here on CNBC saying that the U.S. actually has very limited experience with large-scale tariffs in this way, and saying that the broad-based tariffs are likely to impact prices. So just be aware here. Comments from Fed's Collins, who's actually not on the schedule, though Fed's Bostic is scheduled to speak at 12:30. Then we'll actually apparently get Trump speaking with Trudeau at 3 p.m., and followed by comments from Fed's Muslim and Jefferson earlier or later today, guys. Back to you.
All right. We're just getting started over here. I'm getting a message from who? Oh, Midday Madness. That's all right. Okay, guys. Let's do it. Futures trading. This lesson dives into using support and resistance. We're going to talk about futures basically from a very, very high level, and high level doesn't mean advanced, it means very basic, through the lens of support and resistance. For intraday futures trading, we'll identify key factors to assess your potential breakouts or reversals at the level. So let's get right to it. So just so we kind of explain everything and everybody can follow along, what are support and resistance zones especially? So imagine a tug of war between buyers, which is the demand, and then sellers, which are the supply side of the equation. Support is a price area where buyers tend to step in, meaning that they buy at those areas, tend to step in, pushing the price back up. Conversely, resistance is where sellers become active, halting the price increase and potentially reversing the trend. So you can visualize these kind of on the chart. Think of it on the chart there. So this is, we're moving along our merry way. We seem to always find resistance at this area means sellers are selling or buyers are taking profits. Likewise over here with this black line where buyers seem to be buying in and around this area, okay? So how do you identify these areas of support and resistance? There's many different methods, but we're going to talk about a few of them today. There are various methods to identify support and resistance zones. One, you can look for prior day highs and lows. So when I open up my chart in the morning and I'm looking at the futures, I'm looking right away at 3 different levels. One, the closing print from the day before. When I do my review in the morning about the ES, what's the first thing that I literally say? We closed out at, and I give you the closing print from yesterday. That's the committed money. That's the money that's staying in the market, and that's the money that I want to have advance notice of. So the closing print first and foremost. Then you have to look at the overnight high and the pre-market low. Why? Well, there's a reason maybe we sold off at that level at the overnight high. And there's a reason maybe we bounced off that pre-market low. So you need to apprise yourself of the closing print, the highs, and the lows, okay? And then you also got to mark off these horizontal lines, so to speak. You want to mark off areas where the price has bounced off repeatedly, indicating a potential support and resistance zones. Now, the reason I kind of gave this one its own bullet is because it may have nothing to do with the overnight high, the pre-market low, or the closing print. It may be a more established level from previous days or previous days, or it could be that 100-point level. Oftentimes you hear me say, oh, look, we're getting into 21,000 on the NQ. Well, what the hell does that matter? Because these 100-point levels on the futures, whether the NQ or the ES, often act as psychological support and resistance. So it's really important to mark off those areas. So these horizontal lines could be the 100-point area, or they may have nothing to do with them. Look at a wider time frame to gauge where you might have a recurring level of support or resistance, okay? And then the trend lines, right? So these are the horizontal price areas. But trend lines also big here. So you want to connect swing highs and swing lows to create a trend line. Prices often test these lines before breaking or continuing on to the trend. So here we have examples of basically horizontal trend lines where we have found support in the past and where we may encounter support in the future. Again, nothing hard and fast here. It's just we're trying to put the odds in our favor. So let's talk a little bit about support in general. So price tests. So you're looking for the price approaching the support zone. So if it bounces with strong buying volume, so more bars on the buy side, a reversal is likely. Okay, so you're always looking to see whether price action and volume are jiving. Are you getting increased volume on the way up, or is it a dead cat bounce, so to speak, where you're getting higher highs but with decreasing volume? That's a bit of a tougher thing. What's going on with the group chat today? I'm gonna have to mute this, mother. All right, we're gonna have to mute that soon over here because it's beeping in my ear way too much. All right, so false breaks as well, super important. Price dips slightly below support, then they quickly recover, right? This is indicating buying and selling pressure potentially to the upside. But there's also the candlestick patterns and chart patterns as well that you should be looking at. I don't use those too much for the futures, but they are absolutely valid. So you're looking for bullish reversal candlestick patterns like a hammer, a bullish engulfing, and you're looking for them specifically to form at key areas of support and resistance. They don't have to by definition, but when you get these reversal patterns or these continuation patterns that appear at key areas, whether, the 100-point level, at a trend line, at a horizontal support line, at a 100-point area, they tend to have a bit more credence, and so you can rely on them a little bit more, okay? So keep that in mind. Let's talk a little bit about resistance, though. So this is where the price tests, right? So similar to support, you're observing price action at resistance. If it gets rejected with strong selling volume, so more bars to the sell side, a reversal to the downside may be likely. And the failed breakouts are important as well. So this is where price pushes slightly above resistance, but falls down quickly. We sometimes call these specialist breakouts or specialist breakdowns where, people know that you're looking at that particular area, and big money will push it above that area to get retail or other investors or traders in, and then have the price move back right down on its merry way, and then everybody's caught holding the bag, so to speak. So failed breakouts or breakdowns are an ever-present danger. But we're also looking for these confirmation candlesticks. What do I mean by that? You're looking for like a bearish reversal candle, kind of like we were talking about there with confirmation candlesticks earlier with support. You're looking for like a hanging man candlestick pattern, a shooting star. And again, you're looking for them to form at key areas of support and resistance, whatever those happen to be, okay? Whether they're prolonged areas of support on the daily, or they're at the 100-point level, or they're holding up at a trend line, or the overnight low, the overnight high, the closing print. So many different areas you need to be on alert for, okay? Some additional considerations to keep in mind when trading futures, and by no means is this an exhaustive lesson. We're going to have a multi-part to this whole thing in the week. Market context, right? Consider the overall market trend. Is it bullish? Is it bearish, or are we in a consolidation range? It really behooves you to know what the trend is before getting into a futures trade. This can influence the validity of support and resistance zones, right? Indicators as well. You should be combining support and resistance, which is the focal point of this lesson, with technical indicators. You should be trying at least to employ the RSI and the MACD, the moving averages, as well as volume weighted average price for additional confirmation of breakouts or reversals. However, indicators should complement, not replace, the price action analysis. And your risk management, equally as important in every context. Always have a stop loss order in place to limit your potential losses, especially if you're a newer trader, and especially if you have a history of not, adhering to your mental stops. Throw in a hard stop so that it takes the decision making out of the equation. So you always want to make sure you are doing that. And remember, guys, just to finish off here with some general food for thought, support and resistance zones are areas. They are not exact prices. So when I say, 21,000 on the NQ, I'm talking about, generally that 21,000. That could mean 20,990-ish. It could mean 21,000, 10-ish. All right. So they're areas, not exact zones. Prices can fluctuate within these zones before breaking or reversing. And false breakouts and failed retests are an ever-present danger in trading. You need to be on the lookout for them. Don't chase every price touch at the zones. So keep that in mind. And backtest your strategy on historical data to understand its effectiveness before risking real capital. Sorry, Andre, I missed that part. Like and subscribe, just like this animation tells you to do right there. Smash that like, smash the subscribe if you're not already subscribed to the show. And if you want to engage with us in the chat, it's a subscribers only chat. So you got to hit that sub button. And then we would be enormously in your debt, Joseph, if they were able to share the stream as well, because you never really know who's going to be interested in making money.
Yeah, well, I hope a lot of people are interested in making money there. So yeah, guys, do us a big favor, like and subscribe. A lot of you guys watching today and this morning, so that's fantastic. One thing I want to touch on before we talk a little bit about trading is how Sharif was mentioning hard and mental stops. I think if you're kind of in the beginning stages of your journey, whether it be year one or year two, I think hard stops are the way to go until you get a full grasp of the fact that, like, hey, you need to adhere to these, you need to abide by these rules, and then you can transition into mental stops because you know to get out, and you've been through that pain where it's like, okay, I don't follow my stops when the hard stop isn't there, and I'm taking outsized losses. But then when you have those mental stops, but when you have those hard stops in place, then it'll just exit you. I don't cancel the order or anything. And then when you get comfortable and you understand that you need to follow those rules, then you can start to eliminate them. So hopefully you won't get any liquidity grabs or anything along those lines. But yeah, here we go, guys. A lot of people in the chat are talking about XRP right now, Sharif. And it's trading significantly higher. So recovering all of that gap that it put in not too long ago there, guys. So really good look here on XRP. I don't own any of this stuff, and I'm not too familiar with it. But I mean, that breakout from November is absolutely phenomenal. That's what you want to see. Volume starting to kick in here as well too. So nice. That pullback is fairly shallow, but here we go. Creates a new high, and then now pulling back with a massive gap down, even though I guess in crypto there is no real gap downs. But I mean, sell off heavy to about that $1.70, 75 area there, and then now trading back up about $1 here around 261. So really good look there on XRP. I know the chat was calling that one out, so thought I'd mention that for everybody. And yeah, whatever you guys are looking at in the chat, please let me know. Yes, I am the Hawk. Got to be mindful of the levels, avoid liquidity grabs. Exactly. So we'll talk a little bit about that. So here we go. We'll use this as an example on NVDA, and you got to be mindful of the levels is right, because you don't want to put your stop mid-range, right? If you put your stop mid-range, chances are it's going to come and get grabbed. So what you want to do is you want to start by putting it below certain key levels, and not like right at that level. You want to put it slightly below. Give yourself some room, the stock to breathe, etc., and then eventually you'll be able to eliminate that stop and then just continue with your merry way and just have those mental stops out. You're like, oh, okay, I know that it's coming to the downside. I got to get out of this here. So mental stop is not even good in the Trump market. You can literally get in.
I saw that.
But yeah, so that's a valid point. I mean, not every day this guy's going to influence the market. I mean, he's been in office for like all about a week now, and he's definitely played his part, his fair share. There's no questioning that. But I mean, not every day this guy's going to be tweeting or putting out truths or retruths or slapping tariffs on some other country. But I see your point, but not every day Donald Trump is going to be getting involved in that. But as of right now, guys, sitting on my hands, no positions really. I'm going to wait for this pullback. Let's see if NVDA can come back, pull into about that 116 area and hold some of those pre-market support levels and resistance levels, and then maybe we'll look for a bounce and a continuation of the trend there. But guys, yeah, we got our first picks up there. I kind of switched it up this morning. We got IBIT, NVDA, XLE, and Walmart up there because Staples is strong and energy as well too, somewhat flat. So I think the energy game, we were talking about Enbridge not too long ago, Sharif, so that's why I figured I'd put it up there. But as of right now, let's see what these tech stocks are up to and see if they can drag the market somewhat higher.
And I see A.O. Lewis calling out HIMS, HIMS. Good call out, man. It's trading really well. It's above Friday's high. You got a couple of bull flags here. You got the initial bull flag off the jump at 9:30. Let me throw in that ticker so everybody can follow along. This has earned its way onto the side chart because it's a great looking pattern on the 5, despite the fact it's not up that much. I mean, we're only talking about 5.5. Going on to 5 2/3. We just did get into that high a day, but look at this ugly candle over here. This is what we call a specialist breakdown, guys. We've been awfully respectful of the 10 exponential, hugging it to a dang T. Then lo and behold, you get this sick spike that takes it down about 75 cents quick as you like, only to recover and close higher than the open there. So actually closes green. Specialist breakdowns, specialist breakouts, they're a part of life with these monsters, and you've got to get used to it. Otherwise, don't trade, okay? So here we go. We're doing real well right now on SGLY. Multiple outs through the top break. We just took out the high of the day. This thing's up 90%. It had an ugly, ugly mother of all topping tail candles, but as I've mentioned many times before, the topping tail candles are not decisive like they are with large caps and like some other, like the Meg. There we go. Here we go into 38s. Bang. We're taking out, now we're going to take out more here at 40s. We've got some size on this, you know what. So we're taking out some over here. Let's take out some more. All right, Dees. Now we're going to let this one cook. So we're long $1.20, $1.40 in play right now, multiple outs on this monster. Let's layer the outs because we hang out in areas for a short while, not a long while. So if that's going to be the case, I'm old and my hands are slow. So I need these resting orders to make up for my advancing age, Joseph, which is going in one direction, one way only, sadly. So that's the look right there.
Unless you're Brian Johnson.
Oh, look at this guy. Okay.
Brian Johnson.
Who's that good again?
The guy who the anti-aging
Oh,
guy.
is that the guy that
does like with like his son and stuff like that?
Hold on, am I thinking about the right guy?
I think so.
Is he got like super pale skin?
Yes.
Yes, I know exactly.
He was part of. I forget what fintech company he had, but he sold it for like hundreds of millions of dollars. So
What a
that's
good
why,
guy.
Yeah,
A good guy.
There you go.
All right, guys, some multiple scalps here. We're just scalping on this one. I'm looking for that high day break, 145, then 150, and then we're going to let this one cook if it continues to go. So 144 HOD on SGLY, and it just occurred to me that I've given you no information on this company, and I do apologize. Singularity Future Technology, global logistics integrated solution provider. What do they do? Freight logistics services. Great. That's all I care about. What's the market cap? Light, 5.6 million. Shares, heavy. 2 1/3 million shares traded on the day with a float of 3.5 million. And let's find out what the short float is vis-a-vis trade ideas. What do we got? 1%. Okay, that ain't nothing right about there. So not too much in terms of a short float, but we do have a smaller float. So just by virtue of the smaller float, we can get a bit parabolic on this one. Shout out to Rohit. Any small cap gappers you were looking at? I missed it. My man, it says it right on the position board. Rohit, come on now. Come on, Rohit. Daniel T. What's up with Fubo? They're probably charging people too much money. That's what they're doing, punks. Let's have a look at FUBO. It's a good look, man. 1.87. This thing's over a billion market cap now. We're inching in on $1.5 billion ever since they struck that deal with Disney. So good look for Fubo. This might earn its way onto the side chart. It's not parabolic by any nature. I'm talking about FUBO if you want to follow along. But yeah, definitely one that we can predictably weasel into, so to speak. So FUBO on watch, no doubt about it. What else are you guys looking at? Vivid distortions. Can you hear yourself in your earpiece? I cannot. No, I can only hear the production team. Why? Am I that bad? Is my voice that annoying to you? I'm sorry. You can hit the mute button if you'd like. Victor Liu, Apple dropping like a rock. Don't I know it, baby? Yeah, we're down another 5 figures today. That's just kind of the way that is, and you have to deal with it. Otherwise, don't invest in the market. Darth Buddha, Fubo, not on screen. No, it's not, because I'm not trading it, my man. Here it is, though. I'll throw it up there for you right now. FUBO, very directional, very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average. We're not quite at Friday's highs. So for whatever reason, we spiked there in the implied balance open right at the beginning at 4.25. We're still below that 415, but we are doing a nice little move. I don't have anything on Fubo for a news headline or anything like that, so not really sure what the headline is for this. Not sure whether it's catching some sort of tailwind with what's going on. So we'll keep tabs on that. So the one that I'm involved in, SGLY, right now, we took multiple L's to the high side, but let me tell you, anything below that $1.15, I'm taking it out. It's going to have to hold that $1.15 area. And let me explain why. Where is my trade idea? Not trade ideas, but e-signal. We're going to take off. Who are we going to take off here? We're going to take off. We got UNG twice. That's probably why. SGLY. So there is a nice area of price action support that I see. This is the breakout area here on SGLY. So we have to hold that area. If we don't hold that area, then I'm not going to be in the trade much longer. In addition to this being the price breakout area on SGLY, that $1.15, $1.20 area, the volume weighted average price is $1.17. So if it breaks down below VWAP, you guys know that I don't hold these small cap gappers out the VWAP. So I've already moved it up. Bhavin Patel. Let me just look over here. Bhavin, HCWB. How can you please take a look? It's up over 100%. Let's have a look. HCWB, excuse me, HCWB. Here it is. The thing about this one, Bhavin, you're absolutely right. It's up 110 and change. Number one, it's south of that dollar. Okay. Number two, it's south of the pre-market high. Okay. And number three, it's south of the volume weighted average price. So this one, not tradable under my system. It has to be above the pre-market high. The pre-market high, I see it to be that $6, $5, so it's got to get above there. In addition to that, it's got to be above the volume weighted average price. If it's not, I'm not trading it. It just breaches my rules. But here's what I do. Because it's a triple digit winner, I'm going to throw an alert. And I'll throw the alert out at $1 so that I could have advanced notice of it trying to take out that pre-market high at $1.06. So shout out to you. Thank you for pointing that out. Great look in, on the surface of things, but it breaches my rules for these small cap gappers, Joseph.
Hey,
so that's a look.
Hey, good look there, guys. There's some Tesla here. Position board, we're working on that here as well too, but some data missing, but that's okay. As I was looking at the chart over here, let me pull it up for you guys. It looked like we were slowly starting to curl over. Primary trend still to the downside, intact here, constructing that lower high. Might possibly break through the volume weighted average price, but you can see that these price action candles aren't overly orderly. So that's something to keep in mind. And that was like, okay, maybe this is just a pullback, running into some key resistance levels as well too, guys. And then sure enough, slowly just turn around, now testing the volume weighted average price as I just mentioned, but you get that turtle shell type price action, something that I definitely like to look out for when things are starting to turn around and you get those indecision candles above the volume weighted average price and you get that elastic effect that I often talk about. And sure enough, here we go. We are bouncing off it right now, but I do think that there's going to be somewhat more downside if we decide to break 381. This thing's weak. We all know that the earnings report wasn't stellar, and I think the market kind of just got a little antsy about what Elon said is to come and not what is actually going on right now. So maybe some pricing, we're pricing that out here. So I don't know if that stuff's baked in already or not, but I think there might be some more downside to Tesla. Again, we got to wait out for this. We got to wait for this robo fleet to come out, and I think that will actually really start to turn things around, and those deliveries start to pick up, especially with that Model 2 that we always talk about as well, Sharif.
Well
so
said, Joseph.
people looking forward to that, especially me, because I don't know, man. Maybe my next car is a RoboCab.
I never get to ask you about like what you would buy.
A RoboCab, man.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Just have that, working for you all day.
Well, I wouldn't even run it at night because, like, at the end of the day, like, I don't want people all
They're gonna
like
throw
down, like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want this thing working like on King Street. Like, I don't want my RoboCab on
the
King.
clubbing area.
Yeah, it's like
wondering.
the party district in Toronto. I don't want those type of people in my RoboCab, man. So,
Baby is like, imagine buying that bad boy day one and it's like dripping and
like people doing nonsense. Dude, I remember, so when I had my old 3 Series, my 320i BMW, I had it for about a month. And then we were coming from a party and I was DD that night and this girl threw up all in the back of my brand new Beamer. Cost me like $600 to get it like disinfected and
She pay back the money?
No, I didn't even.
Because you're a gentleman.
It was a friend of a friend.
Because you're a gentleman.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I wouldn't have asked any, nor did I want to talk to him again because I was.
You're a gentleman, but like you're still human.
Yeah, still human. So that was that. See you later, and that's the case. But as of right now, Sharif, market really starting to recover here. Uber trading really high, still around those highs of days. I bid as well too. My guy asked me, do we think we're going to see 100K on it? I said no. We rejected 99.5s right now. So if it decides to take a second leg up, we might get that 100K on.
Yeah, you were quite confident about that. And let me tell you, when you said it, I thought like, okay,
no.
she's right.
I'm
Whatever. Anyway, all right, guys, we got to fill at 145. Now I'm waiting in front of 150 on SGLY. I'm looking to front run what I perceive to be psychological resistance at the $1.50. Sometimes that is the case with these small cap gappers, whole dollar, $0.50. Sometimes even the quarter and the $0.75 act as support and resistance. We'll see. I've got a couple of outs left. If I get the fill at the $0.50, I'm going to hold a piece for the dream. Otherwise, I'll give it literally like probably 5 or 6 pennies south of my entry just to give it room to kind of work. Now, it's got an ugly candle formation on the 5. I'm talking about SGLY. It's higher highs and higher lows, though. So that's what's keeping me interested in the trade. Let's bring it in. Let's look at it. So this is not a glowing endorsement of, breakouts here because it keeps wicking in and then selling back off. So that's the bad side of things. The good side of things is that every successive low is a bit higher than the previous low, higher than its predecessor low. So what does that mean? That means you've got you've got a trend with higher highs and higher lows. I'm talking about SGLY. This is the 5-minute look on it. We'll see if it wants to continue holding up right now. Got the print at 145, but that's as good as it could do. I've got the high of the day right now, which is that $1.45. The only reason I had that $1.45 is because I had a resting order there. It's coming down aggressively now, trying to sell off a little bit. I'd like to see this thing hold above that $1.25. That $1.25, that'll keep the higher high, higher low situation going on. All right. So that's not the only small cap gapper I'm looking at. Obviously, I've got others. Here are the others I'm looking at. ZBAI. It's breaking down below VWAP right now, so not tradable under my system. It's going to have to get above that 207, 210 area. But OKLO, OKLO. Let me tell you, Danny Ives, very bullish about OKLO. We already know your boy Altman involved in OKLO. Now, Danny Ives was one of the pods that I listened to. I always want to I want to have like a bit of an in New York and like how the New York people are thinking. And so I listen to the Compound. It's very New York. If you're from New York, you kind of don't feel like you're listening to an outside podcast, but they had Danny Ives on the Compound this week. And he was awful bullish about OKLO. He doesn't think that the energy trade for AI is dead. He feels, there's still merit there. So OKLO catching a nice bounce again today. Where is it up today? It's up 6 1/3, 6 1/4. It looks awfully bull flag-ish. It's a second continuation bull flag. That's the breakout bull flag right now. That's from the jump. That's the opening print. And then we get a subsequent bull flag off the $40 test. And now we're hanging out just around this area over here. Is this going to halt? Yeah. So I got caught in a down halt over here on SGLY. It's still above the volume weighted average price. It's still above my entry anyway. So, and I've only got one out left. No, I've got 2 outs left on this bad boy. So we'll wait and see what the situation is here with SGLY. Down halt right now. At $1.22, still above the 10 exponential, still above VWAP. Let's see how this bad boy opens. But OKLO, I could be definitely interested in taking this bad boy long. My only concern about taking OKLO long here for a third bull flag is I don't feel the market's really primed for a third bull flag on a name like this today. I mean, we have all 4 major averages red with Donald Trump sinking these markets with these tariffs, yada, yada. You guys get it. So I don't know if I feel like there's going to be that kind of strength and continuity for the long trade today. I could be wrong. It's bull flagging right now. The range right now on OKLO is quite established. 43.5 as support, about 44.5, give or take, to the high side. You do have wicks that breach that 44.5 on OKLO, like the high of the day is 44.87. Shout out to Pretty Panda, REBN. You already know, Pretty, that I got that bad boy up there. It's on this chart over here, but because we have 8 on these bad boys, we only have 6 on this one. Oh, we do. We have it right here. My bad.
Maybe.
Yeah. REBN, I'm looking at it. Now, the reason I didn't mention this one from the jump, Pretty, is because it was below the volume weighted average price. VWAP's at around 581. We're weaseling up on now to 6 1/5, looking out to 6 1/4. But this one breaches my rules if I was to get in here, Pretty. And the reason is because we have a high at 7 a.m. at 8:25. So if I get in long here, I'm technically breaching my rules. It has to be above the pre-market high if there's a definable one, which in this case there absolutely is. And it has to be, above VWAP. Only one of the 2 preconditions right now are met. It's above VWAP, you're absolutely right, but it's got to weasel its way above that pre-market high. I'll absolutely be interested. Here's the deal. Just like with the other one, I'm going to throw an alert at around 777s, Joseph. We're going to throw that out there for good luck.
Whoa,
hey. Just to front run that $8 area, even though it's about 8 1/4. That's the high of the day. I'm absolutely interested in this one. Let's see what else people are talking about. Zai Ing. Can you take a look at Baba? Absolutely, sir. What a polite way to ask. We will look at Baba for you quick as you like. Which one are we going to look at over here? So Baba, obviously, owns AliExpress. And we know that AliExpress takes advantage of the de minimis rule for imports. And if you're not familiar with the de minimis rule, it is basically anything under $800 skirts tariffs. And so that's how Temu, Shein, AliExpress, and similar companies, I think even Amazon has one now, I forget the name of it, that's how they skirt tariffs there. And so this one was likely to get hit a bit. It did, it gapped down, but it's recovering now because Donald Trump is canceling the de minimis provision from tariffs. So in addition to slapping China with 10% more on top of the 25 that already existed, he is removing the de minimis principle. We saw like the likes of PDD, Pinduoduo, or are they even called Pinduoduo anymore? I know they changed their name to PDD. In any event, they were down aggressively in the morning. They're down still 4 3/4 right now. Baba, though, recovering much better. So it looks, the story here could just be beyond AliExpress, and maybe we're factoring in Qwen, because Qwen apparently is their new language model. It's really good. Outperforming some North American models as well as DeepSeek, depending on who you listen to. So this looks like a bull flag continuation on Baba. I'd personally like to see what it does at $100. $100, if we bounce off that 100, that's awfully bullish. If 100 doesn't hold, then we breach the top end of the bull flag over here. Then I'm looking at 99 1/3 to 99 1/2 because that's where VWAP is. That's the volume weighted average price on Baba, but it's a good look for Baba, man. It's up 1.5%. And just to give you guys some comparisons here, Baba up 1.5. Well, how's KWeb doing? Let me have a look. KWeb down 1/3. How about FXI? FXI is up 1/5. So it doesn't matter how you cut this pie. Baba outperforming most of these Chinese ADRs. But the best performing ADR as I see it is XPeng. Neil, look at this chart, bro. What the hell is going on with XPeng over here? 6%. We're taking out $16, 16 1/4 right now on XPeng. Fantastic look right now on XPEV. We'll keep tabs on this one. Okay, so when SGLY opened, sadly, it stopped me out for a 2-penny loser on the remaining couple of shares there. It's below VWAP, so I'm okay with this. If it reclaims VWAP and then uses VWAP as support, I'm all ears. I'll get back into this monster. We're keeping an eye on these small cap gappers, Joseph.
Hey, good look there. Charlie Taff and I are talking some options in the chat.
Hey.
And he says, hey, Joe, I'm thinking about the 360 put on Tesla that expires either next week or this week. And you know what? I'm gonna be frank. The thing is, that's really tough look, right? So we're trading around 382. We know the average true range on this thing has picked up, so you can get that 360 price target, but you got to take into consideration how we're bouncing off some key support levels. But when you buy that far out of the money, you want kind of like a big, not a black swan event, but you want an event where momentum is going to step in, and then you can get the fluctuation of those contracts to be slightly more vast, and the IV is starting to pick up on those as well too. So the real issue is, once again, and I emphasize it all the time, is the time that you're giving yourself. So yeah, you can collect a little extrinsic value on these contracts, even if it does kind of the stock price does depreciate. But in order for you to become really profitable within that week and a half or 2 weeks that you're giving yourself, you're going to have to go south of 360 at some point. Because as you get closer to at the money or whatever, or sorry, expiration, the value of theta is going to really start to pick up. And if you haven't really started to depreciate in price, then that value of the contract is going to diminish quicker and quicker day by day. So I'm not against the out the monies, but you kind of want to time an out the money options trade, in my opinion, and how I would, with something where the volatility is really going to step in, increasing that chance that you're going to surpass your strike price, your long strike price, sorry, and then even more some. But again, if it were to happen quick, so say within the week Tesla were to go to 365, by like Wednesday, then yeah, you can still collect some extrinsic value on that contract. But if it takes any longer than that, you're probably going to be in somewhat of trouble, because the price depreciation isn't going to be fast enough, and that theta and time value, time decay is going to really start to kick in on those contracts, and then you're just going to be like, oh, well, okay, why am I losing when we're closer to 360? But it's like you only got a couple days left to go south of 60 now, and day by day, that extrinsic value is just getting chewed up. But guys, we're going to send it off to Adara.
Earnings. We don't have earnings to go over right now from last night because, we always usually do our earnings segment around now, but I want to prepare you guys for this week ahead. This is our brand new Trader TV Research earnings calendar. Only the second week we've done it, and you can check this out here on X at TTV Research. We also have a lot of fun earnings graphics. Currently working on a little something for Palantir that'll likely debut later in the show, so check that out. We have Palantir, Clorox, and NXP reporting tonight. Then tomorrow morning, we actually have a slew of pre-market names that are going to be of note, including Estee Lauder, Pfizer, Ferrari, Spotify, PayPal, Archer Daniels Midland, and Merck. So lots to watch out for there. After the bell on Tuesday, it's going to be Murderer's Row. We have Snapchat, we have AMD, we have Alphabet, we have Chipotle, and we have Electronic Arts. Wednesday morning, pretty exciting too here. We've got Toyota, we have Uber, we have Disney, and then after the bell on Wednesday, we've got ARM, Qualcomm, Ford. Thursday morning, a little bit exciting here as well. We've got Peloton and Eli Lilly, but after the bell on Thursday is when we get Amazon. So lots to watch out for this week for earnings. And again, if you want to make sure you have all of these right at your fingertips, just go to X at TTV Research and make sure to like and subscribe to the stream if you're enjoying the content we're bringing you guys. Back to you.
Yes. All right. Donald Trump just tweeted. Here it is. We pay hundreds of billions of dollars to subsidize, capital letters, Canada. Why? There's no reason. We don't need anything they have. We have unlimited energy, should make our own cars, and have more lumber than we can ever use. Without this massive subsidy, Canada ceases to exist as a viable country. Harsh but true. No, it's not me, that's him. Harsh but true. Therefore, Canada should become our cherished 51st state. Much lower taxes and far better military protection for the people of Canada. And then capital letters and no tariffs. All right, Donald, thank you for chiming in midday. I do expect this for the next 4 years. Again, I never traded during the first Trump. I did, like the tail end during COVID, the first administration. But that was really more COVID than it was Donald Trump, right? And so I didn't really know what to expect. So I was talking to people that did trade during the first Trump administration, the likes of Neil, the likes of Sean, the likes of Brendo, and others. And I was told to expect volatility every single day. You know, he wakes up, sits on the can, he's got his phone in his hands, right? He goes on to X, he moves the market, right? Like, that's kind of what I do expect.
Like, I mean, that
right? I
be,
do expect this, though, right?
I mean, again, we all know who Donald, what kind of character Donald is.
Yep.
I said it before, man. I don't think he's gonna wake up every day and choose violence. There will be days where he's like, I feel like moving the markets, but you know what I mean, or whatever, because we know he's a financial man, right? So, but by all means, we just got to take it for what it is and the volatility that comes with it. I mean, it's all fun and games and stuff, but then it can get extremely real too, guys. Like you're really tampering with people's emotions and most definitely their bank accounts with the markets. So, I mean, I love it. To be honest with you, I'm only going to take it with a grain of salt, or however the saying goes. I won't hold too much weight to it. But I mean, you got to enjoy what he has to say. But I don't think we're going to head into that form of direction where we're the 51st state. And I mean, we can be self-sufficient at the end of the day if we really choose to and make some right political decisions, I think. So.
Yeah. And the thing is, too, it's really creating a lot of emotions on this side. I want to say that I've seen more emotional responses from people government officials, where I typically hadn't seen emotional responses in the past, who have been more rational than anything else. It's really eliciting a lot of emotion. And so that kind of makes me wonder about, the negotiation side of this, because I think, people don't make rational decisions when they are highly emotional. I mean, there's that whole Godfather saying. Remember that Godfather saying, his anger clouded his judgment about... You talk about his brother, Sonny Corleone, right? Anyway, so we'll have to wait and see. And I think by all this as well, it's going to be harder to convince Canadians who are at least somewhat sympathetic with his thoughts, with his approach, to even be able to speak out. Because if you speak out right now in Canada, in favor of some sort of economic union, in favor of anything he's doing, you're a social pariah right away. You will be kind of like, but you're not patriotic, this, that, and the other, and it's becoming a social stigma a little bit. to be that way. And so because of this polarization, I think it kind of tightens up negotiations, and maybe that maybe not that good. So we'll have to wait and see how this all ends up panning out. But what an interesting time, obviously, for these markets. We're, again, as day traders, we yearn for volatility. And we're getting it in spades right now, baby. So that is up. I don't know what's the deal with Parliament being shut down, Richard. It's quite pathetic. We should definitely have our Parliament functioning in a time like this. But the government right now that's in power in all its wisdom has decided that, no, their political party is ahead of importance right now of the national interest, so they're going to continue to prorogue Parliament. Prorogue basically is to suspend. All right, I'm looking at REBN, guys, because it's been hugging VWAP. It's been hugging that $6 level, Andre, which is not that far away from VWAP right now. It's about 580 something. It's putting in higher highs and higher lows, but again, with REBN, it's got to take out that pre-market high. Pre-market high is around 8 and a fifth. If we don't get anywhere around 8, I'm not trading this. It's just not valid under my system, so I'm going to stay away from that. It's OKLO that I'm all eyes and ears on right now. This thing is bull flagging again. It's been bull flagging. It's coming to the higher end of the flag component portion of the bull flag. It's coming into that $45 area, very, very close to the breakout. It's respecting the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. You don't see it right here on this chart because I don't have it, but I'm looking at it right now on my side chart. It's up 7.75%. Here come the highs. 44.87 is the high. We're printing 80s right now, so you guys get it. We are near the highs on OKLO. This is a good look right now. It's a good look, but I don't want to get it off this level. I'd like it off the 10 exponential. That has to dip down to about 44.5. This one looks like it is poised to take out Friday's high. Well, Friday's high is around 45.25. So number one, let's get 45. That's psychological resistance being the whole dollar. And then maybe we can talk about that 45.25 from Friday high. Did you see Clarissa Ward fight on the weekend?
No.
Bro, that girl's got dynamite in her hands, man.
Clarissa Shields.
My bad.
Did she? My buddy was telling me that Isak Cruz fought on the weekend.
He did.
Were they on the same card? Were they on the same card?
Yeah.
Who did he fight?
Pretty sure. I forget his name. It was,
nobody.
Another guy.
Again, they were boxing.
No, he wants a fight against Garcia, or he wants against Tank or Garcia.
Well, he already fought
it. He wants it again.
He wants it again. I mean, Tank beat him with one hand. The thing is, with Garcia though, he's too big for Isak. Isak's
a little guy.
But he's like head forward, just like you can
thing?
hit him as many times as you want, and he probably won't hit the canvas or anything along those lines.
No, he doesn't go down often.
Did you watch that Alex Karp interview on CNBC?
Yet. Oh wow!
Alex Karp is, you know that saying, would you rather be loved or feared? You heard that saying, right? Yeah. Well, that's Alex Karp, and he's definitely the individual who was like, I would rather be feared and rule with an iron fist.
Oh yeah,
this guy is
100%.
Feared.
I can totally see that.
Yeah.
I can totally see that.
He wants everybody to be scared at the weaponry that he can create. So I like that interview. It's a good one from
dangerous guy.
He's really dangerous. But it may be in a good way as well.
Yeah.
We had a couple super chats here, Sharif.
Okay.
One is there it is. From Many 35. I forget what currency that is. 35.90. Appreciate that. Thank you guys for the awesome content. Love it. I sold some shares pre-market, regretting it now. Don't regret anything. And then we got a $5 super chat. We'll get to that as well. Sharif, thoughts on SOPA?
I'm looking at it.
But as for selling shares, Friday evening, I told myself in my swing account, I'm going to cut half of my swing position on iBet, and I did that, and I feel no ways about it. So if you locked in some gains on that selling when you sold some shares, then congratulations to you. But let's see what Sharif's got going on with SOPA.
You feel no ways about it, eh?
I don't know. I'm at peace, actually, my friend.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, clearly because you made some money.
Yeah, I made some money. Yeah. Exactly, right? I still have half the position on, right? But again, we go to that FIFA.
Hold on, you took off half?
In the swing, right?
Right,
2 days, 2 days. So we go to that FIFO aspect, right? First in, first out, which it moved my average up just a little bit. But again, I'm not too worried about it. Maybe, I don't know if I'm going to buy any just yet, but I think in the near future we'll be able to go.
All right, sounds good. Yeah. All right, here it is, guys. SOPA, it's a good look. We are just above VWAP right now. Look, this one is not respecting VWAP much, if at all. Yeah, look, at times it feels like it is. Like in the pre-market, there was times where it definitely looked like it was bouncing off VWAP, but like, how do you explain this over here? I mean, this was just, VWAP looks like the line of best fit almost at times because it's like going through the middle of the price action. We do respect it. It looks like over here as a level of resistance, and then we break through it at that 2 1/3. And now we're looking at 2.5. We're still below the, what is this, the pre-market high? No, this is the after the bell high. So technically the high of the day on SOPA is that 275. Here comes 2 2/3. We're breaking through the $0.50. It's a hell of a rounded bottom there. Where's Big Spile when you need him? Oh, the dude right away, bro. True to form, this guy, man. He messages me last night when the market's tanking, when the futures open, and he's like, let it begin. You could tell the dude was salivating over there at the opportunity for the shorts, but we've loaded up SOPA right now on a trading screen, and I do apologize for the gap in data there on some of the white charts. We'll make up for that by showing you the data on the black charts. Not sure what that's about today, but it is rejecting for the moment, coming back down to around 240. I'm a buyer at 230. So let's go ahead and throw it in order there. I'm going to front run 230. We're going to put it at 33s, and we'll see what we get, and we won't get upset, as my friend Neil likes to say. So VWAP is exactly 230, 229 actually. So we'll look to front run it for a VWAP hold here. It's a nice rounded bottom, and again, what I'm looking at is this consolidation area below VWAP, and then we incrementally put higher highs and higher lows, working back above the volume weighted average price. Something tells me that this may not be as directional as some of the other small cap gapper traders that we've had. We're going to have to work into this one maybe by adding on some of the declines. It's up nicely, up 58 and change, maybe a little bit more. Let's talk about the some of the details of this bad boy. It's an $8.6 million market cap, and it's got about 85, 86 almost million shares traded on the day, and it's got a float of a very light 1.875 million shares. And let's find out what the short float is, if any. Negligible, says trade ID, is 0.56. Nothing to really write home about there, but we'll keep tabs on this monster. It's a good look right now on SOPA. Try to pick it up off the volume weighted average price. I'm keeping my eye on Astis, because it's coming back down to VWAP. I'm also keeping my eye on UNG and OKLO. They're both getting pullbacks. UNG is getting a pullback into the 10 exponential moving average, of which it's been very respectful on the day. I'm talking about UNG, the Nat Gas ETF. It's up 10%. Likely due, obviously, to tariffs and the issues with energy coming out of Canada, et cetera, et cetera. Respectful of the 10 at it right now. Looks like it might be an interesting retracement, maybe down into the 20 or VWAP, so keeping an eye on that. OKLO as well, rejecting 45, hitting 44.87, is now coming down into 44. It's breaching the 10 exponential. But as you've seen, most of the breaches of the 10 exponential have been bought up. So is this an opportunity we can pick up OKLO at these levels? Well, we've got it ready here on a trading screen. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to weasel in. Let me think. No, it's breaching. Let me see where this candle closes. If this candle closes above the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, we got 2 more minutes left on this candle on the 5 on OKLO. If it bounces back and reclaims the 10 exponential, I'll buy. But if we close below, I'm not going to buy. So I will have to wait till this current candle on OKLO closes. Again, we've got about a couple of minutes left, give or take right now. Ronak Kumar, Sharif, do you think Canadian energy stocks would rise or fall seeing the tariffs? I personally think that they fall. A couple of reasons. One, obviously they become more expensive, 10% more expensive, so maybe demand for them drops a little bit. In addition to that, even though the current government has said they will not impose export tariffs or export ban on oil to the United States because they don't want one part of the country to bear the burden more than the others. That would mean Alberta, the main province that produces oil, would bear the brunt of the tariffs more than the others. So they've made it clear they don't want that to be the case. However, that is for now, underline for now. If this thing continues to advance and you want to use maybe more arrows in your quiver, then you throw that on there. And if that's the case, if there's an export ban to the United States, Canadian companies get hurt, no question about it, because we don't have the infrastructure to export elsewhere. Full stop, okay? We've had 10 years of no building, of building nothing, okay? So we don't have the infrastructure to maneuver in the way that we would like to. And that's a sad state of affairs to say, but it is the truth. So we're going to have to keep an eye at exactly what the government will do in response. Hopefully they don't impose export bans or export tariffs on U.S. or on Canadian energy. Now, that's kind of very similar to what the Chinese are looking at doing in response to the 10%. They want to impose an export ban on critical minerals, like their rare earth elements like cobalt, lithium, and some others, right? Obviously, China's the heavyweight in that, Canada being another heavyweight, but we don't have the infrastructure to extract it again because we haven't been building for 10 years. But that's the case. So just keep that in mind when you think about some of the repercussions that could eventually take place, because I don't think we haven't seen everybody's cards. A lot of people hiding their cards, keeping them close to their chest because you don't want to expose your hands.
I mean, it's still early days with this tariff, and again,
absolutely.
I think it's starting to be implemented on Tuesday, I believe. But we know that our premier has definitely taken some action against what is to come. That's for sure. So he's banning all American liquor in the LCBO. So the Liquor Control Board of Ontario will no longer be selling American spirits, beer, etc., wine. So there you go. There's step one in the response to some of these tariffs, guys. But we got another $5 super chat. The only 4.0 Sound, RGTI, QBTS have the same 4-hour charts. I want to invest, but I don't know if I should add now or wait for a trend break above or below to go long. All right, well, there's quite a bit of tickers there. So what we'll do is we'll go through, I believe, the most common one here, and that a lot of people have been trading, and that is Rigetti Computing. Now, you're looking at the 4-hour chart. Let's take a look. Not a chart that I necessarily always pull up, but you're looking to add to some of this. So let's start with just the allocation aspect of what you're doing. Now, what I do is I don't like to go just full throttle all in at once. What I like to do is break up what I'm looking to allocate in either fifths or in quarters, all right? So you don't have to necessarily go, if you're looking to buy a couple grand worth of RGTI, you don't just go all in at once, like, okay, $2,000 at $12.59. No, split that up. Maybe go 200, 250 to start. Then you can do, if you're looking to average in, you can put in another 250 or 500, and then you can build up to that $2,000 that you're looking to allocate in whatever asset you are. But as for now, we are holding on to some key support levels. Is there going to be potentially more downside? I mean, as of right now, we've failed to construct a new high, so a lower high on that front, but really trading towards the lower range of what's going on here on the 4-hour chart. If we were to break it to the downside, then, okay, just sit on your hands, be a little more patient, look for the next level to be hit, which may be around that 971 level, or maybe somewhat in the mid-range. But again, you're not fully allocated. You've added a little bit. That gives you the ability to DCA, but then also just get into, over time, the full position that you're looking for. So essentially, you're not risking more. You're just positioning yourself slightly better in that aspect. And that's something that I like to do, and I often do in my swing trades, instead of just going all in at once, all right? So maybe be patient. It's up to you. It's your capital. But come up with a definitive game plan. Stick to the game plan, whether it works or not. Just document the data and take it from there. If it's working for you, then look to add into strength. If it's not, then slowly build into that position as well, too, guys. So thank you, the 4 only for the $5 super chat. Hopefully that helped you a little bit and gave you some more insight on what you can possibly do with those positions. But guys, we have Bitcoin starting to sell a little bit here now, around that 55.90 on IBIT. And we're still short some TSLL as well, too, guys. But we're going to see what Adair is up to over at the big desk.
Yes, but this part of the show is brought to you by Prop Firm Match. Are you a skilled trader but lacking capital? Prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, which allows you to showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from 5K to 500K, and you can start with as little as $20. With over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which ones are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. Scan that QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you. It's been a pretty wild day today here. NASDAQ recovering a lot of its losses from earlier, but still unable to crack that 520 barrier, down about 1% on the day. S&P 500 looking pretty similar here, though. We're talking the area just below 600 that S&P 500 is struggling with, down about 0.75% here for the SPY. We had some comments from Fed's Collins earlier. These were not on the schedule because she actually just spoke on CNBC, but saying that if there's a one-term tariff that might not be super inflationary, we just have these one-time tariffs, but there's quite a few reasons here. We have long-term rates moving the way they have been, saying that there is still, no rush to cut rates here. So a lot of caution on the part of the Fed, nothing new. Let's take a look here at some of these tickers on watch, including GM. This was something that really had this push to the downside or gap down earlier here on tariffs, then getting this little bit of recovery. And this volume here came when we had comments from Claudia Sheinbaum saying that she had talked to Donald Trump here. That is the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum. She said she talked to Trump and that they're going to be delaying the tariffs in Mexico for a month. This has been confirmed by Donald Trump. So we have no word on Canada yet, though Trudeau and Trump are set to meet at 3 p.m. today. But Mexico, at least, being able to skirt some of these tariff issues for a month. So keep an eye on any Chinese-related stocks as well with regards to tariffs and anything like GM. We also have the Telegraph reporting that Trump is considering hitting EU with 10% tariffs now as well. So more tariff talks. That's going to be on watch all day. Make sure to like, subscribe, and join us every single day if you're enjoying this content. And we're going to go back to Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you so much, Dara. And one of the things that I actually heard the Midday Boys talk about, and this is kind of what led to what I wanted to discuss, is you're in a different environment in terms of trading and reacting to news, headlines, that sort of thing. Now, it's one thing when, just as an example, all the issues like Boeing had like a couple of years ago where it's like every single week there seemed like there'd be bad news, and that particular stock you're watching at any moment a headline could drop. Or maybe you've got like some kind of an event like a Meta or Apple in the afternoon. You know that there's going to be something in the afternoon that day at any given moment. They're doing a presentation and that could have specific news. Usually we're in tune with a sector or a specific stock that you know is going to be headline driven. Particularly today, it was sort of obvious that it didn't matter what you were trading, but we're going to be sensitive to things like these shocks and tariffs. I mean, as a trader, ultimately, to keep the politics out of it, but if there's going to be some kind of there's a delay on tariffs, or no, that was a lie, they're back on for the first, which is what we heard. We have seen sharp moves that affect literally everything, whether it's oil stocks, whether it's healthcare, whether it's tech, whether it's transportation, whether it's auto, like they're all moving in the same regard. And I think there's a few things that you can do in that particular situation. You've got to adjust your risk accordingly. Now that can come multiple ways. One of them, if you don't use stop orders, they can absolutely save you. And I'm just going to show you what happened here in Rigetti. Now I wasn't short in Rigetti, but if you were trending down in this name, you wouldn't necessarily think the quantum names should care too much. But the initial candle, when we had that reversal on quality talks between Mexico and the U.S., that goes right to VWAP. It basically took a reversion that was 30 minutes long, and in the first 3-minute candle, it's already pulling it back into VWAP. So what you can immediately expect is extra slippage in a situation like this. Now, how you combat this, and one of the reasons I'm bringing it up there, I'll show you that was one of the more extreme candles because it was off of the bottom, obviously. But just looking at something like a GM in here, like where this one was absolutely cruising, this was the candle right there. And the one thing you can anticipate with slippage is, if it breaks through a key level, it's probably going to slip a little bit. One thing you can do, which I didn't in this particular case, is be wary of tightening up your stops. So what that means is as it drifts further away from that key top, whether it's this one or this one, just follow and trail along with it. As if there is a sharp reversal, you don't necessarily want to get trapped in it, whether you've taken out some or all or whatever the plan of action might be. In this particular case, putting a trail at any one of the prior highs allows you to be in like the liquidity zone as opposed to when it's cracking out of it. So that's one of the things that definitely can help you to tighten things up. I didn't do it, and obviously a lot of times when you do like mean reversion, there's my in, there's my out sort of thing, you leave your order in, it doesn't violate, you sort of stay in the trade. That's great, but when news hits, you can get that type of an execution, which is not ideally what you want. So adjusting your plan of action to exit trades is one thing that you can do. And I think trailing stops are a pretty good example of one way that you can mitigate some of the risk of extra slippage when you get a volume candle like that. And then the other side of that equation becomes, well, once you see that type of a move, I'm not saying you have to reverse, but there's some places where you're just going to want to reverse. And ultimately, okay, just as an example right here, on NVIDIA, it's a complete seed change on this stock. It was already not breaking the lows, which is part of the reason I like the reversion on this one to eventually get into the long trade. Anything that was breaking lows, like an Apple, maybe you stick with it. But something that in that moment wasn't already making higher lows, that becomes a more explosive type of long reversal. Because it's not just that you have the positive news, you have the unwind of all of the short that was working in the morning, in the pre-market, right before the open, all of that also has to unwind, which gives you that reversal trade in there. Now, ultimately, the reason why I'm saying this is because I didn't actually get it till the second pullback. The first pullback after the news was the best one into that prior level. So if you're a little quicker to jump over and do your, hey, this stock is above the price that I was shorting it, or this stock is now, I guess, a bit of a seed change above a key level, or it's done a big reversion. Jumping quickly to the reversal, I'm not saying you have to buy it on the way up. Stay on target, like resistance into support. That's part of a normal plan. Just be willing to take that first dip buy, which I wasn't willing to do at that particular moment. And then that's another way that you can make the adjustment, because it's not just about wider stops or tighter stops or reacting to news. It's also about the ability to say, hey, it's completely flipped the script on this particular name, and I need to be trading it in the other direction. Now, the ones that are making lows like Apple, it's one thing. But once you make this break on NVIDIA, which, by the way, is trying to revert this trend, I'm looking for this long in here, you got to be quicker to flip it up. And I wasn't fast enough to flip this one up. So first things first, protect yourself, tighten your stops up. Knowing something is going to be headline driven, you can tighten it up to there or there. I can tighten it up to make sure that you don't get a ridiculous execution on news. I am always going to favor limit orders in a certain sense. So I'm not using market orders. But you can always adjust your plan of action to the way the market is moving. And when you know any headline, any comment is likely to cause spikes, those are going to have the algos pull their liquidity. And if you're sitting too far out there with your stop order, you can get punked, right? And you can turn there's no reason that should be a losing trade for me. Right? Like, it shouldn't be. Not when it was working to the downside in the money and I could have trailed it to here when it broke trend. Or I could have trailed it up here. So it shouldn't be, but you've got to be able to move on. Adjust your trading strategy so that you're able to grab profits when it's working for you, protect the profits when something extreme happens in that particular moment. And as I'm saying that, I just got a fill here at 48.4 on GM. So first thing I do is I'm going to move my trail to the lower high, just as I was saying. So there's your lesson of the day. In a news-based and news-driven market, you've got to alter your plan of action for executions so that you don't get those crazy spikes and get bad prices. Good luck, everybody.
Good luck indeed. Thank you very much, Neil. Appreciate that midday lesson. Neil Roberts every day around noon hour. He's dropping his lesson of the day. All right, let's cover the trades that we currently got on. So I got Oklo off the 10 exponential. We've taken it out all the way into 4.5. Now it's encountering some resistance over here. I've moved down my my next profit taker from above 60 to below 60 because we keep rejecting off this 60 penny area. Now what's keeping me in the trade is we still got higher lows, looking like we want to accumulate for a flat top break, at least locally over here into 44.60, showing 50s right now, technically 48. So we'll see if this one wants to continue putting in higher lows or what the situation is with OKLO. Here comes 50. I'm waiting at 59s. Let's see if this one wants to cross. There it is. Now we get the print. Good move here on OKLO. 87s, guys, is the high. So I'm going to wait for a break and take, possibly of 8.7. OKLO up 7.25. This is the Sam Altman energy, nuclear energy play name. As I mentioned you guys earlier, Danny Ives, big Danny Ives of Wedbush was on the compound this weekend, and he was pounding the table about OKLO as many other things, because we know Danny Ives, a noted bull, obviously, no question about that. Make sure to like and subscribe, guys. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, and most importantly, I would say, hit that share. It's the only way we can really grow the platform without really relying on YouTube's algorithm. So if you guys could share the stream, it would be really positive of you guys. What was that, Fabian? Fabian? Yeah? Share it.
Share it.
Share it to someone, according to Fabian, who really needs the lesson. And that's actually really good. Thank you, Fabian.
That's a good one there. Yeah, I remember when I first stumbled across Trader TV Live, it was me, Greg V, and a bunch of other American friends of mine, and then I showed them the channel, and now the majority of them watch now.
Greg V is American, eh?
Yeah, he lives over
that's
in,
right,
yeah,
Connecticut. You always told me. I always forget about that.
From
Yeah.
Detroit and Phoenix as well, too.
Well, because you were saying you discuss off Discord.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Those guys are all American. But Mr. C, another $2 super chat. They're flying in again today.
Hey.
Bronx Tale. Fear lasts longer than love, and that's what I was referring to. That one saying, would you rather be loved or feared? It's the start of one of the songs I have on one of my playlists. I forget which one it is. But officially on Burdett and I are talking a little bit about the overall market. He put on a VIX trade via puts, so we went long some puts on the VIX. Good job there. I like that trade, especially on the spike in the morning, and then as the market starts to appreciate, you get that inverse correlation. So those puts were printing for you. You said he hit it 1-to-1, and then he asked me my opinion. So what happened was last night on Sundays is when I put out my orders for my spreads just for that passive income, and I had one on the SPY. And I'm short-term bearish the market. I do think that we have put in a top. So what I had there officially was like the 615, 620 bear call. But then with the gap down this morning, it just exceeded that strike price. So those contracts are starting to diminish, and the chances are of me getting filled are extremely low. I do have a GTC. So good till cancel, so I could get a fill at any moment. But I mean, as of right now, it's not looking like I'm going to. And day by day, if I don't get that, then we know what's going to happen with those credit spreads, that theta is going to diminish the value of those contracts. But I do, for the short term, as of right now, I think we have put in somewhat of a top here on the market, but we do still have some big earnings names, guys, which could send the market to all-time highs. But as of right now, I'll emphasize again, I think that around 610, a little bit above it, whatever the all-time high is, may be, we might consolidate in this range for some time. So that's why I like to put on like the bear call spreads using the highs as your stop loss and etc. But with this sideways price action, that's where the iron condors come into play. That's where you want to play those market neutral strategies, especially in times of uncertainty. Even though the earnings are supporting some of these moves higher, we've got the tariffs coming in and some some more headwinds for the market in the short term. Long term, still bullish, but as of right now, you got to play the ebbs and flows of the market, and I'm slightly bearish on the overall market trade.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
A new small cap gapper being called out by you guys. Not the biggest mover on the day. Looks like 28 and change. CYCN. Cyclorion? I don't know. Therapeutics, whatever. CYCN. Here it is. Trading a little bit below 5, it got up into that 519. So what I like about this one, we're above the pre-market high. It breached that $5 area. That was technically $4.99 was the pre-market high on CYCN. So now it's trading within our rules, right? Above the volume weighted average price, above the pre-market high with a very definable pre-market high with good volume. I mean, like, I'll give you an example. This candle that made the pre-market high there was on 1 million shares per 5-minute candle. So that's a sufficient amount. 520 HOD, it's putting in higher highs and higher lows. It's not really a VWAP based trade. And what I mean by that is it's not, we're using VWAP as support and resistance. What it does look like it's doing is putting in higher lows with very, topping tail candles being the norm here. So you can expect aggressive shorting maybe at key levels. Like when we got over here with 5, it ended up dropping it all the way breaching 4. So maybe when we get to 6, we see a retracement down to 5. Here are the details on CYCN. It's a $13 and 2/3 million market cap with 13 million shares traded on the day. It's got 2.1 million share float. And the short float on it, let's find out, 1.56% says trade ideas. It's trading at the highs right now. I perceive there to be some support at $5 initially, with really more of the support, I'd say, around $4.85. Given that local top there at 10.30. So we'll see if this one wants to hold 5. It's looking like a breakout trade right now through that $5 area, again, which would make sense, right? Because that $5 was the pre-market high, being $4.99. Then we rejected off it. So CYCN has earned its way onto the side chart. We're taking off, who are we taking off? We're taking off USEG over here. So CYCN, throwing that on there. Now, how we trade this is going to be an entirely different story. It's at $5 right now. As I mentioned, though, I perceive there to be some support at 485 to 480. In fact, the 10 exponential moving average on CYCN is at the 4 3/4 right now. So what's the deal with this one? How are we going to trade this one? We already got it up over here. Again, guys, I do apologize for the gap there in data on these white charts. Not sure what that's all about, but we've got the data right here. So you guys should be more than apprised of what took place in between that area. So that's the look right there. Keeping an eye on this one, Joseph, CYCN. Yes. Now, OKLO did breach that $0.75 area. I've got my next beak wetter, which is the last beak wetter for OKLO, through that break of 490. So we've rejected multiple times in the 44 high 80s, with 87 being the high of the day. What's kept me in this trade is the higher low situation. Every candle successively higher than its predecessor. But if that changes and we end up breaching my entry, which we're at right now, so we got right back into my entry. I'm long 16s. We're showing 15s now on the ask. Anything below 05s, I'm out. And we'll look to basically re-enter on this one at a key support level. Key support levels for me at around $42. That's where VWAP is. That's also the top end of the initial bull flag on OKLO. That was the initial bull flag over here. You can see 42 was resistance there initially. VWAP is hanging out at that $42 level right now on OKLO. So if we breach that higher low situation on OKLO, getting out, have no problem getting back in, but it's got to set up in the right way. Coming back down though, now it looks like it's a bit of a sell. So we'll keep tabs on that one. CYCN breaching 5. Here we go. So this one's coming in possibly into that 480s, 4 high 70s. I'm a buyer around there, despite the fact that VWAP's at 453. I don't want to base a trade on VWAP because I don't feel CYCN has been respecting the volume weighted average price. It would be silly for me to try to base a trade off that if my interpretation is that it's not respecting those levels. So let's get small share size here initially. Let's just get in so that we can say we're involved in the trade, and we'll look to scalp. Okay, it's already breaking out. So we'll look to put some orders to see if this bad boy wants to continue breaking out or what the situation is. But I want to save the majority of the add position into that 480, 4 high 70s. We'll see what comes out of this trade, Joseph. What do you got on your side there, brother?
Oh, man, we got a lot going on here.
All right.
So what we did on Tesla, Los Pollos, we'll talk in a second about what we got going on with Apple, because I do like that find. I think you're keeping your eyes out and you're paying attention to the correlation of volume and price. So we're going to talk about that in a brief second. But here we go with Tesla. We took the short here. Then we came back, stopped out, break even. As we entered the top of that range, I started to see that volume pick up. So I'm like, okay, let me see if we're going to break to the top side. But sure enough, price action slowly started to curl over. So I got out not exactly when I should have. It should have been at the break of 24, so it's slightly late. But then we take the short below the volume weighted average price, and now trading around 23.5s. So we got to milk this one. We didn't add when we should have at the hold of VWAP there, acting as somewhat as resistance. But here we go to the south side. But then Los Pollos, that's Tesla. I seen someone in the chat mention something about Palantir getting a contract with the government of Ecuador or something along those lines, which this thing is now trading higher. So maybe we'll get, if Adara sees anything, she'll be sure to let us know on it. But yeah, 82.98 on Palantir. It was my number one idea this morning. Apple and Palantir were my number one ideas. And unfortunately, I didn't execute well on them. But here we go. 83.05 is Palantir, Alex Carbon Company, ruling with that iron fist that Alex likes to do. So, But yeah, here we go. Los Pollos, let's talk about Let's talk about what we got going on with Apple. So we know that the opening drives in the first hour of the session, extremely weak, but you start to see these indecision candles forming around that low, and you start to slowly curl over in price action. So you can see a little bit of buying pressure start to step in, but you're talking about this 5-minute candle right here. I do like that. One thing that we're going to have to keep in mind is that look at this volume. It's not necessarily turnaround, but when you have a form of them in conjunction and you see this buying pressure start to pick up, so that means sellers push the price down. Now buyers pushing it back up. That can say, hey, maybe we're slowly going to start to curl back over. And here you go. If you played the break of that candle, you're almost $1 in the money at that point. And what we do, our risk is already defined. Thesis is invalid if we break 225.81. We're at a dodge. But as of right now, Los Pollos, let's see if we get that pullback somewhat to the next support or resistance zone. That could put us around that 228.50 level, which could be a nice pullback here on Apple. And if we want to take a look at it from a daily perspective, man, so we gap up on after the earnings, fill that whole gap again to the downside, and then have an additional gap down heading towards those lows. So putting in that double-digit negative from those all-time highs here on Apple, once again, down about 13% from those all-time highs. Well, some of the rest of the market is really starting to trade higher. As I mentioned before, we got PLTR, 83.19s now, new high of day. 83.19, my guy, new high of day. There we go. Close to those all-time highs. We got Meta as well, too. Close to those all-time highs. Almost putting in a new high day as well. Putting in that $700 tag on Meta platform. So XLC really moving higher because we got Google as well starting to trade higher on the session. Yeah, this guy's loving it right now, loving the analysis. So 203.20 we got on Google, starting to approach that high a day. So are we as weak as we think we are? I don't know. We got some big names moving to the top side.
Gotta go to Dara. She's got something breaking news at the big desk.
There we go.
Yeah, Sharifa, you might like this. It's actually small cap related breaking news, which we very rarely have at midday anyway, but we have IVVD. This is a ticker that was trading sharply higher early today. It was featured on our small cap recap, and it's getting a second win with tons of volume here as Martin Shkreli, who is, of course, formerly known as the Pharma Bro, did tweet in favor of the stock. He said that it's a bit of a contrarian COVID pick. So that's actually going to be on watch here for IVVD. This one trading sharply to the upside. Again, this is a penny stock hanging on around 80 cents, but IVVD getting some volume. Make sure to check that one out. And make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content that we're bringing you guys. Back to you.
I don't know. See, Neil just wrote in the chat, Walmart, almost $100, trading at $99.77 right now. This thing is, I don't know. This thing might be the best stock in the S&P here. This thing is absolutely phenomenal. Love it. Talked about XLP being strong on the session. So here we go with Walmart constructing a new all-time high, 99.76 there on WMT. So really good look there. I seen these indecision candles here, and I'm like, is this where we get in? And sure enough, we didn't pull any triggers, and that's what happens when you don't take the shots that you're supposed to. You miss 100% of them that you don't take. So there you go.
All right, guys. In what's it called? CYCN right now at 90s. We're 91s. We're printing 90s. It did bottom tail off 70, then got bought quite aggressively. So I got stopped out of the initial entry that we're in, and now we're in at 91s. It's going to have to hold up above 80s. That's where I see support. So we'll see if this one wants to pop off. I just got a couple of prints into 5, but it's not as forthcoming to the high side as initially was. So we'll keep tabs on this one. I've got one out left on this bad boy, and I'm waiting for that high a day break. It's still technically putting in higher lows. A bit of a compression pattern now because we've got higher lows with lower highs. So that ain't the look. Anything below 44.05, like I've told you about, we're risking 10 pennies for the last out over here. Otherwise, it's going to have to break to the high side. So those are the ones that I'm looking at right now. But I see a possible flat top break starting to manifest here on UNG. It's looking real good because it's got higher lows with a flat top. This is the look right now on UNG. This is the Nat Gas ETF. Technically, the high of the day is 92. We're printing 90s right now. Very respectful of the 10 exponential, not giving up any of the move to the high side. It's a little bit light on volume, but that's okay. I mean, I think the spread is sound on it. I think it's about a 2 or 3 penny spread, so you should be good. Technically, 92s is the flat top break, but you kind of feel this one might get a little parabolic and take out 18s. We'll see. It's higher low situation with a flat top. UNG looking strong on the day, but that is the look right now. Clean up your stops, people, because if you don't, you'll get short like I just got accidentally right now on OKLO. But it looks like I'm in the money. So maybe we'll let this one bleed a little bit more, and then we'll flatten out a little bit here, Joseph. There it is. All right, cool. We'll take a little bit of a move down there. Now, so got stopped at an Oklo, but holding right now. CYCN, looking for this one to reclaim 5. It's got a higher low, showing me 95s now on the ask. I'm throwing out a couple of resting orders to take advantage of any spike in the price, and then to be able to basically get printed. But it's going to have to hold up above that previous level that I talked about. Otherwise, we want no smoke with this one. I'm going to have to keep UNG up on a trading screen. I think I do have it over here. Yeah, it's an interesting one, though. You're going to have to get it on, I think I need to get it on a pullback. So maybe a breach in between the 10 and the 20 exponential. That seems to be the money fill right now on the 5-minute on UNG. So these are the kind of the money fills that I'm talking about. It breaches the 10 exponential ever so briefly, works back above it. The closing prints look to be above the 10, but having trouble, though, with 92. So those are the trades I'm looking at the moment, keeping an eye, obviously, on OKLO, see if we get that $45 break for that second continuation bull flag. Obviously involved in CYCN, looking for that to hold up. I was involved very briefly on SOPA. We lost about 6 pennies, quick as you like on that one. Had a dip trade waiting at VWAP. That was a mistake. I made it very clear that this one wasn't respecting VWAP, so I don't know why I threw an order out at VWAP there. And again, VWAP seems to be the line of best fit more than an area of support or resistance. So SOPA, it's up 50%, but looking really like it is in a bit of a consolidative look right now with marginally higher lows. If you kind of gauge that opening print at 930, the lows there were 205. Now we're talking about 215 lows. So it is technically putting in higher lows, but not by all that much. So those are the small cap gappers I'm keeping my eye on. Adara brought us a new one midday. What was that ticker again, Adara? Okay. IBVD? BVD. Let's have a look at that one. IVBD? IVBD. Let's have a look. Say that again, Andre? IBBD. There we go. Got it. Okay. I still don't have it, but that's okay. So we'll keep tabs out. Once I find out the ticker, we'll let you guys know. So I'm keeping my eye on those bad boys, but Adara's got something for us at the big desk.
Yeah, the ticker is IVVD. I just triple confirmed that. That is I, V as in vegan, V as in vegan, D as in dog. That is the ticker there. We also have here the NASDAQ, which I want to point out here. There's some clear resistance around that 519 level. And we have comments from Fed's Bostic mentioning, not super shockingly, tariffs here, saying that the current degree of uncertainty is broadened considerably when it comes to rates. And also saying here that apparently tariffs are an aspect of that uncertainty, and it's challenging to figure out how they're going to incorporate that in their plan going forward. So, excuse me, kind of echoing comments that were made by Feds Collins and some of these other Feds as of late. I will keep you guys posted on more comments from Feds Bostic as he continues to speak. Back to you.
Thank you very much. What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, just still sitting here in this Tesla short, guys, right below the volume weighted average price, continuing to the sell side. So let's see what's going to happen with Tesla. Let's pull up the actual underlying asset because I'm using TSLA as a vehicle. So here we are. Let's take a look at this from a daily perspective. And I think it's just really important to understand that where we're sitting on the daily, right around some key support levels. So if we breach this 371, 370, then there might be some more short-term downside in this thing. I mean, we still got a long ways to go. We're bullish on this thing for the foreseeable future, especially with the Donald Trump administration. Him and Elon kind of working beside each other in that aspect. So let's see what happens. This could be an opportunity to get involved in this thing at some cheaper prices instead of buying all the way up here, all the way up at 480 or whatever it may be. But let's also talk about NVDA here, guys. So full disclosure, what happened was I know a lot of people bought this bounce, including myself here, and I got in around 127 as soon as we breached the gap. But then we came back down to the downside, and then around 122, I'm like, yeah, I got to get out of this trade for a swing from a swing perspective because I think there's still some more potential downside on this thing. The momentum was so vast, and there was no definitive turnaround signals in my books to see this thing was ready to re-enter that gap. And we still have that news looming on this thing, so we got to be patient. I think that the signals will display themselves. They don't report until early next month, I believe. So there's still going to be some time in this trade, but I think that signal will be really, really definitive when it does display itself and say, hey, we're ready to turn around in price for a short term, or even maybe go back and test some of the levels that we were previously at. So I like NVDA. If you've been grabbing it down here, then good on you. I don't know. I said to Sharif, we might see 100 on this thing, but that may take some time. But as of right now, the momentum is really telling me like, hey, yeah, we might get a little bit lower on this thing. So I'm just gonna pack my patience. It's definitely a swing I'm looking to play, but only time will tell, and you have to wait for those trades to set up, and then you can take advantage of them. But we got Redneck Pepe. All right, let me read this before. Okay, so I don't want to read all of this because it is definitely maybe not PG for the show, so maybe I'm going to skip that one. But okay, so Tesla. This one's for me, Sharif. I didn't want to read that one out loud, so from Redneck Pepe. But Tesla low of 374 is low after last week earnings, so one level to keep an eye on, I guess. Yeah, 374 on Tesla. Let's take a quick look. We were just talking about it. It's just, yeah, around that level for sure. I'm just have a general area, like the support system that we have, and if there's some more downside, then you can maybe see the 360s on that front with Tesla. So right now, short-term bearish, but in the long term, we still like the stock here, Sharif.
All right, man. Keeping my eye on IVVD. This one's really squeezing into that $1 area. Good look. Joe's position board's not working, guys. So if we can possibly.
Yeah, I've been in works with them with it.
Yeah. Okay. No worries.
Yeah.
Because people were asking in the chat. All right, guys. I'm still in right now. CYCN. You have 3 candle hold up at 70s. There we go. Now we're moving up into the mid 80s. Just got the print at 85s. Layering the orders to see if we can get a squeeze, maybe into $5 and extract some profitability. But I'm keeping my eye on IVVD. It looks to be the strongest, most directional of the small cap gappers right now, but it is still afflicted by its price south of $1. We've talked about these ones before that trade south of $1. Sometimes they don't have as many eyes on them, or some of the algos that are involved in these small cap gappers are not involved with the sub $1 stocks. Despite the fact that it's up 135% on the day, getting into that dollar area, 89 pennies, technically HOD. Here we go. Maybe we can get that 89 penny break. Let's see if this one can get some good momentum to the high side back into 86. Now, the reason sometimes these ones are a little bit harder to trade, especially, as with the book and the levels, the amount of levels that you have to take out, you're kind of stuck with 4 decimal places. So theoretically, you could have so many different levels where size can get posted that you have to remove before you can continue to price ascend. Now, it shouldn't matter from a notional perspective, but sometimes it does. So we'll keep tabs on that. All right, a couple of more outs over here on CYCN. Now I'm hanging out in the low 90s, showing me 89 now. Good higher low situation, defending that 70 penny area on CYCN. There we go, another couple of outs. Now we're really moving up here on CYCN. Let's see if we can take out that level that I'm waiting at 98s. So multiple outs on this bad boy. 95s now showing up, but good volume coming in. And as you can see, remember what orange means, guys, on my time in sales. If you've been watching the show a while, you know that that's buyer exuberance, right? That's people buying above the ask. Green is at the ask, obviously. And why is that important? Well, it's showing you aggression, buyer aggression. They're so excited and aggressive, are they, that they are willing to pay for it above what is the lowest posted offer, which is, well, depending on what the time or the level 2 says there, which was 99s. So let's keep an eye on this one. Looking for this one to break 99s. Let me post a couple of more orders. I should probably have some above that $5 area. Let's throw some orders into the mid 5s as well in case this one gets really aggressive to the high side. Right now, though, $5 acting as a bit of resistance with CYCN. So we'll look to de-risk a little bit over here. Still, I like the chart pattern that it's putting getting in. I like the higher low situation. I like that 70 penny hold. There's a bunch of stuff that I like about this one, but it's going to have to become a little bit more directional. Let's go back to IVVD. We're pulling back in a bit off that 89 penny area, bouncing off 78 pennies. So the current 5-minute candle on IVVD, still a higher low. So to breach that higher low situation, we got to get below 76.5 pennies. So we're looking to see what the trend is here on IVVD, and I personally would like to pick it up off a higher low. Now, I didn't have one set up this time, so we'll have to keep an eye out on this one, see if we can get it next time on this bad boy. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joseph. That's all I've got on CYCN. Let's see what this one does.
Hey, good look. So yeah, I was just talking in the chat with Johnny Rodriguez there. He's just telling me to look at the OI there on the chain that we got for NVDA, and he's not wrong. A lot of open interest around that 110 strike there. So expiring this Friday on the February 7th. So 115 and 110 look to be the heavy weighters. Even 105 there, Johnny Rodriguez, to be the most open interest on these contracts. And I mean, it's a little outstanding. We know that with the whole and half dollars where you're going to see more of that open interest in the heavier weights. But as of right now, it's looking like you're right. So I'm curious to see if people are buying those out the monies on those 110s, looking for that move to the downside, but it's going to have to happen pretty quick. I don't know if we get 110 today or throughout the week, but if we do, then some people are going to be cashing out on those. So good look there. I like that in the chat that you guys pay attention to that stuff, because we can't keep our eyes on everything, and it's just more eyes for us to be like, hey, oh, you're right. Good look there on that one, and etc. Yeah, I seen that as well too. MAP, Mexico send 10K troops to the border, which is interesting. And yeah, that's a good look there, guys. But let's get back to what we got cooking up, and that is Tesla still to the downside. So TSLA down 12%, so that would put Tesla around 6%, which is pretty hefty on the session. Are we going to continue lower? I think that we can possibly come and test these lows of days here, guys, on Tesla, especially if that selling volume continues to stay intact. So what you can see here, guys, excuse me, on what we got going on is that volume really starts to kick in. But then on the pullbacks, that volume really starts to stair-step down. So that hands some more conviction within the trade. Like, okay, are we ready to take another leg down? So stair step down, boom, volume steps back into the selling pressure, and the same thing has been occurring time and time again. Have we put in a base? Maybe. We got the Qs trading right above the volume weighted average price right now. And let's take a look at the SPY to see. It was slightly stronger on the day, and I mentioned before, that's where I go and I look at some of the top performing sectors, and that's when I've seen XLF, XLP, and XLC all trading significantly higher. So if you're looking for relative strength, and Michael Noss talks about this all the time, is that he's looking for that sector rotation and going to look for those stocks that are relatively stronger than what we got going kind of on in the tech sector right now. So as you gain experience and you start to conclude that, like, hey, tech isn't strong every day, which is unfortunate, and we would like it to be. There's other sectors that are performing, and there's, as Jim Cramer likes to say, there's a bull market somewhere, and he's going to help you find it when he's talking about mad money. So yeah, that's my look there. Let's see if the Qs can hold VWAP, or there's going to be some more downside as we break key support, and the same there with SPY, guys. But let's see what Adair's up to.
More comments here from Fed's Bostic. He did say that he's not expecting the path to 2% inflation will be a straight line. He did say, though, that he is expecting the outlook for inflation is that it will continue to fall, and saying that apparently the U.S. can support a tighter labor market than it was initially understood. But he also said, like, I mean, I think the key thing is here is that the Fed needs to get to 2% for the credibility of the institution. So saying that if we can't get to 2%, the institution, I guess, its credibility could be at risk here, guys. So keep an eye here on the market as we have these comments from Fed's Bostic. We have more Fed comments later in the day, but they're all going to be after the close, guys. Back to you.
Dara, I know Sharif was talking about it this morning, so we'll touch on it real quick before we head back to him. But what we got going on for earnings this evening is, I think, the much anticipated Palantir, Alex Karp and company, looking at that expected move there, guys, 12.9%, so just under 13%. And I heard him say that the previous move was north of 20, which is pretty phenomenal and a really good look there for PLTR. But let's see what we got going on the chain to see where we have the most open interest there, guys. So expiring this Friday, we got that 89 strike price, which is interesting. It has about 16K open contracts, but I'm going to go a little north of that and see what we got going on around the 100. Yeah, so I was thinking maybe 100, but that might be a hefty move. But 90, 89, and 96 have the most open interest, which is odd. But anyways, there are about 13K and 11K on those sides there. What do you got going on?
All right, man. We're in IVVD, looking for it to hold up above this level. This is the 10 exponential. It's also the breakout level at 71 pennies that we rejected off at 10.05. So it has to hold up here. Otherwise, this isn't the trade for me. Let's see if it holds up there, or if it does, but just hopefully doesn't stop us out before moving up back on its merry way. We're long 79s. It's showing me 75s right now. I've layered my orders up on this one. It's either going to stop me out or we're going to move back up to the high side. But this is the one we're doing well on right now. Here it is. There we go. We take out CYCN at 5. We take out that $5 print, but these prints are going unprinted up on CYCN, the ones north of 5. So despite the fact that we have a higher low situation on CYCN, we definitely have resistance at $5, and we have for a hot minute. Now, a lot of topping tail candles go into that $5 area, all of which are selling off aggressively. The only thing keeping me optimistic about this trades is the higher low situation and that 70 penny hold, where we know we definitely had resistance. Okay, 501s, 503s now showing up. I should have got printed there. It's a 6 penny spread on this name, so it's a bit of a tougher one. Got into 503. Rejected because it didn't cross. So we'll see if the continuity can continue on CYCN to the high side. Layer your orders because these ones don't hang out in the level for all that long. So doing well on CYCN. To be determined right now on IVVD. It is holding up at the 10 exponential as we speak. So far my ad there at 75 looks okay, but we'll have to wait and see whether this one wants to respect these technical levels or what the situation is. All right, back above into 502 again, into CYCN, going unprinted again because of the spread. 503s now showing up. I've been waiting at 503s. Nothing printing yet. I'm just too stubborn to move down my orders, so that's the situation with that. We'll throw out some more orders there to see if we can get any liquidity grabs that move to the high side. Again, showing O2s on CYCN, no print so far. Looks like we will reject 5 for now, but just for how long? Back to this one as we were dancing with a couple of these stocks at the same time. Let's see if we can get printed at 82s. That's what I'm waiting here for on IVVD. Coming back into 80s right now, so it's a nice bounce off the 10 exponential, but nothing to write home about yet. Okay, I see I got printed. There we go at 505s. Now, do we get the print at 07s? I'm waiting at 07s and 11s. I've got a larger position on for this one as it comes back down again, south of 5 into the 4 mid-9s. So, yeah, the continuity on this one is very much lacking, except really the higher low situation is what's good, but this is why I'm scalping out with resting orders, because it's not giving you that directional parabolic move like we see on some of these ones. So let's go back into IVVD as we try to curl back off 75 pennies, still south of 80 pennies though. Here comes 79s, 79 and a half now selling into that. Let's see if we can cross into 80s, get some prints to the high side here. Looks like there is some buying, but the selling overwhelming the buying right now. Unable to print anything above 80 on IVVD, despite the fact that it's up nicely on the day, up 120%, being kept down though by that 10 penny level at 80s. CYCN is an ugly topping tail candle right now with a breach of 5. However, I'm basically keeping my eye out on my entry price. I've moved up my stop from 60 up into 70. So any breach of 70 and I'm gonzino. Look at the vigor with which this one drops. Ugly topping tail candle, a breach of 5. And here we go, coming back down now aggressively into my entry. We'll talk about that once we're done paying some bills, Joseph.
Hey, that's it, guys. Hive Digital Technologies, NASDAQ HIVE, is pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining, a global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash. and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more by following them at Hive Digital Tech or at hivedigitaltech.com and sign up for free. The Hive newsletter for updates. Scan the QR code and click the link in the description right there, guys. Right in that bottom right-hand corner for you guys. There, continue what you got going on there, my guy.
Yeah, just keeping a look at the same names that we've been talking about. So I've moved up my stop, as I mentioned, on CYCN. Scalped quite a bit over there off that 475 entry into fives, but it's coming right into my entry. Aggressive sell-off right now on CYCN. The higher low situation is in trouble. If it breaks 70, well, then that's the end of the higher low situation. That's why I have my stop where it is, because if we don't have that higher low, higher high, well, then what am I in the trade for, right? I'm taking it long. I'm looking to follow the trend rather than try to establish the trend. Again, we are market observers, not market movers. At least I am. I don't know about you guys and what kind of amount of money you guys are packing there in that account, but I don't got that much money. So keeping my eyes on these ones. Joseph, what do you have trading on your side of the desk there?
Yeah, same thing. Waiting for some indecision around the Qs. Sitting in this TSLA short still, guys. Slowly starting to curl back over. Maybe we'll cover a little bit more just in case we break through some of these support, these resistance levels, and then want to pull back towards the VWAP. So we'll take some more off right here, guys, just to be cautious, lock in something. But I do think there might be an additional leg down, especially if the Qs and the SPY want to break the volume weighted average price. Really important. But one thing we do have to note here, you guys, is that NVDA is starting to put up some indecision. So Gorev, Pathik, you guys in the chat, what do you think about this indecision right here on NVDA, right at the volume weighted average price? Really nice candle. So we have definitive risk here. So if you played the break of that candle to the top side, you're already about $1 in the over $1 in the money. So there we go. Missed that one now that I'm looking at it. But then again, you're only, what is this? So you're risking about 30, 50 cents on this trade. So looking for that pullback, nice strong drive. It was choppy, and I had a lot of conviction within the setup that we were going to trade higher today at some point because we gapped down, and I'm like, this thing is really weak. At some point, we'll get a cover rally. But this opening first hour was a mess. You had to be really patient, either grab the bottom of the range or wait until you punch through with some momentum. As you can see, that volume on the 5-minute time frame really starts to pick up its steam. And here you go, you get this engulfing candle, engulfing this whole range here essentially, and then that's when you get the ascent to the top side and continue to move higher and higher. Gorev, I would wait for the break and close above the downtrend before taking long there. Yeah, there you go, valid point. Gorev, you know what you're doing, man. Not going to question your analysis at all because I feel like we see a lot of the same things, but that's one indecision print right at VWAP that I would definitely be keeping my eye on. Too late now. I think that ship has sailed, but if the market does decide that it wants to recover, we will be able to notice that. And if SPY and the Qs are like, okay, we don't want to go any lower on this session considering we gapped down right at 430, then at the break of 520 and that momentum and volume steps in, that could be an additional long there for a second leg to the top side, and then we can start to fill in some of that gap. Let's take a look at it right now and see what I'm talking about. So, yeah, so here we go. Oh, okay, so we already filled the majority of that gap, and look at that, Sharif. That's almost pinpoint accuracy right there. So as we gap down, now rejecting that, so running into some key resistance levels, maybe a pullback, some liquidity, the nice hold of the Qs, and then maybe that momentum steps in, and then that's where we can break, and then maybe recover some of Friday's losses. But as of right now, guys, let me know what you are in the chat. A bull flag in NVIDIA at VWAP if you feel that's the case. We were just talking about that, so I'm not going to go over that again. But yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys are looking at. Let's take a look at Bitcoin and Company to see what's going on with Google, my guy. He's reloaded. He's reloaded. Okay, so there you go, 202.30s, Google, Katina man, he's long there, so good reload. One of the stronger sectors is XLC, so Meta and Google continuing to trade somewhat higher. Meta's closer to the high of day than Google is, but again, nice bounce off of VWAP. He's in a nice spot. Congratulations to him. We'll hit the bang for him on that one. But here we go with BTC, guys. This is a 5-minute time frame. Starting to really approach that $99,000. Right now, boom, we just hit 99K right now. I have a bet with Sharif. I don't know what it's going to be yet, but 100K or not. and we'll see if that comes today on Bitcoin.
So hold on, we didn't clarify the details
no,
of the bet.
so let's get
I'm
into
talking
it.
a wick, Joseph.
All right,
If we even get a cent.
a cent. What? 100,000 and 1 cent.
Yes.
You.
No, I meant like the scent, like
yeah.
the actual like
Okay.
olfactory scent
okay,
of get it,
okay,
Adara.
okay.
Of 100,000, I win the bet. No, I'm kidding, of course, Joseph. All right, guys, we're doing well here on IVVD. In at 78, scalp up into 84. It is technically though still a lower high. Right? So we've got the higher low and the hold of the 10 exponential. That's the good side of the equation. The bad side of the equation is we're below that 89 pennies and we've been having this 84 penny area reject over and over and over. And it's not a novel area that we started rejecting off, right? We rejected over here at 12.29. We rejected again at 42. And now we're rejecting at 10 to 1, that is, okay? So got to be on the lookout for that 84 penny area. Why it's rejecting there, I really don't have any idea, kind of a random area, but we've de-risked a little bit over here. And now what I'm looking for is a top break through 88. So my out over here is at 88 pennies to front one, the high of the day, which is at 89 pennies. But anything below 70 pennies, we're gonna get out. Something's going on, says
bro,
the Katina man.
Selling, man. Maximum selling coming in.
Maximum
Tesla,
selling coming in right now. Adara's at the big desk, guys.
Just saw here some comments from Trump saying that nobody is out of tariffs. I think that's what's moving this down. So to be clear, this isn't actually really contradict with anything was said earlier. It's not like Claudia Sheinbaum, president of Mexico, said they were out of tariffs, just said that they were going to be happening a little bit later here. They did have that 1 month delay as confirmed by Trump, but basically saying here that no one is out of tariffs. So I guess any country could be on watch here with that. Also, Trump made some comments about Elon Musk, so maybe keep an eye here on Tesla, saying that he will not allow Elon to go places where there is a conflict. So keep an eye on that, I guess, with regards to Elon's travel. It also said that Trump said also that Elon will be doing things when he gives him approval to do so. So that is some updates here with regards to Elon, which we know his relationship here has been on watch. Keep an eye on TSLA for that. Regardless, though, I think one of the biggest things here is Trump saying that nobody is out of these tariffs, guys. Back to you.
Remember that commercial, Joseph? You know what I'm going to say?
No.
No.
Buddy. What was going on? That was two brothers who ran that, wasn't it? And they were doing
I think it was the dad and the son,
the
right?
dad
Mel
and the son.
Lastman
Yeah.
And if you're from Toronto, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Or from Canada, I think maybe even in general, Bad Boys. Adara, did they have Bad Boy Furniture Store in Winnipeg? No, they didn't. So you got to be a Toronto person. We're going back to Adara, though. So
back to
maybe she can tell us.
Adara.
Even more here with regards to tariffs. Trump saying that he had a good talk with Trudeau. So keep an eye on the CAD to USD here. But he also said that the U.S. is not being treated well by Canada. So there's still a lot here on watch with regards to tariffs, of course. As we hear anything, I will keep you all apprised. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, guys, I mean, we really did mean it when we meant market volatility is going to be crazy.
I was laughing. I'm laughing too. I'm like, this is insane.
Yeah, I mean, like, come on, bro. The personal account's getting slapped today. If you can't laugh and be happy and just like when you need to be, well, then you're definitely not not in the market.
You know those memes where it's like the world around you is on fire, but you're just like in a good mood.
Yeah, whatever, bro, whatever, bro.
Everything's crashing
I see
down,
bigger picture stuff.
You just keep smiling.
Guys, we took out some there on CYCN. I don't know why this popped up through 85s. We got the print there at 85.5, so better than I was actually looking for there. Now we're looking for 88s, but it's right back down to 80. It's still got the higher low situation going on that's keeping me involved, keeping me optimistic about the trade. Every successive low since we touched the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 on IVVD has been higher than its predecessor. However, we are definitely having trouble with that 84, 85 penny area. So I am looking to scalp on the way up. CYCN defended 70 yet again. So there is a buyer of note. That's a double bottom right now. In fact, more than a double bottom. I'm seeing triple bottom right now at 70 pennies as we move right back into 90. So the best area that we had was 504s. I'm layering into this one into 515. CYCN, it's up 25% on the day. It's not the biggest mover, but it has been putting in predictable areas to pick it up off. Again, I keep saying the 70 penny area, and you can already see that that was an important level. Back into 90 once we go. We're long at 78s. Let's see if we can clear 5. Adara, though, has more news for us at the big desk.
It's tariff related. We have more comments here coming in from Donald Trump. I'm still trying to find here where he is speaking, but I'm seeing these comments populating. He's saying that he, quote, wouldn't mind making our cars in the United States. So keep an eye on GM and give these companies that currently do have some parts coming from places like Mexico. Also, speaking of Mexico, Trump did say that they will have, quote, a big negotiation with Mexico. China got a mention as well, saying that they're likely to speak to China over the next 24 hours, probably. So possibly here in the next 24 hours, we'll have comments with regards to China. Donald Trump talking to officials in China. We'll take a look at the FXI. With that in mind, yeah, this got a little bit of a volume push to the downside on that most recent 3-minute candle. Also, yeah, just some more comments here about China, but really the only trade-related comments just having to do with these conversations about tariffs, guys. Back to you.
So Adara's point is very well taken when she basically says that Donald Trump said nobody's
exempt.
Yeah, exempt from tariffs. Because he started threatening Europe today.
Did he?
I don't know if it was today specifically that he started threatening them, but he's levying threats against them. And he's like, look, y'all could be on the receiving end of some slappers as well.
Yes.
I'm just not slapping Canada and Mexico and China. I'll slap you guys as well.
Everybody.
I'll throw a tariff your way.
Everybody
you know what
can
I mean?
get it.
Yeah, anybody can get it, right? Like, that's the thing.
Everybody.
No, seriously, though, we joke, but Europe is a monster for vehicle exports. And Americans gulp up foreigns like you wouldn't believe. Rappers love rapping about foreigns, and Americans love buying foreigns, right? Get it, Adara.
Get it.
Appreciate you. No, seriously, though, I mean, BMW, Mercedes, a lot of them, they manufacture cars in the States, but a lot of them are not made. I think, personally, my car isn't made in North America. It would, if it was entering the States, it would definitely be subject to a tariff. I know a lot of BMWs and Mercedes, Audis, they're made in Germany as well. So that's a tougher look for some of these manufacturers, right? Especially when you're trying to plan, Joseph, 2, 3, 4 years down the road. It's hard to do that with Donald Trump threatening everybody with tariffs every 5 minutes. No, I joke about this, but I'm serious. I mean, it's really hard for them to gauge. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on those. Obviously, those names are not traded. Well, we don't trade them. They trade, I think, on the OTC exchange. Shout out to Jeff Mendel. Toyota, obviously. Stellantis, some European, or not, Toyota's not, obviously. Stellantis, I believe, trades on STLA. It's on the North American Exchange. TM, Toyota Motors. So Japan is not exempt either. They build tons of cars in Japan. We kind of already know that. So so many variables right now. So many variables. And I'm not going to say that I dislike this market, because this market's given us volatility. So it's just really how we trade it. And, how we execute, I think, really what it comes down to right now. All right, Joseph, here we go, CYCN. Oh. It's taken out 5 yet again, but below still my beak wetter. They're at 06s, showing me 02s now on the ask, and the spread's tightening up. So we were almost stopped out of this one. Now I'm really lamenting here not having added once I saw that 70 penny defend. It's a triple, quadruple, whatever, double bottom, depending really what time frame you're looking at $4.70 on CYCN. It is having trouble with 5, as I've mentioned, which is why I've got these resting orders to take advantage of a quick move in the direction of the trend. We'll have to see. Here we go, showing me 05s. Just 1 sec. We'll send it to Adara in 1 second. I'm just waiting to see if we can get that print at 05s. Not forthcoming quite yet, but as I see it, there we go. Now we're 07s now, so I should be crossing here if we can just pop up a little bit. Brah, come on. So we're not going to get that print. How about this one over here? So IVVD, both heading up. CYCN, IVVD, looking to move up into the high of the day, guys, but we'll send it to Adara at the big desk for now.
We have some more comments coming from Donald Trump with regards to tariffs. So now more specifically here about China. That's why I have FXI up. As you can see here, got a pretty sharp push to the downside with a bit of volume on this 3-minute chart. Now we're continuing to push lower. Basically, Trump has said here that the China tariffs will go up if they can't make a deal. And the tariffs they have right now for China, we're quoting opening salvo. Basically threatening further tariffs here for the country of China. Keep an eye on FXI. PDD we know is going to get hit particularly hard here by that de minimis rule being revoked. Also keep an eye on Alibaba, any of these Chinese related tickers, because this is going to be on watch here. Sounds like these China trade talks and tariffs are really only just the beginning. While we're here, we'll do a really quick look here at Bitcoin for our afternoon crypto segment, because we have a second to do that. This is the 15-minute chart here. Yeah, it's true that this 100 is actually not impossible, but we're kind of hanging out a pretty interesting area of resistance going back to Sunday, going back to yesterday. So we had this double top here around that 99.4 area. Then we pushed downside, of course, lower. The low of the day was below 92,000. But right now, we are on the precipice of breaking the previous resistance level from yesterday at the 99.4. So I think that would be a pretty key level. One level that, interestingly enough, seemed to serve as support and was a little bit of resistance yesterday was that 98.3, 98.5 level. So we've about a 1,000 point range as of right now for BTC. Let's see if it's able to break above and get to that 100,000 level that we all want to see again. Let's see if Joe or Sharif is right about that bet. Back to the guys.
Appreciate you. All right. I got to cover this, bro.
Cover it.
Swoldemort. Dude, you're killing me.
All right, let's go. Swole.
$5 super chat. He gets the Canadian flag, obviously. Sharif drives the Ems Frizzle school bus. I saw him cruising this weekend. I had no idea it was a foreign build, dude. You're killing me. I don't even know what the hell that is, dude.
It's Frizzle? Come on, Magic School Bus.
Bro,
Miss
I'm
Frizzle.
100. You keep forgetting that I'm 100, right? Like, I don't know what this is. We've got access to the internet, though, Joseph. So it's a quick search away. Here we go. Let's show him the screen, Andre. I did know about this one.
Miss Frizz.
Look,
Oh,
bro,
pull it
I
back
don't
up.
mind this school bus, Joseph.
I like her hair there.
Yeah. She's got good hair. Good for her. No, but in all seriousness, this looks like one pimped out school bus. They got magnets on there. They got light bulbs, stars even on there, Joseph. I could see myself picking up my friends in that, heading down to the club.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm
my
just joking,
days.
dude. That was what we wanted to do in high school, though. We wanted a van so we could load all the degenerate friends that we had into the van, hit the club.
There we go.
And then, obviously act a fool.
That's what party buses are for, man. You get the party bus.
Yeah, that was
you
before
have
party
fun.
bus. I told you, bro, I'm
Oh,
100.
really? They didn't have those back then?
Well, they had limos. They had party limos. But the party buses were still a novel thing. Adair's at the big desk, though.
We have more coming on here with tariffs. And actually, this time it's not from Donald Trump. It's actually from China itself here. China's UN envoy said basically in violation of the World Trade Organization rules, China will actually be filing a complaint here, and also saying here that Beijing might actually be forced to take countermeasures against the U.S. So similar to what we were hearing coming out of Canada this weekend from Justin Trudeau, China's envoy basically saying that Beijing could be taking countermeasures against the U.S. And at the same time, Fed's Bostic, who's been speaking for the last almost 40 minutes now, making some more comments on tariffs, saying that they're going to have to, quote, just watch, because it's been pretty clear that the Fed all agree there will be some impact on tariffs with regards to inflation and the rates, but they're unclear as to what the impact will be because they haven't really seen it all play out yet. So keep an eye here on Chinese ADRs, really any ADRs, auto stocks, and anything that could be impacted by tariffs. I will continue to give you guys the news as soon as I see it. Back to you.
Really appreciate that. Adara, obviously, she's keeping her eye out there. Here we go. IVVD taking out the high. So I just wet my beak there at 88s. Now it's showing me 90. Whoa, baby.
Whoa.
It just popped up into 98s, bro. No idea what's going on there. Obviously, I didn't have an order waiting at around 98s. Let's throw that out there now. We're going to throw it at 96s. See if we can catch maybe another liquidity grab to the high side. Good move here for IVVD. Adara is the one that called this one out earlier. It is 162% now, Adara, looking to take out that dollar level. We know these dollar levels are areas of key areas, of resistance for these small cap gappers. Let's see if we can take that level out. Good look right now on this name. Pleased as dang punch, as somebody at the big desk always used to say. Now, I'm also involved in this monster right here. We're going to tell you more about this CYCN once we're done our midday cameo from your boy himself. Get it, Katina, man.
This message is about 5 seconds long. Get it, Sharif.
Hey! You killed me, bro. I thought you had something ready for us. We're gonna talk about some trades. He got the mic ready.
This guy knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing.
Man. How is?
I appreciate you.
How was the
Christina,
gym,
man,
my
brother.
guy? Was it good or what? Laps? Nah, that's all right. It's a little light something, you know. That's all right. Hey, keep it on the DL. That's it, man. We can.
All right, we gotta go back.
We're gonna go back to Adair, but we got the playmaker poll. Don't forget.
Yes, sir.
Come back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I apologize, guys, for the interruption. I feel like this is going to probably be the case because we have so much news going on. I have crypto up here right now. More comments from Feds Bostic saying that crypto has grown, but it's still a small portion of the financial system, and it's not clear what it might substitute for. We know that we also had comments on crypto from Feds Powell, so now it looks like you actually have to be watching crypto here during these Fed speeches as well. So with that in mind, keep an eye on FXI in China once again because we have more comments from Donald Trump with regards to China's tariffs. Basically, he said here that if they cannot make a deal with China, tariffs will be substantial. So if there's no deal with China with regards to tariffs, those tariffs will be substantial. He earlier said that he's likely to call China within the next 24 hours, probably, quote unquote. So we'll have to wait and see if that call does come and what those negotiations do bring about. But as mentioned earlier, China's UN envoy already said that they're going to be kind of trying to retaliate if this comes to pass. So lots of uncertainties here. As I see anything, I will forward it to you all.
Buddha, bro done did some shots. You're killing me. I promise you, we are not drinking, okay? Katina Man's not drinking. I'm not drinking. I know Joseph isn't drinking either. We're in a good mood, man. I mean, like, it is what it is. Yeah, we're out here. We're putting on some trades. The personal account, I can't speak for Joseph, is awfully red. So if you're not gonna laugh and some relief humor, then you're just gonna be uptight.
Yeah, you're gonna be miserable.
Yeah, exactly. So what was that, Andre? Yes, don't forget to like and subscribe. There it is right there. It's definitely not 390,000. Try more like 499,000. We're almost at that 500,000. And guys, if we can get that 500,000, you have no idea how much it helps the algorithm. We're going to do an entire celebration up in here, etc. Like there's a lot of stuff planned. So we're very excited to hit that 500,000. I can't tell you, we've been working real hard. Obviously, every day we're putting in work for you guys. I mean, it's not for us, obviously. So we're always throwing back into the show. Maybe we'd be drinking when
we hit a 500,000.
Yeah, I could be absolutely persuaded to drink. I rarely ever drink, rarely, and I really do mean that. The last time I even had a sip of alcohol was when Raider was here. I was telling you off camera. Shout out to Raider Trader. We took him out. We had a great steak dinner. I had a couple of glasses of wine. I feel that was like in November. When was Raider here? November?
Maybe.
Feels like Raider was here in November, right?
Oh, Halloween, because he dressed up for Halloween.
Thank you. So October. That's the last time any alcohol touched my lips, bro. I mean, I just barely drink anymore. That's the situation.
That's it. But we got the Playmaker poll. First, we're going to touch on Sharif said, yeah, first of all, let's start here. Sharif's like, Joe, man, stop asking me where you think Bitcoin is going. This morning, he goes, Joe, do you think Bitcoin's going to hit 100K? I said no, but he got that one right, guys. We tapped up to about 100,400 on Bitcoin, but it is time for the Playmaker, Sharif. Let's start to document what we got going on. All-time highs on the poll here, guys. So last week we did get stopped out, but here's the equity curve sitting around that all-time high, guys. Fantastic work, but let's get those numbers punched in.
Yes, sir. Oh, sorry, my bad. I was reading the chat. I was not ready there. I apologize. Let's have a look at the SPY. Here we go. 597.25.
597.25.
So we're taking it out at 596.25 for the stop.
For the stop,
we're going 596.25, and then we're taking everything out. We're taking it out at the high of the day, 599.25. That is currently the high of the day. So if we wet our beak here, it will be at the high of the day. Okay. We'll get back to that because we do have to send it to Adara with more breaking news.
Doing more breaking news, though this time is actually not tariff related. It's related to RCAT. This is Red Cat Holdings. This company has partnered with Palantir. They've run in the past on that. They're getting a little bit of a volume spike now here, saying that they're going to be hosting their Investor and Analyst Day at the NASDAQ market site on February 27th. And this is notable because the event is going to include the company's CEO, Jeff Thompson, but it's also going to be including Robert Imig of Palantir. So the RCAT, RCAT going to be on watch here because Palantir employees will be appearing at this event. They have been involved in a strategic partnership. And there's Palantir earnings tonight, so RCAT, absolutely one to watch, guys. Back to you.
Great call out, Adara. Thank you for that.
Get my eyes
Go
on
ahead.
this thing here. Yeah, I know we got something to cover. I got to pull up RCAT here real quick. That's NQ, right? RCAT?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
perfect.
sir.
Cool.
Yep.
We got that on the go. I know Sharif saying something about MSTU.
Why?
Was it MSTY?
MSTY.
Was
One
it
more
a
up, one more up, one more up. Yeah, there you
super chat?
go.
Okay, please give thoughts on MSTY high yield ETF. Sure, let me pull this thing up here for you. Let's see what we got going on. MSTY. MSTY.
Go, our cat.
So the fund seeks to have current income, and the second objective is to seek exposure to the share price of MicroStrategy. Okay, we like this one here. Subject to a limit of potential gains, the fund is actively managed ETF that uses synthetic covered call strategy to provide income and indirect exposure to the share price. Very, very interesting. So I'm familiar with some of these where they use covered calls and the yields off of those. So let's pull this up here on the chart and see what we got going on. Yield max option strategy, MSTY. Well, I mean, hey, selling covered calls. Okay, so this is how we kind of have to think about it in my eyes, because I've never traded a vehicle like this before. So let's see what's going on here. It seem like it's correlated with MSTR, which would make sense. And it's rebounding on the day, so I'm not overly familiar with this specific vehicle. All right, so it uses synthetic covered call strategy to provide income and indirect exposure to the share price. Okay, so that's interesting. What I thought would maybe be somewhat of an inverse correlation on this, but it doesn't seem to be the case on MSTY Yield Max. So what I was thinking here is what would happen is at the peak of it, if you're selling covered calls against the position, that it would appreciate, but then sure enough, covered calls won't cover the depreciation that has been through. So here we go on MSTY. As of right now, it looks not too horrible. Let's pull up the actual underlying asset. It is sitting around some key support levels as well too. So really mimicking this, okay, it makes sense. If you want that exposure in MSTY, then by all means, it seems to not be too horrible. But again, MicroStrategy, a little bit too expensive for my liking. And MSTY, a vehicle I'm not overly familiar with, nor do I have any background in trading these yield type vehicles, all right? So the fund is actually managed ETF that synthetically covered call strategy to provide income. Yeah, I'm not opposed to an indirect exposure to the share price. So yeah, a vehicle I'm not familiar trading, nor have I traded them before, but interesting. Have you ever traded a yield vehicle like this
Never,
before?
man.
No, exactly.
Never.
So
No.
again, it looks like it's tracing it. Seems significantly cheaper. So if that's working on from a covered call strategy, then by all means, take a little dive into it. If you're looking to allocate some shares, don't go all in at once. Break it up into multiple entries, and then take it from there and start building yourself a sample.
Well said, man.
Yeah.
All right, here's the deal. We took our cap breakout. We took it all the way up into 90 high day, then got stopped out for the remaining amount, 8 penny loser. It's giving it back. So our cat 880 is the closing print. 890 is the high of the day. That's as good as we could do on that. So we'll actually be exactly, literally flat on it. So exactly what I made, I gave back over here. So flat trade on RCAT. If this wants to take out 890, 880 is technically the closing print. If it trades above there, not wicks above there, definitely going to get back involved in that one. Now, here's the deal. IVVD gave me that nice move up into 96 pennies, excuse me. I was waiting at 97. It didn't cross. In fact, it got into 97. What am I saying? It got into 97. It didn't cross, and I didn't get printed. But we're going to keep an eye out on this one. It's still very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average. I've moved up my stop now from the breach of 70 to account for this area resistance over here. I've moved it up to break even. So we're long at 77s, excuse me. So if we breach 77, we come down into 77, that's the end of my trade on that one. I've only got a couple of more out. So it's going to either give me 97s and then continue on its merry way to 100, or I'm gone. I am optimistic about this trade. Now we're printing 90s here. The reason I am optimistic is because we get those higher lows. But what keeps me pessimistic is our proximity to the dollar. Okay, we've talked a lot about this. It's a different trade north and south of a dollar. But by that, I mean above a dollar and below a dollar. It's a different trade for many reasons. So given that we got into 98 pennies and that, you know, the proximity to a dollar, maybe that's where we reject. So I am kind of concerned about that. CYCN is the other trade I'm involved in. This one also, I'm having trouble today getting printed for whatever reason. This one I have a level at 507s. It wicks into 507s several times, doesn't print. But again, this one is the same reason. I'm in CYCN for the same reason I'm in IVVD. I'm still getting higher lows with CYCN. So even though it pulls back at times and it's had a lot of trouble printing that 507 order that I've had on for however long, it's still giving me higher lows on every little descent there. Now, a better trader would be adding on those higher lows. I'm not that good of a trader, so you're just going to have to deal with me with the position that I've got on right now. But you're getting incrementally higher lows on every little attempt right now on CYCN. OKLO, another bad boy we were involved in, wants to take out day's high. We had a good trade on this one, and then we got forced out because it took down that 43.50. My observation until that time had been that 43.50 was support. It breaches, it goes to the 50, and then quick as you like, it defends 43.50. So, you know, you get wicked out when you have hard stops, obviously. Maybe when you should be involved in the trade, but I submit to you the amount of money that I've probably saved by having hard stops exceeds the amount of money that I've lost by being wicked out of trades like that. And it's just good risk management strategies to be able to do this because you don't know when the bad trade is going to come in and how much you're going to lose, especially with areas of illiquidity. So that's the look right now. So IVVD continuing on its merry way, back above 90. I'm waiting at the lofty price of 97. As I mentioned, that's to front run the $1 area, but we're having trouble with 90s. All right, CYCN right back into $5 or so I see on the side chart. But here's the deal with CYCN. So I wax poetic, to use an Adair term, about the higher lows. Here we go, bro. Give me the print, man. You're showing me sixes on the ask, and you're showing me fives on the bid. How am I not getting? Now I've got sevens. Finally, oh my goodness. There we go. We get the print. Now I'm waiting at 11s. Let's see if we can continue to move up. So I've got 11s layered. Then I got 15s layered. So this is a higher high. So I was just about to make the argument that we got higher lows, but we were also getting lower highs. That has now changed because I took out this print, but we're only wicking above the level. We still haven't closed above that level. So let's see if we continue moving up here. We get a breach of 510. CYCN, good look on the day. Bish Wajit. Hope I didn't butcher your name, brother. Hi, guys. Sharif, please tell about FTAI. Sure. What a very polite individual. FTAI. Let's load up this bad boy. I don't know what it is. $10 stock, $12 billion market cap. What'd you say, Andre? I apologize.
Ad read, yes, sir.
Ad read. Okay.
Ad read.
We'll get back from Joseph paying some bills, and we'll cover that in a second.
Hey, Worksport guys, introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ. Worksport, ticker WKSP. Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. There it is, guys. Get your tonneau covers there with Worksport. Scan the QR code. And the link is in the description. Sharif, before I send it back off to you, there's a couple of interesting facts here on what we just went over on MSTY. So what it is, it's a high yield. It's a yield max. So what it offers is really high yield. And I went and I looked at it, and it's like 100%, 110% dividend. So what you do is you reinvest that dividend into shares or something along those lines to navigate the to minimize the NAV on that. So reading from what everybody else in the chat says, and AMD has one as well too. And guys, let me know if those yield maxes are similar to the BITO, which is the Bitcoin futures, but it also offers a high yield as well too, guys. So let me know on that front, but we're going to send it off to Adair real quick.
We've got some news here a little bit. Keep an eye on FXI still, of course. There's going to be a China-related ETF. We have more comments from China's United Nations envoy. We know the United Nations envoy basically warned that Beijing could potentially retaliate here on these tariff concerns, but also saying that basically, there needs to be an end to these knee-jerk reactions. But specifically, instead of tariffs, more with regards to these app bans, apparently the envoy mentioned TikTok, Huawei, and DeepSeek-related concerns, asking, and I quote, "How many more do you want to ban?" So China's UN envoy kind of getting a little bit, I guess, out here about with regards to these app bans. And before we send you back to the Bash Brothers, I want to show you guys our brand new Trader TV research infographic. We have our man Alex Karp in the corner here. This is about Palantir's earnings. So we've got that Palantir green in the background. This is pretty impressive revenue growth. It looks like we really have year-over-year increases for revenue every single year. They did report their first ever quarterly profit here for Q4 2022. And this is every report the company's ever given us, starting in Q3 2020 and ending in Q3 2024. So if you want to take a look at that ahead of their earnings tonight, check that out on X at TTV Research, and check out the report with Neil and myself tonight. I believe they're supposed to report around 4:05 on our market recap show. Make sure to like and subscribe. To you.
I mean, it's a fantastic infographic. Yeah. My only thing there, I think the hair should be taking up way more of the infographic. Like it should fall. It should be out of the picture.
It should be out.
Well, because that's how it would be in real life, Joseph.
So
just joking, Adair.
I remember when I first seen, I was on YouTube and Alex Karp had a commercial and he's like, an ad anyways, and it's like, people are gonna want what we have, and we're gonna charge them a lot of money for it. And I'm like, who is this guy? Who is this Alex Karp guy?
He doesn't mince words.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't care. And then sure enough, he's one of the CEO of one of the hottest stocks in the Nasdaq.
Absolutely.
Right now, so.
All right, guys, we are done our trade on CYCN flat top break. Look at this thing squeeze into 535. We got the print. We're done the trade. I'm happy with this one. I think I executed well on it. The only thing that I could really say that I should have done better on, number one, I should have been adding again on that 70 wick, because it had shown you multiple times that there was a buyer at 70. Once, twice, OB thrice. How many times do I need to see that there was a buyer at 70? So that was my first mistake on CYCN. My second mistake was not adding on the higher lows. Once it put in that 505 top, and I knew that there was a seller at 505, look what it did. It put in a higher low at 485. I should have been adding there, especially once it breached and closed above there on the 5. So those are my two mistakes that I think I made on CYCN that I, aspire to improve on. It's not about the execution into the entry, but it's the management of the trade while I was in it. I will do better, hopefully, next time. Now, FTAI. Well, let's that Bishwajit guy in the chat wants to know about it. So a couple of things first and foremost. Adair let me know that this one was the subject of a bit of a hit piece. So they got slapped by a short report from Muddy Waters last month. Thank you, Adair. Entitlement issues with respect to our trading it here. So FTAI Aviation owns and maintains commercial jet engines with a focus on the CFM 856 and the V2500 engines. Its segment include aviation leasing as well as aerospace products. They are a $12 billion market cap. I don't know personally anything about them. I'm not going to try to pretend like I have any sort of a fundamental understanding of their business model. This is a hell of a great looking chart though. This is the daily on FTAI. I'm assuming that this was the day the hit piece came out back on the 13th of January, because then all hell broke loose and this thing went from $180 to $75. It's back above $100 right now, but any viewer of the show for a prolonged period will know the blue is the 200 on my chart, the 200 exponential, and the red is the 50. It's a little bit below the 200, Neil. In fact, the 200 exponential is at around 117 and change. We're still below that right now. My submission to you guys would, this one breaks out, in my humble opinion, not above the the 200 exponential, but above this 125 area here. Look at this area hold up, an area, what I would call an area trough, where it defended that $125 level. I think we probably encounter resistance on FTAI on our merry way into 125. So if we do clear that, this could be a nice reversion or a recovery trade. It's already up almost 9% today. And since it touched that $75 area, we're above 100. So good look right now. FTAI, great call out by Bishwajit. I've been meaning to make an airline producer, like to throw in Spirit Aerosystems, Boeing, Airbus, Embraer, all the different companies that service these airplanes. I have an airlines watch list, but I don't have an airline or an airplane manufacturer's watch list. Definitely this one would make the cut. So FTAI, good look right there. Thanks, Bishwajit, for calling that out. Jay Lee, Sharif, a week ago, Oklo was under $30. Did you manage to get in, or did you manage to get any in your long-term account then? I'm kicking myself for missing that. Brother, I did not. And I've been yapping about wanting to get in on this energy trade, especially the nuclear one. And I've been saying that for a long time, and I've done nothing about it. So I'm quite disappointed in myself for not having gotten in. Obviously, we'll keep an eye out, maybe for some pullbacks, if we already haven't suffered them there on the nuclear names. All right, let's talk a little bit about this one. I'm still holding some here on IVVD. I'm waiting at that 20 penny area for the 20 penny winner on this 90 penny name. I'm waiting at 97s. I'm long 77s. I've wet my beak the last time over here at 87. I still have one more out on this bad boy. So this is going to be my last print up here at 97, if we get 97s. It's a good look right now, though. It's very much bull flagging above the 10 exponential moving average. I'm talking about IVVD. And you had what I perceive to be an initial bull flag up here. You give back about 2/3 of the move, and then you have the initiation of a bigger bull flag, one with more liquidity and one with increasing volume. So I do like this look very much. What I don't like right now is the lack of continuity for the second bull flag. And that makes sense because, as I've stressed multiple times, it is a different trade north and south of $1. And this 98 penny area, well, that's awfully close to the dollar. So realistically, this could be the top of the trade. Oh, we just broke aggressively down below the 10 exponential. Wow. We moved from 95 to 82 in the time that it took us to move like 30 pennies. So that was a bit of an aggressive down move right now on IVVD. Let's see, maybe we should be adding here on this move. I don't think that that's the right idea. Yeah, this one's really selling off, so good thing I'm not adding. Adair's at the big desk.
I have GOOGL up here. I mean, to be fair, they've been on watch here ahead of their earnings tomorrow after the close, but also on their blog, the company announced that Google Cloud customers can now purchase some professional services from their partner ecosystem through its cloud marketplace. So Google Cloud Marketplace, I guess a new innovation there. So keep an eye on GOOGL. Also, we have comments here coming from the head of the largest North American aerospace union, just basically urging U.S. to pause tariffs on Canada. Again, we don't really have any notice on this, as this is not a huge player here, but keep an eye on some of these aerospace related names here. The head of the largest North American aerospace union is urging the U.S. to pause with these tariffs on Canada, guys. Back to you.
Good look there, Joseph. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm just going over a couple of things and seeing what we got going on for earnings this week, guys. We know that Tuesday evening, we got AMD, Google, Snapchat, which is entertaining, which is going to be good and stuff. But tomorrow morning we have PayPal, Spot, and Pepsi. And one thing I was just looking at was Pepsi, because it has been really, really getting beaten up lately. And I was going to ask Sharif here as well, as why do you think that is? And could it be because of this Mounjaro and this Ozempic, right? So you're not getting any too many people buying some of these, I don't know how to phrase it, these retail, like these Pepsi products and chips and et cetera. And you can see that kind of reflected in the Pepsi stock price right now. So we got that coming up tomorrow morning. I think that's going to be an interesting report. I know Kramer's always talking about GLP-1, which is obviously Ozempic, et cetera, and the Mounjaro. So I'm just curious to see what he thinks about that and how it's reflecting in Pepsi's stock price. But then we also got Spotify as well too, guys. And with that, I wanted to look at the expected move, which is pricing in about a 10% expected move here on Spotify on the report. So a little out of my price range, around $551. So that can put it at a high of around $606 or a low of around $495, which I found really, really interesting. So those are the things that I want to keep an eye on, as well as PayPal. Guys, let's take a look at what PayPal might be, the options market might be pricing in on PayPal. and see what kind of expected move we are looking for on that one. Implied volatility. Here we go. So yeah, about 7.7% on PayPal, guys. And also let me know what you guys think about PepsiCo and kind of Ozempic, etc. With yeah, and there you go. So people are already chiming in on that here. Officially, same with Hershey, man. Officially unburdened. Yeah. So I mean, Ozempic having a factor on some of these stocks here, which is really, really interesting. Let's hear them for earnings play. And yeah, let me know what you guys are thinking about me. Agnostic, I've done some clinical trials for those. So that's beautiful. That's cool. The beautiful ones. Very interesting on that front. So yeah, I want to hear some more from you guys on what you guys, on especially my American friends here, on what you guys think about Ozempic and how it's affecting some stock prices like Hershey's and Pepsi as well too. So that's really interesting and looking forward to hearing from you guys. We also have PayPal, as I mentioned, so some fintech there, guys. Which PayPal has been frustrating me lately. I've been trying to cancel a subscription, but it's saying that I don't have it on my PayPal, but PayPal every month takes it out, so it's like, oh, what's going on there? So we got to figure that one. There's got to be a lot of
what's the
lawsuits.
PayPal subscription?
PayPal sub? Oh, no, like a payment that I have, a payment that comes from PayPal, right?
Gotcha.
But then when I go on the PayPal website, it shows you what is coming out of your account, but it's not displaying one of these. So every month it just keeps taking money out of my account because I haven't done my due diligence and called and said, hey, cancel the sub, but that's okay. But what I was referring to, Sharif, and I think you're more familiar with this, is the GLP-1. Oh,
yeah, Neil's Bitcoin's coming to that 100.
It's 100. It was there already. But what I was talking about was Pepsi and Ozempic and such. So, and just how Ozempic may have hindered Pepsi's stock price over the previous duration, over the past little while. So let's keep that in mind. Apple climbing towards 228 as well. Let's see what Apple is up to on that front. But I'm in some RCAT, to be honest with you, Sharif. Not too much in the money right now, but caught that pullback here, which is really nice. Let's see if we can go and test that high day. We broke out on some volume, so that's interesting as well too. Let's see if we can continue to climb higher, and then maybe we can tap into that $9 price target. But again, I would love to see a lot more volume and momentum step in here.
Ozempic.
Yeah.
Na. Guys, new traders, listen up. Oh, my bad. Okay, so don't listen yet. Wait a little bit, then listen. All right, we got some bills to pay in 2 and 1. New traders, listen up. First month, it's free. That's right, we're waiving fees. You get to trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite trading experience. You'll analyze, you'll strategize, and then hopefully after all that, you'll be able to capitalize. The platform, it's got everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and it's got game-changing charts. I can vouch for that. Predict with good backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out, guys. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, you will scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or check the link in the description of the video. Shout out to the great folks there at eSignal. Good look, guys. Been using that for a hot minute, as you know. The new side charts are all eSignal, and I haven't even really scratched the surface of this platform. They've just got so much stuff. We're talking scanners, watch list, sector city, ETF city as they call it. You got the hot list, Forex watch. I don't know what Zanger volume ratio is, but apparently it's on here, so we'll have to learn what that is. Shout out to the great folks there at eSignal. All right, here's the deal. We're still involved in IVVD. You'll recall that I had 77s, but I got everything out, right? I only had one more beak wetter at 87 that went unfilled, and this bad boy came back down, but lo and behold, it held the 20 and that 80 penny area. So I said to myself, add. You've got such an interesting area of your initial entry is a good area. So add here because you'll risk very little. So I added at 80. I've got 79s. I've only got a couple of outs over here. So if this one breaches 74s, that's where I'm going to end the trade. We'll still be positive on it. So it made sense for me to add at this area. So we'll see if it wants to hold up. I'm talking about IVVD holding up at around 80 pennies. It looks like there is some selling though coming in here, pushing this bad boy back down, but it's up 123%, a little bit more, certainly at the highs. Let's see if it holds up at that area. Now, if this one gives up the ghost, there's probably not that much time for me to trade it again, but there is a very interesting area at 70 pennies. So there is an area resistance, initially area resistance at 70 pennies from around 9.45 till around 10.40. And so that's price action resistance, which could act as support. And then you also have the volume weighted average price right now at 70 pennies. So if it gives up the ghost at my 74 out, definitely looking at 70 to see if it warrants an entry to trade this bad boy again. Right now, zagging with that 80 penny level. I'm talking about IVVD. Now, I don't have any other trades on at the moment, despite the fact that I would like to be still in CYCN, because it's still putting in higher lows and higher highs. We had the best out for myself over here at 517s. It comes back down, breaches 5, but guess what? It's still putting in higher lows and higher highs. So despite the fact that the range per candle is prohibitive, it's quite ugly at times, because these are 5-minute candles, so you can kind of get the idea there. 488 below the 5-minute candle and 534. So it's really wide. The range per candle is quite wide. That needs to be factored in your stop placement, in your profit-taking placement, as well as your risk management, the size that you get in, because you have to be able to manage risk on this. So it's holding 5 for now, and it's also above the 10 exponential. So I'm asking myself why I'm not getting back into this, right? Especially, I can risk 10 pennies at this level and give it to the area low, because if it's going to make higher lows, well, then I already know what the low is there. It's at 491. So I can get in at 504, risk 13 pennies, or wait for a 5 dip, try to pick up 5, and then risk 8 pennies. So this one's interesting right now. I'm talking about CYCN. It's not the biggest mover on the day, certainly. It's up 28.33%. So not a bad look. Not a bad look at all. All right, what are you guys looking at? Throw some tickers there in the chat. I haven't been looking at the chat too much today because we've been involved in these trades. I do apologize. But yeah, let's see what people are talking about there. Los Palos Hermanos, Palantir strong just before earnings report is not a good sign in my opinion. That's an interesting take. Warren, Trump says positive talk with Mexico president. Yeah, apparently he's putting off those tariffs for another month or so. According to the reports this morning. We'll trade for food, talking to somebody else there. KNT, China would like to leave TikTok as a commercial, and the company does what they want, AP news agency says. I don't know what that means. China would like to leave TikTok as a commercial, and the company does what they want. Okay, I'm not really sure what that means. We'll have a look to see what the TikTok news headline, if any, is. All right, there we go. Now we're getting people chiming in with what they want to see. So let's look at some names we haven't looked at today. Meta being called out here by Rob Winter. Let's bring in the Mag 7 charts and have a look at META. Bring it in over here. We'll load up that bad boy and we'll choose a Meg 7. Here's the look on Meta. Yeah, Meta is a great look. Look at that, right back above 700, 684. I guess they're not really worried about export restrictions because, well, they make most of their money on digital ads. So we don't really need to worry about that too much. The only thing that I'd say for Meta, obviously, is that they really want to get into the not handset, but devices business. They want to be able to circumvent Apple, not have to go through the App Store so they can create their products and their apps in their own way. So when you create hard goods, obviously you subject yourself to tariffs and the income or the possibility of having tariffs placed upon your products. That's obviously hasn't been discussed yet with Meta. But you know what I was thinking about the other day?
What's that, brother?
So you know those prototype glasses that he called the Orions, right?
Yeah.
So what I was thinking about, I'm like, why are they stuffing all the gadgets and the gizmos in the frame themselves? Why don't they just make the frames only capable of overlaying augmented reality and then keep the phone as the device that does all the computing? And then the display wouldn't have to have all that microprocessor and compute. It's a latency issue, says Fabian, but I'm sure that probably could be taken care of, Fabian, with upgrades to Bluetooth technology and other or NFC. I don't know exactly what they would use. wireless will never surpass wired, says Fabian. I probably don't disagree with you there, brother, but I think we can get it to a manageable, latency or lag issue, right? So that's what I was thinking about there. I'm like, why haven't they pursued that? Especially because I'm thinking of it from an Apple perspective, right? Apple, king of the handsets, this, that, and the other, Joseph, right? Why would they want or try to put the form factor of a brick on your face, especially if they're really behind, which kind of feels like that they are behind Meta. Maybe we don't know because Apple never tips their hand, but let's just assume that they are
As of right now.
As of right now,
what we know they are. Yeah.
So why don't they actually have a device that really focuses more on the display rather than focusing on the compute and putting everything in the glasses?
That's a great question.
I'll give you a second to think about that because we have to go to Derek the Big Desk.
Here from the Customs and Border Protection here in the U.S. with regards to China here and some tariffs saying that formal customs entry will be required for all international mail shipments from China, and that Chinese imports eligible for temporary duty exemptions are now going to be subject to an additional 10% U.S. tariffs. So greater crackdown on mail coming from China and additional 10% tariffs for some of these items that were previously exempt. Guys, keep an eye on FXI and I guess Chinese ADRs in general. Back to you.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a tough one there. I can see China probably getting hit with a couple more. But I want to see what you had, what your thoughts are about that.
Does that come to a lack of innovation? Maybe, I don't know. Do you go down that road that we have been for a long time with Apple? Like this, essentially the same iPhone, you just get upgrades and an improved camera. I don't know. Do they have the ability? But that's what it is. Is it not? Right?
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
Every
you're
year,
not wrong.
it's like it's one of the main things on the iPhone is like, okay, the camera's slightly better, but is it that much better? I don't know. So that's the question I truly can't answer on why they don't have something along those lines and why a company like Meta has the ability to put them within the glasses, but yet you have this whole face shield when it comes to the Vision Pros.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so I don't know.
I'm just wondering.
I found something I was reading about over the weekend as well too. Have you heard of WeChat? Have you ever heard of this app, WeChat? Okay, so you're familiar with WeChat, right?
My boy, I'm not just learning Mandarin for no reason, man.
So that's wicked. So it started out as a chat. Did you know that
It's an all-in-one app.
It's all in one app. And did you know, considering we're talking about Meta, they tried to do something along those lines too.
Your boy Elon too.
Yeah, that's what he's leaning towards. So I found some really interesting things. So Meta came out with this coin called Libra, and then they changed it to DM or something along those lines, right? And that's not at all. But I just found it interesting. But that's what Meta essentially wanted to do. They want to become an all-in-one app where you can have methods of payment off of the app, and that's how you can grab large amounts of data. Is when you start to find out what everybody's paying for and what everybody's buying, you can collect that data and then you can charge more for advertising.
That's a great point, bro.
You know what everybody wants to buy. So I think that's something that Meta was definitely leaning towards. So I mean,
there's just so many different types of products I think that we're all working into at the moment. I don't know, man. It's just, to me, it seemed like if they couldn't get it right because they couldn't fit all the compute and the batteries and everything like that into the frames, they should kind of offload all the compute and everything onto the phone and just have the glasses as your display, like you would do on a TV. All the compute comes from whatever thing that you've got connected, or some TVs are smart, they have their compute built in. But let's just say a dumb TV and you were to connect Apple TV to it or Amazon Pro, whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
All the compute's done off the television. The television's just displaying the graphics there. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
A lot of people chiming in the chat here, though.
I'd like to see what they have to say, man. Let's have a look. WeChat's so good. WeChat's well spoken about, obviously, not in North America. Because we don't have it here. Well, we do. I downloaded it, but nobody's really using it, are they? So that's a look there. Benson, one thing with putting the processing on the phone is that for Apple, they won't let third-party apps run in the background. It's probably possible for Android, though. Is that a RAM thing? Is that a random access memory thing? Or is that just some design principle that they have? Because I know with the new phones my new iPad, before when you'd get out of a program, you'd go back to it, it would refresh because it was removed from the RAM, like whatever the last setting was no longer there. That's not happening on my new iPad anymore. I mean, I can leave something for days and go back to it and find the same screen. So I don't know if that's a design choice or something that they had been doing with the lack of RAM. So let me know what you think about that. Let's see what else. Picture taken from iPhone 13 is much better than iPhone 16. So the point about the new iPhone is somewhat debatable. All right, I have the 13. I don't necessarily love their camera or anything like that, but Rondo, WeChat is how Big Brother keeps an eye on everyone in China. All right, let's go on, see what else people are saying there. AK, Sharif, what do you think holding Palantir into earnings, please? Look, I mean, it's a tough way, it's a tough choice, right? The PE is wild, right? I mean, they really need to grow into their PE, but they keep making all-time highs. So you feel like, you know, this would be better suited for a pullback. But every time you wait for that pullback, it just makes all-time highs. And so I see your point. I don't have a personal opinion on Palantir. It's not a name that I've been involved in. Technically, though, it's on the way up. It seems to have a little bit of resistance in the high 80s, as we saw last week, breaking down a little bit below that. We'll have to wait and see how they do. But make sure, no matter what, you check out that with Adara and Neil on the Market Recap Show. They're going to have that for you today. Let's throw it to Adara, though, at the big desk.
Thank you for that wonderful transition there, Sharif. Get it, Sharif. Yeah, you can definitely check out Palantir earnings with myself and Neil and Michael Noss on the Market Recap Show. But before we send you back to the Bash Brothers, I actually wanted to debut here our latest TTV research graphic. I had a lot of fun making this one. Last week was a massive week for a lot of stocks, and especially a lot of these Mag 7 tickers, right? So we had Meta, Tesla, Microsoft, and Apple all reporting earnings. We had some fears with NVIDIA and DeepSeek, where it actually had NVIDIA had their largest one-day market cap loss, and there was also some tariffs concerns. So with that in mind, I made this graphic here to show the one-week changes for all of these Mag 7 tickers from the week of January 27th to January 31st. So these percent changes are basically what we did as of the close on Friday. Microsoft down about 6%, NVIDIA down about 13%. Tesla slightly red in the week. So as you can see here, we've got some frowny faces for Satya Nadella, Elon Musk, and Jensen Huang. But the rest of these CEOs all smiles as their tickers made some kind of increase on a week-over-week basis. So make sure to check that out on X at TTV Research. And as always, let me know, tag me in the chat if there's any graphics that you want to see on TTV Research. I will try my best to accommodate that. Back to you.
That is the best infographic you have made yet, Adara. And not because like the contents is fantastic, so don't let me mislead you there. But the pictures she's chosen are so apropos. Why does my man Jensen look like he's 42 when he's like 99 now, right? He doesn't have nary a black hair on his head anymore, but there he's got a full head of black hair. And look at Tim. Tim, you know you're not throwing up the deuces today with your stock down 3.5%, you little punk. Meta as well. Look at Zuck. Zuck's happy right now. Zuck's printing high a day every time we open up the chart. Seems to be a bit higher. But Elon and Satya and Jensen, they don't seem that happy. I don't like Andy Jassy that much.
You don't like Andy Jassy that much?
Not really.
No, I'm not the biggest fan.
He's so innocuous. Like, you don't know what the hell he's doing at any time. But we know what Jeff's doing most of the time, or what he's not doing.
Well, I know. I mean, Jeff, man, come on. So there we go. I mean, Jensen, he lost $500 billion that one day. So there you go.
Yeah, maybe that's what he's upset about. That's a good point, Joseph.
Right. So he's a little down in the dirt. I would be probably after that as well too. But I mean, here we go, guys. Bitcoin now at that 100,000. Sharif was right. Let's take a look at that. Trading around high a day, around 57 and change, I think, at this point. Just below it. So 56.95 here, continuing to crawl higher. I mean, I heard Neil mention this earlier in the morning. It's just like the bounces off of 92K have been nothing short of phenomenal. I thought this was going to be the time that we broke down and we got that somewhat capitulation within this Bitcoin, spot Bitcoin here, but it doesn't seem to be the case, Sharif. Look at this rebound. It essentially never even happened, that sell-off there, from 102K all the way down to 92K at that lows and bouncing it. I'm thinking double top, so what do? I offload a bunch here on Friday, and that's okay. It is what it is. If we break the high, then we can get right back involved. I mean, buying the all-time highs isn't the worst strategy out there, especially on something like this, because we could run into price discovery. So I'm just really surprised at this bounce. I thought this was going to be the the turnaround that we got, and then maybe we come into the mid 80s on Bitcoin, but doesn't seem to be the case as of right now.
SOPA breaking out, guys. SOPA taking out that 290 high day. I don't have it up. Let's take off Tesla and throw up SOPA. There it is, 290 high day. It's at that level right now, 277 or so. That was the breakout area initially at around 950. That was the high there. We take out that level. Keep your eye out on this one. It's big. It's up 83% on the day, so we need to put some respect on this one's name. Good look right now for SOPA. AK, my man, I answered you in the chat with respect to Palantir. Katina, man, do you have any advice for people holding Palantir into earnings? Anything you would say to them?
Get your offer ready at $99.
Get your offer ready at $99. In other words, put in a profit taker for $99. So the Katina man, in not so many words, bullish Palantir earnings. So there you go, my man, AK. Better from him than from me because I'm not involved in the name. I just report on it intraday and when it's moving, but not something that I keep my eye on all the time, obviously. But it's a hell of a name. It's what Dan Ives calls the Messi of AI. He likes it. He likes it for many different reasons, right? Pure play AI, you know, they're not really using that generative AI, using large language models. It's not what they're focusing on. They're focusing on real use cases, mostly military application, not all. We've seen them now try to diversify into the commercial sector a little bit by being able to kind of organize the manufacturing process using some of their systems. I'm talking about AIP specifically as the system that they employ there. So do your research on it. I mean, I don't know if you're trading it as a swing or you're a long-term trader. If you're a long-term trader, I don't know, man. I think we're just scratching the surface of AI in a military capacity, guys. And you know, I talk about my favorite social media platform, TikTok, all the time. And the videos that I see on TikTok, sadly, coming out of the war in Europe, just makes me feel that we are not even at like a 0.5% of the military capability that we could with AI. A lot of these drones or these autonomous, I don't want to call them autonomous vehicles because people will mistake them for cars, but you guys know what I mean. Autonomous military hardware. Let's go with that. Okay. Going into the battlefield and doing its thing. That's kind of what I'm envisioning there with respect to Palantir and how they deploy some of their technology. TS, do you guys have mic level checks in the AM? I feel like your levels are off. I constantly need volume adjusting. I don't know. The production team is always on the case there. It's not really for us to decide. It's for them to let us know. Anything you got over there, Joseph?
Yeah, just let's see what we got going on in TSLA. I'm keeping my eyes on IBIT here as we continue to crawl higher here on the session, but I also just documented the Playmaker. So all-time highs on the Playmaker poll, guys. Good work there. So I got out at 155, so we documented that one. So positive trade on the Playmaker. So way to vote that one. I voted short today for everyone's information. Full disclosure on that front. But here we are, TSLA running into some key. Oh, why'd I get a fail there?
What happened, Katina man?
Okay.
He doesn't like that, man.
All right, so here we go.
Katina man is very disappointed right now.
I don't know. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm still short Tesla. I'm short. I'm short, man. We're gonna send it to Adair, man. I don't know why I got the fail.
I don't know, bro.
Just be aware here. We have got the Nasdaq up. They're actually near day's highs, but Fed's Bostic making some kind of cautious comments here, saying that he does not expect there will be enough clarity on inflation by March in order to justify a move in rates. So basically, Fed's Bostic saying it's very likely we will get no change in rates come the March FOMC meeting. Back to you.
Oh, no, not even close. No, not even close. No, not even close. No.
The Katina man hit the fail because Joseph voted short on the poll, and I think it came out long, Joseph?
Yeah, it came out long, 57% to 43%. The closest one was like, that's relatively close. Closer than it usually is, I guess. That one time we had the 50-50 going into the close was the closest it's ever been. But yet we still yet to get a short. I'm waiting for that day to come to fruition, that's for sure, man.
All right, guys, IVVD, we've been involved in this one. I'm proud of myself with this one because, look, I added an area that I perceive to be a good area of support. That 80 penny area I added, I just wet my beak at 86. I'm still holding a piece. I'd like to take it out at the $0.50, or sorry, not the $0.50, calm down, bro. At the whole dollar, if it comes up into that 98 penny area, that's the high of the day right now for IVVD. It's up 140%. Put some dang respect on this one's name, or not, I don't care. So we'll wait for 96 or 98 pennies, try to front run that size there. CYCN, oh baby, it's about to take out highs again, 535 HOD. Again, you know, this one gave you higher highs and higher lows. I don't know why I didn't add it to that $5 dip. Anyway, the best print we had was around that 518 area. It's at 529 right now. Good look for CYCN. It's breaking, well, it's about to break out. It looks like it's been putting in that upward channel essentially all morning since 9 a.m., 9:30 a.m. Take your pick. It's been up and to the right, higher lows, higher highs, but the range per candle has been a concern on CYC. Meaning, if you were to take the average price range of a 5-minute candle, it's a lot wider than you could compare to maybe an IVVD or something else, like a SOPA, for example. So that had to factor into your entry and your profit takers as well as your size. So IVVD, we're holding that. I'm holding RCAT over here at 868 because I perceive RCAT to be doing a higher low kind of bull flag setup. I don't know how I feel about this because it's technically negative on the day. It's 1.5% down, but Adara brought us that news item midday, and then we got that big boy spike. So we've been putting in higher lows since that time. We've had a bit of a sell area at 870. Not really sure what's up with that. I've moved up my stop to account for this area trough over here. So we're long 68s. We're risking to 53. So we're going to risk a little bit on this one. I'd like for it to hold a 10 exponential, but I'm going to risk to the bottom area low right there, which I perceive to be in the low 50s. I'm looking for a move up maybe into 880 if it really wants to get gangster up 890, something like that. But I perceive this to be higher lows with a flat top, so that's typically an ascending wedge. We'll have to see if that actually manifests or not. But can you believe it, dude? It is 2 o'clock already. I mean, I did not, usually on Mondays go a little bit slow because like it's Monday.
I find it a fast day.
Yeah, that's interesting. For me, Mondays I've been a little bit slow, but definitely not today. It's 2 o'clock already. I got videos to shoot after this, so we're going to send you over to the big kahunas. They go by the names Neil and Sean. Get it, boys.
Peace and love.
I'm just so glad that I don't have to shoot any more videos anymore. Like, I'm just so glad that like everyone is just so much more handsome and knowledgeable than me. It's like I'm thankfully to all of that. We'll just sit here and we'll put on
every day last week.
Shut up, Neil. We'll put on the bangers here, and we'll leave the recording
100K right now
to the professionals. There goes Bitcoin
just
right
broke
now
100K.
through 100. But I think didn't you say we already did that once there? IBIT 57 and change right now.
Yeah.
So here goes Bitcoin. Here's a 15-minute chart, but we just do get that break. So let's go over to a 1-minute chart and see. Yeah, no, I think that's right. That might have been the first one. It may have broken. I mean, again, just depending on where you're looking. I think this is Bitstamp, but Coinbase. My bad. I said Bitstamp last time too, and it was Coinbase. But there it is, right there. There's 100. It looks like we may have done it back at 150, like five minutes ago. But anyways, at the end of the day, bouncing around there, gets up to 103. So $100,300 right there on that upside play for cryptos. So yeah, fading out a little bit there, Neil, but good call on that one as we come right back up and through. I'm only one position long Google. We've been getting out of that. You could probably, there's IBIT. Here's the position right here. Again, like this is all we've been doing. It's going to be another green name and pretty well traded there. Google getting more out here as it drips around. But yeah. I don't know, man. Everything that's been happening. Like I said to Neil, I said maybe the NASDAQ, I more feel like the ES has a better chance of getting positive, but NASDAQ on a nice move higher right now. Trend, that's why I was saying about Joe there. It was funny because you did the Playmaker poll. And I mean, we always kind of get that long feel. And so far here this afternoon, it is a pretty long feel. I mean, the nice bounce there off the 50-period moving average, taking out day's high just five minutes ago. Now the retracement's coming back.
Oh, that was the Bitcoin.
Short-lived, but at the end of the day, still a nice little move higher for now on the NASDAQ and for now on Google. But yeah, see, you're still on the tariff plays over there.
Well, no, just GM, but
Yeah, good.
this IBIT, like we just can't hold above 100,000. Like we're okay. There we go. We just
Can
did
we
it
just have
again.
nice things?
We just broke over it again. I'd swear, and I could be wrong about this. I would. You gonna sing that song?
Moon and the sun
All for one?
and your eyes.
Oh my goodness.
I'll be there.
Yo, I think I hosted my junior high
A minor.
talent show. Was it that song? It might have been. Anyways, I emceed that, and it was like we had like a group that wanted to be R&B singers, and I remember I made some crack about.
Yeah.
I think it was that song, or it might have been like Shy or something along those lines. But we can't hold 100,000. It's frustrating. But it's bothering me that I would swear that 100K on Bitcoin was underneath IBIT 57. But maybe I was wrong about that. But obviously, $57 even right now is about as close to 100,000 as you're going to get. So what I would like to happen is for this thing to resolve. Like either we hold above and let's break it away from 107. 100,057 on IBIT, or I guess we'll get like some kind of a reversion play. Like if it fails, like kind of like this. Like if it fails 100K, just maybe look for a quick little like reversion short on IBIT. I wanted it to be a long, but yeah, it doesn't look like it wants to do it. All for one. I haven't heard that in forever. You know what's crazy about that? I saw an interview with them all the time. That was Boyz II Men.
Yeah.
And Boyz II Men always get, okay, can you sing that song, I Swear? Because nobody knows who All For One is. Yeah. That group had one hit. It's like, come on, man. Boyz II Men had everything. You can't do that to those.
No, they didn't have Poison because that's my guy, Belle Biv DeVoe.
BBD.
Now you
Boyz
know.
II Men. ABC,
BBD.
They were all
East Coast
like,
fam.
yeah. That was like the jam back in the 90s. But anyways,
All right.
Bitcoin, do it. Do it or don't do
Bitcoin,
it.
yeah, I mean,
do it or don't do it. Like either hold above or let's revert
it's
this.
fine.
move.
I mean, 99.9 right now. Yeah, let's see what happens right now with
Silly.
Bitcoin. Should be a good one. All right, look, there's the more important number right there, right in front of your face, as we get ready to rock and roll and hopefully celebrate what will be 500,000. And we may or may not have champagne. We may or may not have cheese. We may or may not have a charcuterie board.
Charcuterie. I'm down with that. Oh, what happened to GM just now?
Yeah.
Oh, GM just broke 40. Yeah, it just fell
Fortunately,
out
it's
of
probably
it.
more like the may not, but that would be really fun if we got that. So let's we'll keep checking that board there and see how close we can get to 500,000. I mean, we could do it today. I mean, if everybody watching is not a member, go over there. It's completely free. Just go to the YouTube here. Look, I'll show you how to do it. It's actually pretty simple. This would be bad if I'm not subscribed, but I'm pretty sure I am. So here you go. We just go over here. You go to Trader TV Live. You just click on, oh, boom! There you go. What? There we go. I'm going to unsubscribe just to show everybody this. Okay, so they see, oh man, now I'm not subscribed. I can't be in the chat, right? So, all right, so now I want to be in the chat because if I'm not in the chat, I'm definitely missing out. So I go subscribe right there and bing, and you get lights up like that, and now I feel really good. And the thing is that this is an unproven study, but if you do that, then your next trade, this only works if you've never been subscribed before. So if you go over there, there's more than a 50-50 chance that your next trade will be a winning trade. If you do that. It's about 50-50. Depends which way, long or short, but science.
Yeah, I'm putting lotion. When it gets cold, I get a little ashy Larry, all right? So Fabian done caught me. Let's go to Sharif over there.
I mean,
You were talking, I'm like, it's gotta be.
my daughter has a skincare routine too, so don't worry about it.
Oh, man. Neil's killing me. All right, guys, welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The boys are locked and loaded. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you, but their only way to decide those tickers is to join Joe and I during How to Trade during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite ticker every day. You got to be a member, though, in order to engage in the chat. Here's a look at the triple Qs. We are down on the all four major averages are red today. The Qs, the NQ down about 2/3% with the ES, the S&P, about 0.5%, a little bit higher than that last time I looked. The Dow faring the best out of them all, down 0.14, and the Russell 2000 small caps faring the worst, down over 1%, 1.15 last time I checked. Here's a look at NVIDIA, guys. I don't know. I kind of perceive this to be possibly an inverse head and shoulders, ready to break out that level, that double top, as most of these microchip names are selling off as a result of the newly instituted tariffs by Donald Trump on Mexico, China, and Canada.
Oh, Canada.
Oh,
Yeah, of course.
say.
No, but they're gone, aren't they? Well, they're paused.
But the chips,
No. The
tariffs.
well, of course, the installing. What was it? Not installing. Moving 10,000 troops to the border, I believe
yes,
it was.
Mexico.
Was going to cause a potential pause. Although I don't think Trump immediately was like kind of walking that back. But we'll see how it all plays out. Nvidia, I'll get there in a quick little second. But there we go. I'll hit save there. Hit save. Now I've hit save. So there's that. It's about 100,000 on Bitcoin at 57. It's not exactly, but the trend line is broken, and we'll give it to just over 57. If I look up and it's busting 100K, I mean, I know we're going to be out. Let's see play the reversion there. NVIDIA, NVDA, not an S at the end, Neil. Look at this.
You could put the S on it.
Well, then the problem
What is that? The 3 times or what is it?
No, I think that actually doesn't exist.
NVDAS. No, I think it does.
Is
NVDA
it?
L and S.
Oh, it's L and okay, good.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I could have hit that and it would have been fine.
Nope, you're
No,
right.
NVIDIA for myself was a 115 short and then a VWAP long. And if we had just stuck with the 115 level, that was the gold zone. Because when it broke away, and I said this is the lesson of the day, when it broke away, I needed to be long almost immediately above that price, and then it held the higher low, did eventually take it at 17, but then tried it twice here off the 116 level, and I'm kind of feeling like my black chart VWAP would have been off, because this never actually broke VWAP. And that's one thing you should always do. Ensure that your settings are always the same on all of your charts, because I would swear on one of my charts VWAP broke there, but I like to strengthen NVIDIA over this 115 level. Part of the reason is you go back to last week's resistance and all the way back to the October lows, which Michael mentioned and was talking about. NVIDIA holding now above that for a bit of a reversal pattern. So while it was breaking down, like the short, I guess I got to put my 118 breakout. I left my 118 breakout in for a long time and eventually canceled when we got down to 116. That's what we left you with, and it looks like we're going to be taking that 118 break again. It never got there. Like that 17 got to like 90 and never broke 118. So let's throw that one back in. All things come to the breakout once again, NVIDIA.
Yeah, NVIDIA's a great stock there. The only one that I looked at today was we just stuck with the plan there. We went with AMD. We liked the short. It didn't get up to 116, 117. So instead, we just sort of play that same level, 114, 115. Nice break higher there on AMD. It was a good short for us early, for sure. Boom, boom, boom. And then we started feeling waves down here. We even mentioned it there. That's where we cover like a bunch of covers. And then we don't even go short again at the same level of 114. We let it get back up to 114.50, and then it just puked all over itself for some reason and fell down $1. Then we went back in and out again right there. So AMD a top stock for me today, despite only going short. But that was a great one at 115. So I think we just got to level down a little bit and talk about 115 short. But I'm not going short right now anyways. I'm not going short anything. So the market is too strong. I think there's a good chance this thing goes green. So I'm just going to be watching this market. Any pullbacks into the 50-period moving average, I think I like the long. And NVIDIA, it's not quite like Pikachu. Like I don't choose you yet. But at some point though, NVIDIA, I choose you, because we're going to break right there that high. And you want to be short? Rhetorical question, but I don't think anybody wants to be short against that high of the day. And if you are, you're probably punching out, and then let alone if that market actually gets going there. And, look, not to think that Trump blows with the wind here or anything like that, but he's talking about CEOs. He's talking about this, talking about that. We know he's met with Jensen. They've been that invite to the White House and this and that. There's just a lot of talk all the time about everything. So, like, at any point, NVIDIA could really, really take off. As long as you have stop orders, I really feel pretty comfortable with a trade in NVIDIA, especially breaking that top. Like, if you break that top, what you're going to do right now, again, it's about $1.50 because you have to wait for this, which is why I'm not super excited about it. Let's just see what winds up happening. We're long right now Google, and we'll get to that, but I'm more excited about the longs and the shorts right now in the chip space. So we'll, I know, Bob, Palantir's a monster. We're going to get to that very, very soon. We're very, very happy with Palantir. We do not have our Palantir investor hat on, but maybe we should put it right on.
It's an interesting
we
choice.
We don't want to jinx it.
Oh, that's why.
Well, no, that's not why.
No, I mean, it's an interesting choice.
I went with the gray and the white. I got the black. I got the black pants
like
on.
NHL action.
Just a little bit of NHL action going on here. The Maple Leafs. I don't know. good win there on Saturday. They played Edmonton Oilers. It's just so hilarious. There we go, Joe.
They
I
have,
know
like,
Joe's there. Everybody Edmonton's so upset because we went into their barn and they had to change their start time of their game because here in Toronto we're 2 hours the other way. So they had to play at 5 in the afternoon so that we could watch it at 7.
Yeah, but I mean,
over
come
here.
on.
But yeah, we're
The bigger
we're the
market.
big market. They do it in baseball too. Like
No,
the
that's how it
Yankees will
works.
get the certain games, obviously, of the night game.
Well, I mean, I deal with it with the Buffalo Bills. Like, it's just the same
Yeah, it's a
thing.
smaller
Like-
market,
Like,
yeah.
when are we ever getting the prime time games? Like, not very often. 118 is going to break.
Except for when you play like KC, you know. What do you mean? You guys got huge primetime games. You got all the Sunday night games. You got like 4 or 5 Sunday night games in a row. These Bills fans, man, are always looking for something. Hey, Joe, you notice that? I mean, I'm a Bills fan too. I mean,
still a little sore. It's
is it that soon? I mean, 2 weeks.
Super Bowl hasn't even been played yet.
2 weeks ago.
I don't know.
I'm spoiled. I've seen 2 Super Bowls in my life for the Packers. So
Well, no, I saw 4 in a row. So
no, Super Bowl. Yeah, you saw 4 in a row Super Bowl games. My bad. Super Bowl wins. We got a dot on Neil's face. No. Oh, he wiped it off? I don't know. Oh, it's on your screen. I don't say anything on our
what are
screen.
you talking about?
Nah, Joe's just hyperventilating, hallucinating.
No, Joe's
over
saying
there,
there's
my
something
God.
on like the red dot. Someone's trying to take me out.
Let me guess. Your next investment's MindMed over there? Okay. All right, let's go over. Don't worry about it, Neil.
Dude, it's the
just
Palantir
screen. I don't
drones
think-
trying to take me
Yeah, they're trying
out.
to take you out. All right.
Should we-
I like drones, Neil. Guys, all right, Tesla right now, 5% negative off the lows. Tough day today for Tesla. We were aggressively high to start the day on Friday, then took it all back. Here are the headlines. So President Trump was asked about possible conflicts of interest with Elon Musk. Just gave a very straightforward answer. We won't let him do it. With respect to the Model Y, it's manufactured in the United States, exported to Canada. That could be on, the chopping block right now as the trade war between the two countries kicks into high gear. So Elon Musk looking to, supply Canada with tariff-free cars. He's talking about bringing them in from Berlin, guys. The Model Y could stop coming in from the States and come in from Europe, believe it or not.
Europe?
I mean, remember, he is going to pretty soon tariff the EU.
Well, he said he's going
hilarious
to,
as well.
so I believe it.
I'm getting out some more Google right here as we approach the 50-period moving average. We're just going to stick to the plan right now. We'll talk to Google in a little bit. So Tesla was my number 1 stock today, and it was my number 1 trade idea of the day. It was to go short on Tesla, so your boy went short on Tesla. It's written right here on the sticky note. The number 1 trade idea for me today was to go short on Tesla. It's my number 1 P&L name because we did that. And there it is. We just kept going short underneath, view up. It worked until it didn't. Boom goes the dynamite. See you later, Tesla. Now it's back up to the upside. You get these moves all the time off the open, right? I mean, we've lost on these trades just as much as we've won. But this one, again, we've just been protecting. Things have been working out for us. We've talked about how this is kind of like pretty much a dream market for traders right now. You get a lot of moves right here off of big levels, and boom goes to the dynamite. If you can catch one on the right side of it, you're laughing. So that was a big trade there. This was a $1 worth of risk. We wound up taking 11 on that. So that's a pretty big one. We even talked about this when our stop order went in. It was right there at view up. It does come back upside and then goes. Now the thing about it, look where it stopped, 375. So it is a good thing, I guess, that we looked this up, because we went back here and we said, where can the old stock stop? And if you look right here, looks like we might have found a spot right there, 375. So this just goes back to the 29th, a couple days ago, and that was that exact bottom. So we got there today, we took a piece out, it tried to get back in, and then straight up to the upside. So right now, looking for shorts, I think
Short? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not short now. I mean, I could still look for a short. We're long Google, so we're 80 cents in the money on Google's P&L number 2 today. So we'll get to that in a minute. But at the end of the day, I don't think we go short until not just where this 200 period is, but I don't think we get much again until the same levels that I thought before, like 96, 97, 98. Or you just short in front of 390 and get out immediately. I just feel like this whole gap could fill. Again, I said when the NASDAQ was down 0.57 that there's a chance this thing gets positive today. So we've been holding Google. There it goes, man. We talked about it down here. It's a nice move up. Yeah, pretty happy with the way this market's performing here in the afternoon. I'd say Tesla's a long at some point. I'd rather play dips right now.
Yeah, the 50 period on the daily got, what's the word? waxed, rinsed, smoked, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. But if we get back to that, I think maybe there could be a maybe little something there. But I didn't trade Tesla today. It was all Sean's banger. But I will point out one thing, and it's Randy's not here today, so usually I would have already said this. But don't look now. Rivian, you just did it again. This is hugging, and I'm talking about hugging it like, you know, like my daughter does if she has a nightmare or whatever, hugging daddy. Like, it's look at this 200 period, and we just did a huge rejection underneath. Knock on wood, because closing above it would require holding essentially these highs. But Rivian, if it breaks out this top, that's literally the 200 period holding and breaking out the high. Just one quick note, you guys all saw NVIDIA break that 118 to the upside, and it got about 118.40-ish, and then ran into some resistance trying to break this trend. If it loses 118 here, like it's kind of trend in, trend out. It's already broken this stiff trend up. So like to me, if it gets down to 118, it's really broken that trend line. And usually that would be an out for me. So I'm not going to go short, but I am going to cover it if we can't hold on. Because 117 also looks pretty good on any kind of a dip buy. But let's talk about the earnings name of the hour. Well, of the next 2 hours.
Thank you, Chef Joe.
Palantir boys, the next one here expected to report after the bell. Make sure you're hanging out with us after the close with Neil and Adair. They're going to have that on the market recap show. Should be definitely an interesting one. What a recovery, though, guys. We were gapping down aggressively overnight on Blue Ocean. Last night I was looking at Palantir, was decidedly negative. Now we are 5% in the clear, and we're really close to Friday's highs. Here's what the street's expecting. We're looking for EPS of 11 pennies on revenue of $775.91 million. They've beaten earnings 8 out of the last 10 times, so keep your eye out on that. And here's what the market is expecting in terms of volatility. If we can move on to the next screen, Mr. Remote. Come on, there you go. Okay. Well, you went too far there. There we go. So expecting Palantir to expected moves about 14%. As you can see there, last time the move was 23.5% to the high side. So definitely a volatile mover. And guys, that conference call, the all-important conference call, starts at 5 o'clock.
All right, so look, Palantir has caught a lot of people that didn't believe in it, and they are, if this print comes anywhere north of what's expected, this thing is, in my opinion, just going to explode, and I'll tell you why. So this is the thing, when you get up here like this and then make that move back in, you get some traders that start to go short off of past highs, especially when you're talking about a stock that since its August lows is up 4x, you know, so 400% since August, right? So you're going to get some traders that are caught right here. So what happens is they go short, then it just absolutely tanks, and that's great. Okay, great for them. Did they cover? I mean, I don't know. We heard that there's a lot of insider selling. We know Kathy Wood, for some reason, sells as this is happening, then buys as this is happening. So I don't know what's going on there. But at the end of the day, this is another area where I believe traders would be putting on shorts again, trying to short this $80 and see what winds up happening. Well, that's back-to-back days now where the market hasn't been the greatest, and Palantir gives the middle finger to the market. So people that have been shorting this name are going to get potentially hurt pretty bad here if that print comes a little bit better than expected. I feel like this does blast higher. If it gets that 11% implied move, then you're going to be up to $100, and then that's a problem again. So this is a very much a cult stock, and we know what happens when that happens. Not only you're going to get some people running for the hills with options, but this stock could absolutely blow up, and you get the hold of the 50-period moving average. Like, this looks pretty clean. There's not going to be too many charts that look better than this heading into earnings. And I know I'm long Palantir, and you guys, it's not like I'm just long right now. I mean, this thing could drop down 20%, and I think it'll just be a buying opportunity. So at the end of the day, this looks real healthy. We talked about the way Meta looks and all that stuff. This is breaking higher as well. I think it's a good stock, and I think it's one that you got to be aware of. Let me look at the short float here. What was it, 11% or so? I mean, you have to imagine something.
Is that high?
Let me check. I don't know. It's always something. Right here, go to overview. Yeah, so right on here we have 4% or so. So again, for an S&P name, for a NASDAQ name, that's going to be a lot of short float. It's going to get spicy if it beats. So I think that you're probably paying too much to play that to the short side. I just really think that that number could be really exciting there. Obviously, it's up. There has to be other people thinking the same way. Play off the 200 period, play off VWAP. I don't think I'll be touching it today, but I'm definitely excited for the report. I mean, Palantir is going to go out today ahead of their report, like Sharif just said, 7 straight, and it's at all-time highs. So, I mean, I think you're happy with the performance of it. Even if it pulls back 10%, it's just kind of like where it was last Thursday.
Well, the one thing I've made a determination on is if there's something crazy with Palantir in the other direction, I'm probably going to cover Snowflake, which I own. It was more of a trade thing. Look, if Palantir doesn't blow out, then it's an 85 double top, and it'll make me get out of. Well, I mean, Snowflake was meant to be a trade anyways off of the 50-period hold. But just very quickly before I make one more thought about Palantir, usually I would have probably maybe trailed out a little bit closer to the trend line, but I gave it to 118 when we broke in on NVIDIA, so it never really broke the $0.50 there. But we did have a break-even stop on NVIDIA. Maybe 117 will come back in. I like the stair step to the upside. The market's still pressing highs, but the breakout kind of gave you a little bit of a push. It got all the way down to 117.74 as it's starting to come back in there. But just one last on Palantir. This double top, I know there's probably going to be a lot of, I don't know if you trade in the aftermarket or whatnot, but there's probably going to be a few people looking for these breakouts. Obviously, trading in the aftermarket is pretty dangerous, no question about it. But I do suspect there's going to be some squeezing if you break that 85. You just never, if you trade that aftermarket, just be careful with it for sure. But it's a very appealing double top there, that all-time high double top.
It's a nice effect, Fabian. I like that. That was really nice. Great recovery today for Google, guys, essentially filling the gap onto the close there on Friday. Still down the day, but marginally really outperforming the majority of the other Mag 7. 0.59 negative. This one reporting after the bell tomorrow. Make sure to catch that with Sean and Ondera on the Market Recap Show. And here's what we're expecting. We're looking for $2.13 in earnings, EPS on revenue of $96.5 billion. The stock's already up 41% in the last 52 weeks. And here we go. This is what we're looking at in terms of expectations. A 6%, 6.5% expected move tomorrow on Google. Last time around, we got about almost a 3% move, boys. Make sure to make, if you're invested in this name or if you're swinging, the earnings call starts at 4:30.
Hive Digital Technologies, NASDAQ symbol HIVE, is pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining, a global leader in cutting-edge data center operations. With over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet, Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient green and clean energy. Learn more by following them at Hive Digital or at HiveDigitalTech.com. Sign up for the newsletter for more updates and find out what's going on with Hive. We've had them on the show a couple of times. HIVE, also on the Venture and on the NASDAQ. All right, so you know, trading is about money and about learning and about getting better and about sticking to the plan and so on and so forth. So, this trade, again, if you're following me, we took this trade together. This was just as it was breaking 203. It broke and it didn't do anything, and we were ready for that. We are not, and even as we took this trade, we said breakout trades. Right now, unless it is going to be either on earnings or something breaking like, I don't know, just with excitement, like an NVIDIA just ripping. We'll talk about these different examples. But this Google was just a take of 203. We had been here before, obviously. It's not like it was all-time high or anything like that. I thought this market wanted to go. You bounced off the 200, you got going. We bounced around there. We took this level. Realistically, this was probably, 202.50 or so right there. That break was the one to take. But we take it at 203, and then this happens. It just falls all the way back into the 50 period, in which we are very, very comfortable taking more shares. And when we did, that's when hit it. Traders unite, because we don't other traders would stop out. Like, we had planned for this to happen. I think that's what you have to focus on. Where's the plan? What the shares are you doing? Can you handle moves downside? We could handle a 40-cent move down. Can you handle the truth? You can't handle the shares. If you can handle the shares, then this is what happens. And you're rewarded for it. Then it comes back in, then we actually went swimming here. Come back in, all right, and be like, all right, we didn't get out as much as we wanted to. If we were here, we probably would have got some out there. Comes back in, boom, same levels, rebuy the same dip level again, right? It holds, boom, 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 and now we're starting to get some more out. So again, Google will beat, Tesla will beat P&L 1, Google will beat P&L 2 right there. We don't have any red marks, and I'm going to keep talking about that, and regardless, I don't know if it's whatever it is, but Google today seems to be a good stock. We'll watch it for tomorrow. I like the name. It's a big holding of mine, but today we decided to go long. If it does not break these levels, though, like this could easily turn out to be that short. I mean, you got to wait for earnings. Tomorrow will be what tomorrow is. But this is, again, right there at the highs. We talk about Palantir. Palantir goes down, touches, and just rips right off of it. Kind of same thing for Google. It likes this 50-period moving average. Tries it, bounce. So this, to me, is looking, again, I don't think it's going to have as much oomph behind it as Palantir, but this name breaks higher too, man. 203, 204, PLTR, and Google, both charts looking absolutely fantastic. So there it goes, man. Two of those names on there so far are P&L 1s and 2s. And then we'll get to Neil's IBIT trade after this.
Yeah, I didn't trade any Google, but it's not adjacent to it, but I'm only going to mention this because it is trying to go one more time, and that's going to be this 13 in Rigetti. So Rigetti, we like Rigetti off 12. It held 12. It held a higher low off of VWAP as well, and now wants to barcode and consolidate on this nice little, can we come to my chart just quickly? Nice little consolidation, bull flag, whatever you would like to call it, in front of Friday support, all day long resistance at the $13 level. So it's trying to hold it and break it back out on RGTI. If it gets to VWAP, I like it, but also if it breaks a little bit higher, then we want to see if we can grab that as well. Sorry, I just heard NNE in the news, but it might not be moving at all. Oh no, NNE is breaking through the highs. Yeah, some of these names, Ockel's probably going as well, but yeah, got to pay attention to, I think, some of those other runners that we saw in Quantum. They're pretty strong today in the rebound. Other runners in nuclear, as we're also seeing, like NNE breaking the highs. Hopefully SMR is doing the same thing.
All right, guys, last on the list here, IBIT or Bitcoin. What a recovery, guys, off the lows. We're almost going to fill that gap, still marginally lower, about 0.75%. Here's the main headline, though. Donald Trump signing an executive order to create a sovereign wealth fund for crypto. We'll have to wait and see whether this gets challenged in court, whether he can do it by way of EO, guys, or we got to go through that legislative branch.
I didn't know that it was specifically for crypto. One of the rumors is that they could even buy TikTok with this thing. So, they need somewhere to hold it if they did a deal where somebody gets to buy TikTok and then you've got to let the government have a piece of it, then a sovereign wealth fund would make a lot of sense. But ultimately for Bitcoin, they got to hold it somewhere. I thought it was going to be the treasury, but if it's a sovereign wealth fund, it's basically the same thing. It's all about the cascade effect that I think you're going to get. If they do it, then everyone else has to do it because the U.S. is going to be the leader and there's only so much out there. So long term, I mean, I'm buy and hold. I've never sold Bitcoin at any point. Well, I shouldn't say that. In my TFSA, in that I've never sold it. I've made some moves in Coinbase here and there, just having fun in that account when they came to IPO. But at the end of the day, I think long and strong on Bitcoin. Just very quickly, come to my chart. We just held that 100. So when you have rules, stick to your rules. There was one, it's 57 on IBIT. So it broke underneath, grabbed the short. It did not hold very long. We're risking about like 15 pennies. VWAP, I don't think I would have held it to VWAP. I'm looking here to there. So the most you're ever going to get is like 50 to 60 first area and then like that dollar move. But now you're holding the other side of the trend, like the prior trend line of best fit is now turning into support on Bitcoin. And when that happens, oddly enough, Palantir did something similar earlier today, and then you saw what happened to Palantir, where it tried to break the trend, and then it all of a sudden held as support the entire way in the afternoon. Looks like a pretty strong one. Barry, when did I start accumulating Bitcoin? In earnest, like the largest purchase I made was, I have to remember, I forget exactly when the ETF launched in Canada, the purpose. Like whenever that was, that's when I started like the largest amount of my accumulation in my portfolio. It's about like 6.5% of my holdings are in Bitcoin.
What's up, Tony? Yeah, thanks for the love, man. That Tesla trade was bang-a-rific. Yeah, so we'll be, Neil just went over the IBIT trade, obviously, there. I said I'm not going short anything, so I'm not going short IBIT, that's for sure. Yeah, like, I mean, just breaking higher. Look at the 50-period moving average. And again, Neil's mentioning different styles. Yeah, I mean, that's, for me, this would have always been a long. Just look at it, hold the 50-period right now. Like I said, it's trying to take this high out. We've been here before. I mean, obviously, we're just breaking through 100 right now. We've got as high as that 108, 109. Bitcoin has a lot more room to run. It was a very scary moment earlier on today. I had the market on buy order for the S&P off the open. That worked out swimmingly. And right now, same thing would have been true for Bitcoin. So we've always talked about the relationship between crypto and the NASDAQ and crypto in the market, and it seems to be stronger than ever, in my opinion, as the market rebounds, and so does Bitcoin. Bitcoin right now at the high of the day. NASDAQ, I know NASDAQ is faded just a little bit right there, but NASDAQ at the high of the day as well. So yeah, I mean, that relationship just continues to be true. So I'm going to continue to get my sort of spidey senses going here on that. And for me, it's not going to be too many shorts unless we really get going. I mean, we said we would look at the Qs a little bit here. I will still look at TQ as well. So the triple Qs will be very similar levels. Like we still got to wait for them to come through. It's just triple the move. So these lines should be equated for that too. But this is the NASDAQ. So we still have up here 524. You still got to break through there on the triple Qs. So 525. That to me is like the next area to short. Now they're still $4 away from that. We could get to that pretty soon. And if we do, man, I mean, this Google trade will be great, and then I think we can flip into the short. So we'll have to see if we can get something up here. We'll wait for the Qs. We'll keep it on our watch. If you guys are on that, pay attention to like 524, 523 there for the triple Qs. And if I actually just switch this over right now to something that I'll actually trade, I'm only going to use the Qs because I know there's a lot of you that are looking at options and things like that, and you'll probably be on the Qs rather than the TQQs. But if you are a trader, it's the same levels. So up here, $84. If we can get to that, it would be a big move, but we started the day down here at 78. You're now up $3. So if we do turn green, I guess that's close to being green, right? So a little bit about a buck higher than that. That's where I think you can start the short. So we'll see. And then again, with it being earnings season, earnings are still going to lead the way, no matter what we think about Trump and all these tariffs. If we can have a big day tomorrow for some of those names, they'll help lift everything. Like Google can save the day. Palantir will help a little bit with some of the AI worries, but they're in an island by themselves with their software and everything and the integration they can do. They could take all of the data that you have and implement it into a AI foundry and into a system that can assess the data that you're looking at and spit out whatever inputs you're looking for in a secure fashion. And that's part of it too, is they've got that stamp there from the White House for the security of their data and their programs. So that's big. We talked about them getting another contract. Well, I heard something about, I don't know if it was Joe or someone, Ecuador or El Salvador or...
It was...
It doesn't matter. Insert country here, but I think Palantir is going to be a big one there. You mentioned some nuclear names, and you mentioned Nano, right? NNE.
NNE's breaking SMRs.
Yeah, I was going to say SMRs at the
I'm kind of looking at that. So NNE with that, it was Nano Nuclear that broke out the high of the day like 5 minutes ago, or whatever the heck it was, like 5-10 minutes ago, right in there. And then I did pull up SMR, which, spoiler alert, I think we both own SMR. Here, and it has a very distinct double top. Nice little run into that double top. I kind of like this. I like this for an afternoon break. Obviously, it's holding pretty well there. And there was a question someone asked when I started accumulating Bitcoin. I did have some. Look, I held Bitcoin before 2021, but I didn't really start adding to it until like 21. It was 2021 when the Purpose ETF came out, and then I was like dollar cost averaging for an entire year into Bitcoin. And I just estimated 6, and I don't know if it's like, it could be 6%, it could be 7%. I'd have to double check and do some math. The other thing about SMR that I like going on here is going to be, and Palantir did this too, like you had this little head and shoulders, which probably got a lot of people short in here, right? Like there's your gap down, you're short to there, and it's been holding out. So if you break out this top, you've got all this room to the upside. It's also, they're all like 18% short floats, by the way, like all these nuclear names like SMR, in and around that range. We'll go to Adara, but I wanted to make one more note because Walmart is close to 100. So Walmart has an outside chance of getting up to 100 today, which would be another fresh all-time high. That's also going to be on watch. Adara?
A couple things. For one, I looked earlier, I looked again now. I have zero evidence of any kind of Palantir Ecuador-related deal. So I'm not seeing anything on that. The other thing here is the sovereign wealth fund talks. Here's BTC USD, of course, it's above 100,000. So from what I'm seeing here, this is actually more of a catalyst related to TikTok. Donald Trump did not mention Bitcoin or crypto at all when signing this executive order. However, he did say that it might be used to purchase TikTok. We know Donald Trump has been wanting this purchase of TikTok here for the U.S. He's floated a couple names around, and apparently he's talked to some people. So Donald Trump's, this sovereign wealth fund does not seem to have anything, at least as of right now, on its face to do with crypto, and it actually seems almost entirely having to do with the purchase of TikTok. Again, if there's anything else, I will let you guys know, but there is no mention of crypto here by Donald Trump or by any reports when we're talking the sovereign wealth fund as it currently stands, guys. Back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Adara. And I, like, again, you know, the ultimate thing is, if they do create one, what do you expect is going to be in it? Like, if they don't have a reserve in the treasury and you're going to be pro-crypto, sometimes I feel like you just connect the dots, right? So I get it, you know, you're talking up your book a little bit to say bullish on BTC or bullish on Bitcoin, but, you know, I tend to think if you're not going to be accumulating crypto in a sovereign wealth fund when you've already said so much pro that notion, we'll see what happens at the end of the day. We'll see what happens. But I tend to believe it's going to be bullish for crypto. So NVIDIA did try that 118 break. It's still holding a higher low, but you can see like it kind of pulled right back in, got to 118 and a half. Would like to see it resume the upward trend if it can do that. But I think I'd want to be right back into it. But look at the barcode. Like it needs to make a decision, and then we'll join. Like allow it to get back in, maybe retake that 118. Don't need this falling back underneath that 118 and not being ready. So we're ready for it to break back out. We're ready for it to go 17 or into 16, which is VWAP, which I'll make sure we wait for VWAP if we do lose that 117 contain. SMR is pretty close, but hasn't broken out yet. And then Rigetti, Rigetti's just sort of still holding out this top. It's sort of chilling right at $13. Doesn't seem to want to make that move. If it doesn't start moving soon, I mean, Rigetti's a huge move today. It's like a good 10% from top to bottom. For the last half an hour, it's in the 10-cent range. I'm not anticipating it's going to hold that range. I'm looking for the breakout of the top, but if it doesn't do it, we'll have to move to another stock.
Okay, so let's have a quick see what's going on with some of these coins up in here. All right, so last 24 hours, wow, wild rides. I mean, we were down 10, 15% on Bitcoin when we were touching that 92, 91 area. We talked about that. It hit there last night. It's too bad because I put that bid at 87.5 or something last night. Missed it. Now up 3%. This is 24 hours, so this is just, changing as we speak. Ethereum still getting hit, man, 27 and change. We were down to that 23, 24 level there for Ethereum. That was a little scary just to see some battling back there. XRP, when we talked about it this morning, was down to 226, something like that. Well, I mean, I can call up all the charts. I just want to try to see some of the names. Thankfully, Tether's still $1, so that's good. Hopefully it stays like that. Solana back upside. Remember, this was down in the 170s, I believe, earlier today. And again, I'll call up the charts. I'm just looking through some of the names now as we go back up. Dogecoin, again, good level for sure. That was at a quarter. Now you're at 28 cents or so, up 1.6 cents. I saw Cardano 65 cents, almost pulled the trigger because remember, we got stopped out of a long up there at 98 cents. for Cardano. We could have rebought it today at 65. We should have done that. But we did. I'm done buying all these coins. We've made a decent amount on some of these lesser known coins that we'll wait to see. I saw Render went down to 450. I don't know. Here's Litecoin. I don't know if anybody's still talking about that as well. Yeah. All right. So that's about it. There's Pepe. I sometimes see some Pepe on there. You know what? Let's do something that's just real funny here. TRUMP. Let me see what the official Trump coin is all about right here. Is this what it is? Yeah, Trump, I think, right? Yeah. Down 7% right here on a 24-hour chart. We can go over to a 1-month chart, and you'll see, obviously, from zero there all the way up to $80 and now hovering around that $20 mark. So there's Trump official coin 7% down, which I guess is actually holding out pretty decently considering I don't know if it has any actual value to Trump coin or what that is backed by exactly. But again, that is not a endorsement or a negative aspect to it. I just do not know what you are investing in if you are investing in Trump coin. All right, so there's ARM holding again. I was just looking, it just did show up on the scanner, I guess, trying to hold through. I guess I need to refresh this scanner, but holding that VWAP right there was pretty good, 156 and change now for ARM. And again, just pretty choppy, but it's definitely that nice trend as we hold here, trying to break 158 right now. That would be that sort of that next level. So I think we'd be looking at that for a break long. Where are we though? Okay. So you're not too far away from a potential trade here in ARM, I think, breaking in and around that 158, but then I see we've already done that there today. Already gone to 159. No, I was just looking at this top right there and thinking, let's break that. Yeah, you're missing the data. Yeah, we had some
59. I'm just going to put the line in the chart so I know where to.
Yeah. Anyways, that's that one. Yeah, so I don't know. And then talk about that just before we go to Neil, because we did Trump coin. Like, I don't want to, like, again, it's not about it being worth nothing. As I said, like, I don't know what the value of it eventually is going to be. But if you sort of say, like, if you're a DJT investor and a Donald Trump coin, I feel like they're very similarly tied. I mean, I guess one would be tied to the Truth Social, which I believe is what we have here. And then I don't know about the Trump coin itself. So, but again, a lot of people invested in this don't need to know.
No,
it's a gamble. And I think people that watch this show understand that anything like that actually doesn't have earnings, or it's same thing with the stock, right? Like you take a shot at Palantir hoping that they can turn a profit. Palantir was a 30-year-old company or 25 or something like that year old company when it went public. It actually didn't IPO, it direct listed. You know, they did not turn a profit. They needed funding from capital markets and whatnot to get some of these projects off the ground. So Palantir, you needed to wait for that to happen. So that's why I'm saying a lot of these projects in the crypto space, we talked about Render Coin and some of those other projects like Solana at one point was just that smart contract that now trying to take down Ethereum. So, you know, you got to sort of build your case for what you're trying to invest in. And then that would be that. No, Andre, I've not heard of Atos Software in Germany, but now everybody else has.
There it is.
That's now listening. So got me right there. But I did that on purpose, of course. So
Atos. But hey, everybody.
Yes.
Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, and that is Worksport. Ticker WKSP. Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off the grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. Shout out to them and hug the 50-period moving average. Why don't you? Honestly, it's not often that... Here's one thing that I would say about moving averages, because you'll see us talk about moving averages all the time. If you like moving averages and you use them, just make sure your stock respects it, right? Because you want to trade off things that actually respect the thing you're looking at. And it's interesting that this actually has a lot of respect for the 50 simple. Oh, do that $1 break. You know how much I like these consolidations, break the dollar, break the prior high, give it to the dollar, that sort of thing. So shout out to them. Jerry Garcia in the chat, the expected move on Palantir is, well, I thought it was 14. I'm just going to double check.
I think that's...
Yeah, it's 14. Keep two things in mind. Joe just put in, there was a ton of open interest at the 96 strike, which I think is, that's roughly about, I think it's about the 14% from where we are right now. That obviously makes sense. But last time it moved 23.5%.
This is not even
So the
real
last
life.
time it was 23.5%. Keep that in mind.
This is not even real life in Palantir. Like, I was like, oh my God, when the last time I sold shares, this thing was like 57, 58, and I was like, I can't, if this thing ever, I remember saying live on the show, I think it was Ozan and everybody, I was like, if this thing ever gets to 59, man, that's it. Like, I'm not even coming in tomorrow. And like now people are calling like 96s, like that would be, oh boy, if we ever, I mean, like I said, I think it could happen. I just cannot believe the run that Palantir's been on. And I mean, we've been here for the whole damn ride. And it's been absolutely fantastic there for Palantir. We'll just see. I would say Wise Money, you know, probably get something out, you know, right around now. Like if you're still in a big position or anything like that, it's never, no matter how much I like the company or anything like that, it's like you still have to understand that earnings could go either way. It could be a complete disaster. Like that's the whole point, you know, of keeping this closed and trying to figure out what you think of the company overall, and then not base your decision on what is one quarter. I mean, we saw Apple start the day, and this could happen to Palantir tomorrow, right? I mean, we saw Apple start the day on Friday with exuberance, man. I mean, it was a monster report. Was it? I mean, they were okay. Services were better. We thought that it was a little in the clear. We had upgrades. We had all this kind of nice talk. Probably Danny Ives came out and probably called this the best investment again. And then, and this is the second most valuable company in the world. Just got shed like basically $13, like it didn't even really mean anything, all the way to the downside with very, very little resistance, only to catch a bid at the end of the day because of market mechanics brought us all up there as we had some huge buys at the end of the day, right into there into the close. So yeah, and then today it's like, okay, we'll just continue this. And remember, they were up on earnings. So this could be what happens tomorrow to Palantir. Boom to that 100, boom to that 96 or 99, or it could go the other way and take complete opposite as well. So all you can do is really trade price action. And I mean, that's why,
in fairness, Apple did have there was some negative stuff in the report.
Oh, yeah. There's negative stuff. I think in most companies' reports, there's going to be negative stuff. I mean, it's just a matter of trying to parse it out. And I mean, that's the thing. It was up so much. It was on upgrades. I didn't hear anybody downgrade it after that earnings report. Now there probably is. But that day, and it was great. So we don't know what's going to happen. And at the end of the day, all we have is the positions that we have right here. Everything else, either long-term or we don't hold these overnight. So, you know, we'll continue with sort of positive talk here today. We're 4 for 4 over here, and that's what we're doing.
Kirshner crew in the chat to me. Aren't you in MindMed in your personal account?
Kirshner?
Up 9%. Look, I actually do own some shares in MindMed from a while, but it's like, it's small enough that there's zero thought of it on my mind as to where it happens to be. So if they're up today, I haven't looked in a while. And I don't have that much. It's a very, like, less than 1/2 of 1%. It was probably even less than that of my holdings. It's just not a big stock for me. But I haven't looked at MindMed in quite some time, and I'm glad if they're up that 9%. But no, I don't think I've ever said that I have a significant position in either. So I'm not really sure where that one came from. But
Up 9%.
Sharif, you're in MindMed? Yeah. Oh, you're in this stock? Just quickly. No, okay, just quickly before we expound on that, I wouldn't have thought of an RFK connection there. 118 did try to come back. So the first time it broke, it went clean 50 cents. This time it broke 118 and was nothing clean about it. So like kind of like an up-down move on NVIDIA. Still kind of languishing. I did see it pop up. I mean, this is a crazy thing. Like, it's popping up on my trade rate as like number 1 right now, but there's not that much happening. So, you know, yeah, it seems like it's doing the most, but relatively speaking, it's not moving a ton. So I'm looking for something to really stand out on my trade rate that when I go over and look at it, it's really moving. But yeah, MNMD, I mean, I guess, yeah, up 9% today. I haven't really looked at this thing in a while. It doesn't look that. It looks okay if it can, the 50 and the 200. But yeah, usually I like these things if they can break and get above that moving average and show you that second half of the trend and squeeze. It probably has a huge short flow too, which can give it some juice if it starts going. there on M and MD. Kind of a random one. And an RFK play, I suppose I can see the logic with that kind of a move, but not a big one for me.
And Marissa's making this chicken casserole. It has broccoli in it. All this. Yeah, man, it's like a chicken's.
I swim by and steal some. I have no idea what I'm doing.
I mean, yeah. It's because we're going to be out. Well, she's got hockey all night, all day, all night. Fucking crazy hockey, man. Oh my God. Like she played yesterday and then she went to like an optional. She already made the team, but she went to the skate anyways because her friends were going to the skate yesterday. So she's an absolute machine. Wow. When your kids find something, and then my son went snowboarding yesterday, so I was up at 6 o'clock or so, dropped him off at the bus, and then he went, and he is absolutely loving snowboarding. So nice when they find something that they like to do. And then my other kid, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was sort of hoping that basketball is going to be it. I was pleasantly surprised. We went to see the Globetrotters on Saturday.
Yeah. And, did they win?
Yeah. They lost once, and that was in 1971. They lost. What's impressive about the show is how good of a job they do keeping every quarter at they'll be up like 20 and they'll still end the quarter basically even.
Yeah.
Every quarter they do it so that it's always a last-second bucket. They're unbelievable showmen and women. The only downside I had was there was only they have 5 women now, at least from when I looked at the roster, but only one of them came to the show in Canada. And so the line, all the little girls wanted to line up this year. And we did this magic pass a half an hour early. And literally the buzzer went off right after she got her picture with her. And I was like, thank goodness. And she immediately Ace is my favorite. She's practicing her ball handling when she got home. It's just so cool and inspirational. And the best part about it, everyone there on the Globetrotters, to a T. They stay completely in character. The referee could be halfway across and not even paying attention. Just the facial expressions, interacting with the crowd. One of the players came and sat with us at one moment. What I love about them is they're just so positive and ridiculously skilled. Some of those dudes are doing dunks that
yeah, I know.
Shoot,
crazy.
They're crazy athletes. They were it's the Globetrotters. No, man, they can ball. Some of those dudes.
Yeah, I mean,
ball.
they're not professional ball.
No, but
Yeah, they make money balling.
They got a dude from Poland who basically break dances with the ball. He was pretty legit too.
Nice, that'd be fun.
It's just a heck of a lot of fun. I don't know if they probably go everywhere in the U.S., but this is one of the few stops they make in Canada, which I'm glad because I went to see them when I was a kid, and it kind of means a lot when you take your kids to experience something that you did when you were younger.
Yeah. I am a good friend to Neil. You're right, the Fud Farm. I'm such a good friend to Neil that I brought him into this world, and I don't know if that's a mistake or not, but we've been pretty happy with it so far.
Well, at the end of the day, man, it's paid the mortgage and it's paid all that stuff. That stuff, so I'm pretty happy about it. I said this, and I didn't really pull up a chart of Snowflake as to why I have concerns if Palantir goes down today. Then I have a sneaky suspicion. Let's see 185 to 190 on Snow. Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. 190 here, 185 there, 190, 190. If Palantir loses the bid today, Snowflake, I think in sympathy, is going to pull back. And Snowflake was like a 50-period hold trade for me. And then it did this little ramp job on their earnings. It'll suffice to say, if we lose, I have a stop underneath 170 in my personal account on a Snowflake long, and the reason I move that up is specifically for Palantir earnings, because I feel like if Palantir has any drag to the downside, it's very likely to punish Snowflake, which a lot of times will move in sympathy to them, even though they're not exactly the same thing. I don't think it'll always get dragged up with Palantir, but I definitely believe it get dragged down. The only high PE, not making money company that I'm a buyer of this year, I'm pretty sure, is going to be ARM. I just like ARM. I'll leave it at that. And if you only ever wait for stocks like that if you wait till they make money, a lot of times it's going to be too late. Or think Uber, and I can't think of it. I mean, Palantir, we obviously talked about that one. I'm sure there's a few other. Amazon is a great example of that as well. If you wait too long, you're going to miss out. Okay, so SMR doesn't seem to want to make that break. Nanonuclear went. SMR not really going. Nothing's really jumping off. I actually see Palantir as number 2 on my trade rate right now. And but it's not really. I don't know. I might tweak this around a little bit because I feel like the last couple of days, and when I have this on in the afternoon, like I'll pull the stock up and it's one of the volume leaders, but it's not really churning through the way I'd expect to when I pull it up. I have to mess around in e-signal with that indicator. Maybe find another one as well.
I'm also the DJ at her games, at her home games. And yesterday, every time there was icing, I played Ice Ice Baby. I thought that was pretty.
Yeah, that's legit.
And things I have to find fun with. Okay. Yeah, the other name, so I really think that Intel is a good play, man. I know my guy Obi hit this pretty good here today. He might be taking my spot as the Intel whisperer, maybe Obi over there. But yeah, right there, 1970 right there. Great shorts for Intel. But I actually like the name being up there today. I've only made 2 basic decisions in the last month or so. I bought some Intel on President Carter Memorial there the day after that when we opened back up. So I have to go check the price. I thought it was like right around here. So it's a flat trade. I think it was 1980 to be honest with you. And then I had bought just this morning the SPY off the market open. And that's it. I did not buy Bitcoin.
You should show the chart on.
Yeah, some Toronto things got a little bit ham there. And then hold on a second. Oh, NXPI is aftermarket. Did I know that? Yes, I knew that. So NXPI is again another semi name. The expected move here is over 6%, but this name is also one of those ones that could help us give a little bit of guide. That's what it was, because we had TSM. NXPI could give a little bit of a guide. This is very, very similar to AMD, where if you've been sitting in some of these chip names not named NVIDIA, then you're getting crushed. I mean, now NVIDIA is trying to give it a little bit back, but AMD has been an absolute disaster, as has NXPI, and this is coming right now tonight, and this does not look good. Like, you want to talk about, this is why it doesn't matter. Like, people are like, oh, well, Palantir's valuation is so high. That's nice. It's going to get higher. Like, what do you want to do? Chase these names? Like, you want to buy names like this? I mean, it's just a matter of underneath the 50-period moving average right now just does not look good. If this was flipped around where we bounced off the 50 and upside, then I'd say this is good. But I did have thoughts that this one is not looking like a great report is imminent here on NXPI. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I just heard in my ear that they were reporting, and I actually forgot to mention it in the past. All right, Google, I'm going to have to adjust my stops here because we are kept on watching VWAP, but it's come up just a little bit. So now it's at 202. So I'll take another bid here. So I'm actually still bidding 202.05. So that's kind of a little bit underneath VWAPs or so. It's still right here. So we'll try to get another long. I'm not going to do it right now, even though this is where we're long. I'm going to let it fall into VWAP, and then we'll give it 20 cents after that. Look, man, honestly, no red symbols today for me. So I'm not going to start sticking the hand in the cookie jar a little bit too early. We're going to stick to the plan here today. And yeah, shout out to Manny Fresh. Fresh. Oh, how did you know the funny thing about that is hilarious that you just said that. And you know why? I'm going to show you why here. Because this is what I was listening to today on my walk. No word of a lie. Hip hop, there's Manny Fresh. Dance mix on Apple Music. Honestly, that's what it was. Right there. That's hilarious.
The universe is always listening.
Or Eerie Pages is listening. That's crazy. They had that back that you know what up on that. That was a good one. It's one of my favorite songs from Juvenile.
That was that joint. Man.
You look good. Better back that thing up.
Anytime you doom, 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 doom.
If I start hearing that beat, man, you just better.
Yo, that was.
All of a sudden, you start wilding out.
That one. There's a
40-year-old gone wild about to happen.
You hear it? No, it'll always be X. No, nothing. It's X for me. Like anytime they drop that little DMX.
Oh yeah, I have yesterday I was playing that. They party up in here. I'm gonna get me lose my mind up in here. That one's a good one. That's a good one for the DJs.
Don't get me fired there. Get me fired up.
I told you I'm getting fired up.
Get me fired up. This came up and I didn't know the answer to this. My roommate, because not my roommate. We went to the Globetrotters with my neighbor. Nice. He's like, who's performing with Kendrick Lamar? Like, is it?
I don't know.
There's always leaks as to who it's going to be. Obviously, he's not performing by himself. on Sunday.
He could. I mean, it's LA. I mean, that's why he won all the Grammys, because it was in LA yesterday.
You know, 'cause I just assumed there was going to be some, you know.
Oh yeah, it could be. I
there.
think it. I mean, it's New Orleans.
Yeah, usually. Well,
So I don't know if Lil Wayne will show up. I mean, he's pretty mad that he didn't get it to begin with, so I don't know.
how he's not.
I mean, Drake turned the thing down 10 times. They asked Kendrick once, and he says yes. So.
But how can Wayne not be there? It doesn't even
We'll
make
see.
any sense.
I don't know.
It's
The Weeknd, I think, did it by himself.
Oh
Did he?
yeah, he did, didn't he? I just thought for sure.
Who was last year? Was it Beyonce? There was Beyonce
I thought for
one year.
sure Lil
Oh no,
Wayne
Beyonce did the halftime at Christmas for Netflix.
Drake, maybe no. It'd
Who did last year?
It would be the biggest troll ever if Drake was there. Vizbot,
Pregnant Rihanna, yeah.
DMX, the best show you've ever been to. I've heard a lot of people say that. I never had a chance to see DMX live. Apparently, he's amazing. And Flick's podcast, just back to the market for a second, isn't ARM overvalued? Yeah. I would agree that on a PE basis, ARM is absolutely overvalued. I just think ultimately they're in everything. You cannot make, you're not going to make energy efficient chips without them. So they're a big part of the AI boom. They're a big part of the chip boom, regardless of AI. And a lot of the insider holding are companies that are never selling the stock, including like NVIDIA. Like NVIDIA wanted to buy them outright. Intel wanted to buy them outright. And ultimately, I just like the company. So I'm DCAing into it. You know, every quarter, unless something crazy happens on the earnings, I just want to build a position. I made that mistake early, calling it overvalued. And when I had it at like 80, and ended up taking half out at 120 like a fool, and then saw it go to 150, and I never bought those shares back, and I ended up buying those shares back at like 100 or something like that. Eventually, you just got to buy the stock. You know, if you like it, you can't get too wrapped up in valuation if your time horizon is really long. Like, companies will grow into it. That's just part of the game.
All right. It looks like we should have been buying Google at that exact same price again as it starts to go back up there to the upside. What's up, Danielle? Yeah, I just started swimming last couple of months throughout the day, just get away from here, get a little bit of action throughout the midday, and that's pretty much all that I do. Then I go for some walks and stuff like that. So that's about it for the workout plan for that. Okay. Just trying to find some new trades here. Shopify, Amazon, XOM. Let's check out some energy plays. Let's see what XOM is doing right now. So let's have a quick look. So 107 and change. We had looked at, what was the bottom, 105 or so there? Yeah, so there's that 106, 105. Sometimes you just don't forget these key levels. Nice little move there off of 105 up to 112 again, bouncing off 50-period moving average. You know, ExxonMobil does have a lot of green energy ideas as well there. I don't hate the name at all. There's a dividend there. I don't ever want to chase yield, but there is a dividend on Exxon. I think it's 3.5%. So there's not too bad there. Same as Chevron, but you can lose that dividend in one day if things don't go right with any of these policies. So again, an American name. I don't know what exactly to think about all these energy plays. The one that I'm in is XLE. I'm not adding to it. I'm not really doing anything with any of the energy plays that I'm in right now. And I'm kind of just leaving them alone. We did talk about, I know that I was going to buy the diamonds, although today I bought the S&P. But I kind of want to stay away from most of the energy names. XLE is actually going the other way. It was starting to head upside as opposed to ExxonMobil there, I believe, because I don't think XLE looks, oh no, my chart's going to crash, or is it? No. Is it? Let me see. One second. I'm going to go to Dara, I think, in a minute. All right. Well, okay, there it is. Yeah, so here's that move down that we had talked about. There's that nice move up. So, yeah, so this is in a drawdown right now. I'm like leaving most of these names alone until some sort of a dramatic move one way or the other. We had JC on the show calling XLE like a huge buy, and I don't, it just hasn't been there. I wonder if that's changed on that. He was here maybe 6 months ago, 8 months ago, so it's not a recent call from All-Star Charts there, but I remember him liking the space. Maybe still does, again, probably on valuation, but right now XLE, nice downside move. All right, Adara has something, maybe something's moving around.
Keep an eye out here for some volatility because Trump's press secretary, the White House press secretary, did just say that the call between President of the U.S., Donald Trump, and Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, is currently underway. So apparently this call, where they're very likely to discuss tariffs, is underway. Beware here of some market volatility. Already a little bit of a pullback here on the NASDAQ, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, and look, I've seen a few people in the chat mentioning SMCI for potential earnings. So I'm going to double check, because I know this came up last week, and I'm going to double check with Adara as to when it says they report. Because I see one source. I see like one source that says tomorrow pre-market, and I remember when we talked about this last week. We'll pull up SMCI while I'm talking about it so I don't confuse you guys. And I saw one report that said tomorrow in the pre-market, and then others were saying it might be a little bit later. So just make sure you get like a couple of sources. We don't have anything definitive on it. Obviously, when SMCI reports, it's an event just from a volatility standpoint in and of itself. This would be a nice one to break out 28.
I mean, there's a way to find out when they report. Joe, see if you can find out where there's a lot of interest on SMCI, if there's any sort of specific date on SMCI open interest. Problem solved. Okay, so right here, let's just look over at Coinbase, see what that's doing here today. 286.50, 286.70. Nice move up for Coinbase, man. I mean, look at that bounce off VWAP. Like, I just feel that this is going to be the case for a little while here on Coinbase because, you know, with all of this action, I feel that you're just going to want to treat crypto names as if it's like almost earnings day every day. Like here's the move up. Look at it bounce off VWAP. Look at it bounce off VWAP again. Boom. Comes back into VWAP and holds. Like we just got to play the same direction as pretty much, you know, like the same story that we've been working with. And that is stock is moving. We'll check the implied move. And I think on Coinbase, you know, 2 to 3% move is pretty basic, you know, to look for every day. So I don't think we're even outside of what an expected move here on Coinbase. But again, VWAP, boom. So right there, man, as we go. So we're going to get it all figured out. I see a lot of people there asking about what's going on with SMCI. So we've asked Joe, and if he finds it, he finds it. If not, there could be nothing. SMCI is a very, very busy name, obviously, on the option front. But that was, pardon me? What day? Yeah, but what days? I need to know the day. Okay, this Friday? Okay, so maybe February 7th. There's some interest there.
I have it up.
Sure.
Just to show it. So there's a lot of open interest on the 7th. But there's a lot of speculation. I saw people in the chat say 14th. People say 20th. Ultimately, it looks like a guess they haven't really said. That's what it amounts to. But let's be real. You know, you're here. Believe me, we're live with everything. So in the aftermarket, whenever an announcement happens, we'll get it to you for sure. Now you're really starting to go here on Rigetti. All right, so Rigetti's now broken away from the 13 level. Let's see if we can't find a join here, maybe even at that 13 quarter as it's looking relatively strong. NVIDIA is somehow still the top of my trade rate, but I guess that's just because it's NVIDIA, but it lost that 18 and now heading back into VWAP is NVIDIA. Only about 15 minutes until we go, 15 minutes until we get to the end of the day. We have the imbalances coming through. You have a little bit of a rollover, not rollover, but resistance forming on the NASDAQ, and you're being dragged down here. So looking for something that might look short. I mean, Tesla was the weakest name. Apple was incredibly weak today, but it's now above VWAP and holding a little bit stronger than it was before. So I don't know that that's going to fit the bill either. You guys let me know if there's anything moving like crazy. You know, obviously, I want to see something starting to go. The only thing I see breaking out of any range would be Rigetti. Everything else is pretty much in a pocket. I still like this SMR, but even SMR, that just pulled back pretty decently. We tried to break the top a second ago. Like right in here, looked really good for a top break, and it just lost a bid, like literally 5 minutes ago. So this might not be the one. It doesn't mean it can't break, but we're running out of time for this breakout in SMR. Like the double top, like where it's holding relative to the close on Friday. We're just not seeing any follow through that'll let us take that long.
All right, so I'm just going to wait for one more trade to come through. This is Google bidding this VWAP. If we break VWAP, we'll get out of it. We are not going to turn red on this play. Never. So we'll put on a play here. We'll put on like a 2 or 3 unit play. If our max is 5, this will be like 2 units down there at 202. And then we're just going to hold it 20 cents. If we break back down into the 80s, then we're going to get out. We're just going to try it. It is negative. The market's not holding up like I thought it would. I'm a little disappointed because I just looked at the TQQ chart, and this is something that we should have. Again, like just this top right there. If I was looking short, then I think he let it blow off a little bit. And then what I think I've done in the past, and respect to you too, Tony. I mean, thank you so much. I mean, I don't know if you're saying you're my biggest critic and now all of a sudden you're a big supporter. I just want to say thank you. No, because honestly, it's not easy to host and to trade and to do what we're doing here every single day. Like trying to find the best trades and trying to put those up for you. And talking about our day, there's some humility in talking about how your day's been going. And I think that, I do a pretty good job of that. And even when the day's not going great, I'll be here to tell you guys, if I've traded 6 names and I'm positive on one of them, I'll tell you I'm 1 for 5. It just hasn't happened. It's been a pretty good day. Pretty good run, I should say. Today is fine. Today's great. But just this top here. So there's the top. So this is what I'm saying. You have a nice move up there. You make that top fine. Generally speaking, it's like that Google trade. You take out the top, you come back into the 50 period, and then bang, you're supposed to take that top again. But when it doesn't, then this is where I feel like just here, 250, 3 o'clock, and then we're a little bit past it now. Like these were shorts right here against that. So the fact that we've fallen now, like I would say you probably would take something out like here around halfway if you're short off those tops between the 50 and the 200, but we've really helped ourselves with that 200 and it's been a good support level. So if you are falling back in, I would say that you don't want to wait too much longer than 81 bucks. Like if you can get a little bit of a drip on this into the close ahead of Palantir earnings, again, it's NXPI, it's Palantir, and it's Clorox. CLX is not Clorox, is it? CLX. Oh, it is, okay. Yeah.
That stock.
Well, yeah. So anyways, so not big S&P movers or anything here into the close, but at the end of the day, the market could fade out a little bit. I feel like it's been I was serious. Like I thought the NASDAQ did have a chance to go. When we made the comment, it was around here and it only got to 0.35, only to return back. So, all right, see how we've not bought any more Google. We told you where our bid is. It's right down here, right at 20205, right at where VWAP is. Like I'm not trying to get anything too excited here. It's a fall back in. We don't have many shares. You can see all the outs. We're going to reload this, put a position on, give it 20 cents. That's what we're doing here today. So I don't know. On that note, it's kind of the same talk. How's your day going over there?
You know what? It's mostly a nothing burger day. There was 2 stocks. There were 2 stocks that I actually had any risk that was equivalent to a big mover.
Yeah.
Most of the big levels that I liked. Sorry, these guys are talking about this IVVD. I'll get there in a quick little second. Most of the big moves that I liked never got to the prices I wanted, with the exception of PDD. Like PDD is the only one really that ended up trading where I wanted it to, and it did the dance. But it was this wick right here, which took out the 108 that got me the most. And it was the only stock that actually traded right at the price that I really liked. And that's the worst when it happens to you, for sure. TRBH31, how about BABA? I haven't looked at BABA. I'm gonna make the presumption BABA's chart probably looks a little bit like Pinduoduo's chart today, but actually no. BABA's is much better.
Really?
Yeah, much better. So that's, here, just quickly. That's Pinduoduo, and this is Alibaba. So both of them spike and then pull back, but one of them is now flat on that entire pullback, and it's now flat. I think, look, I like BABA.
Here's Google.
We own it on our personal account, just so you guys know. But yeah, I like the fact that it's going to hold up better. It is at a resistance spot and rejected $100. So I'm not, I wouldn't be buying it here. I think the buys have been pretty obviously in the 70s and the 80s if you've been following along on Alibaba, and that's the price that you want to own it for sure. No, I had this IVVD stock up because I heard about everyone talking about it in the chat, popping up on the volume. It's like the only low floater, just popped up one of the scanners up there, right at the $1 level on this IVVD, done 400 million shares with only 45 minutes to go. So like 500 million shares done. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty strong. And it's trying to break away from a buck as we speak. I usually like the over-under. They stacked the offer from 1 to 105 here. So looking for a reversion on this IVVD.
I mean, there's 20 cents right there on Google. We talked about it. We'll take 5 units. That's 2 units right there. So yeah, are we happy with that trade? Yes, we are right there. So that's a good one right there. We come again. It's a chicken dinner winner for you. As Neil was mentioning, just a couple names there. Our Google fell into our lap, and we talked about exactly what we were doing. So there it goes, man. Boom goes the dynamite right there. I hope some of you did take that trade. There it is, man. We just stacking on stacking on stacking right now today. So I know it's been a little bit of a nothing burger day for my friend to the right here, but today's been a pretty big day over here. So I want to say again, thank you to everybody there. Thank you so much. Oh, here's Jonathan coming in again. All right, oopsies. Let me see what you said. I just saw my name here, so hopefully it's not that bad. All right, we should probably pre-read these. But okay, I'm always impressed with your consistency, Sean. Sean, thank you. I'm here without any distractions, and I still am not as consistent as I am. Well, thank you for that. Whenever I'm on the opposing side of a trade, you do not. So that's the one thing. We always talk about that. Like Sharif says, oh my God, the Gatina man is long and I'm short. It has nothing, honestly. I do appreciate it. I would think that if our logic is opposite, then maybe something a little bit different. But for me right here, I mean, anybody can see this trade. I know, like Neil won't take it. We'll take different trades. You can monitor us as you see, and you can ask us, what's up with your trading today? And we just discussed it, right? We said not too many bangers for Neil. We've got 4 or 5 of them today. It's just a matter of what are you looking for? Does something you're looking for set up? We are lucky enough that Tesla is a huge one today because we have Tesla marked on here. We have FXI marked on here. So look at FXI. FXI is a positive name for us. There it is. Short, short, short. Bang. It takes off the top and we get out. This is barely a positive name for myself today. Tesla, FXI. And then we had marked down AMD, which before this Google trade was PNL number 2 for me. So it's just like have your ideas, have them in there. And even if levels don't hit, like look at this level on Google. Bang, Neil. This is 45 cents just right now, as if we're just taking candy from a baby right there again. So Jonathan, if this is what you mean, there it is. Yeah, we are consistent. And there it goes. Boom. VWAP to the 50 period. We're using scanners. We're doing what we're doing. We are that common man. And if we can do it, so can you. So there it goes, man. Nice move there to that upside on Google. So right now, Neil's in IVVD. We're rocking this thing with Google. Let's see if we can put some more up on the board, Neil. Let's go.
Yeah, look, IVVD just made that break back underneath the $1 level. Wow, Rigetti is absolutely gonzo. I have it up on the other chart there. I got to cancel that bid. If Rigetti gets that far down, we don't want any part of it. So right back over under at the buck. I'm not giving it to the prior. I'm not giving it to the actual high of the day here. There's a stacked offer. I don't want this getting past the 102. So I'm going to give it to the 102 level. I have like 98 quarters as the price. So we're giving it to that 102, looking for the first push down into like 95. 95 would be about that 1-to-1. You've got to be kidding me, Rigetti. All right. I canceled some bids on Rigetti because that's what Rigetti is doing. It's absolutely gone to the upside at this point. Oh, I hate chasing this far in the day at 320, but first available dip should have been here. I thought we'd get down into like 13 even. You pulled into 12.98. Then there was this little tiny red candle. Next available red candle, I'll look for an entry on RGTI. But it's a simple little reversion play, which has worked well. Like actually, I mean, the best trade I had was a reversion trade today on GM, is what it is. But it's the same setup, right? You guys have probably seen this before. Like trend up, fail a high, revert back into VWAP. The only difference with IVVD is it's a penny stock trying to hold the $1 level. So I like that 102 where they've stacked the offer to. I feel like if these get to 105, it's pretty much already gone. So always a bit of a tighter stop here. If it breaks 102, I'm going to be out. Let me get some bids in because he actually got a bid to be able to cover.
Exactly. And I think that there's some good talk there in the chat. Like, it's all relative, right? Like, obviously, the amount of shares that someone would use on a 98-cent stock might be a lot more than something that you would use on a $202 stock, right? So you're going to have to take that for what it's worth. And that's why I'm just saying, you just judge the trade if it wins or loses. All losing trades will be a minus into your account. All winning trades will be a positive into your account. Then you have to assess how many what the share sizes are of those trades. And that's what it is, right? Where are your stops? What size do you have? Like trading that stock at IVVD right there at 98-cent stock, you might have 10,000 shares of that, you know, as opposed to maybe 200 shares or something of Google. Like, I don't know, you got to judge the way it's going to move, what your risk tolerance is, and what your plan of action. So yeah, man, I mean, there's a lot of money to be made everywhere right now. So you just got to judge whatever your style is and go with that. So thanks for all of that there, right? So boom, there it goes, man. We do like Rigetti. I wish that I was still along that $6 there after last week. All right, so Google went up there, and as we know, we are starting to get, okay, I just took some more out there at 32. I got a lot out on that upside. So we have about that 1 unit left, so about half of our position left as we get up there into the 50 period, and we just cash it out. So nice move to the downside right there into VWAP. Our P&L number 2 stays there right here. We're up about half on Google's what we've made on Tesla. And Tesla was basically all done by 10:30 right there. So again, it's I've had 55 executions on Tesla and 34 executions on Tesla, 55 executions on Google, and we are in the hundreds of shares traded, not in the thousands of shares traded on these 2 names today. So I know we don't disclose our share sizes, but that's roughly just so you would know. It's not like we mentioned, I didn't see anything too crazy today, although the Tesla one there, if you know you have thousands of shares for $14 winner, I mean that would be great. But at the end of the day, that's a nice move there into the downside for our friend and yours, Tesla. Good name. Coinbase moving around. IBIT. I mean, I think IBIT just continues to go. I told you I'm not shorting this name, so good thing too that we were not involved, but it does pull up to the 50 period moving average, and it looks like we just had that dip right back into it. 57.50 was your last 50 period, and that sort of was the close on Friday. So wow, that was a nice little hold there. Looks like we want to break 58. So I'd say this is probably a long. What is that? 58.13. You want to take that? I think we'll take that. So there's that play that we're looking for, right? The new high, the bounce off of the 50 period, then retake the new high. So I'm doing that. 58.12s, I'm going long. If we break IBIT right there, 58.13, I'm going long on IBIT. Play it back to a break here of the 50 period moving average, and cry for me, says the weekend. If we wind up losing on this one, then that will be our first red mark of the day at 3:30.
That's what it should be like. And when it stops, you got to be able to get out. It's a good thing we actually put it at the actual low, higher low or lower high instead of the actual high of the day, because the slippage on the actual high of the day was extreme. So I stopped it at 03. This thing broke 5 and went right to 10. It doesn't seem like it means a lot, but believe me, it makes a difference. And I made this same mistake on GM this morning. Actually, this was the lesson of the day, because I talked about slippage on GM, where there are situations where you have like a clear breakout level, and oftentimes you don't necessarily want to have your stop be in a liquidity vacuum. If anything, if you can get it a little bit tighter, or just be willing to say, hey, it's trending to the upside. By the time it gets to here, you can start to get blown out, because the slippage on General Motors was hefty. So what we did over here on IVVD is, instead of giving it to the high of the day, recognize that same thing, stop it underneath the high just to save yourself a little bit. And it ends up saving, it could have been actually double the hit, because that's 4 cents in there, but that's another 5 to the actual high where you could get slipped to. So you're just trying to limit it if you are going to give it to that top. For a reversion trade for myself, a lot of it comes down to you want it to work right away. It's always going to be a hard stop. Obviously, if it gets to 90 and 85 and 80, you're going to look fantastic, but you've got to ask yourself the question, when it doesn't work, how much are you able to save yourself in a situation like this? And that's one thing I saw today. Like, if you see a liquidity level underneath that high, the high of the day is just a line. It's just a line, and it's just a wick. If there's a stacked offer and it ends here, then that's where my stop goes, not to that little top. As a matter of fact, the stock continues to go to the upside. NVIDIA doesn't want to break its on beer producer. It's tiring you down there. I took my shot on NVIDIA at the 118. The first time was good, like right away. Like the first thing we did when we came on the show was take the 118, and then we tried it again. It was all of a sudden a bunch of resistance on this 118 level. I want it breaking away from this price again. So when it was a clean break the first time, it was a bad break the second time. It's again finding resistance a third time here on NVIDIA. I'd like to see buyers above it, maybe some bids start to come in like the 10, 11 area, and then try to join some kind of a trend on NVIDIA. But that 118 break, you had to take it the first time. I think even Obi was talking about this. He messaged me. He's like, yeah, that 118 was clean. Yeah, for about 40, 50 cents. And since then, it's been a resistance level for the last hour.
All right, we can talk about Palantir. So I'm still going to try to grab that IBIT trade. So yeah, that's yeah. I mean, IVVD. I mean, I might just go long on this one, but there it goes 110. Okay, IVVD. All right, PLTR. All right, everyone's excited about this, and look, the thing is like nobody knows. You know, nobody knows what Palantir is going to do. So if you're all excited, like I keep saying here, I'm going to pull down the chart one more time. Like, its PE is a little out there, you know, and if you are one of those value investors, then you're probably not in Palantir forever, so you've just missed about a 400% return, so that's okay though. You don't need to be. It's not for everybody, as we said. My style of trading is not for everybody. You know, like that trade on IVVD, I would have lost my whole day because I would have put on shares and then it would have just lost 4 or 5 pennies, boom. But it's risk management. You got to manage your risk. If Palantir is too risky for everybody, then you got to be careful with it. And right here, I'm trying to find its PE. Yeah, it only has a forward PE here of 170. You know, its current PE of 412. So yeah, I mean, it is blown out. I mean, I just looked. I'm only up 21% on my Snowflake, but its forward PE is actually worse, 204. Okay? Yeah, with no PE. So, like, you want to invest in Snowflake, not even making money. At least Palantir is making money. So you got to go back and forth with all of this. Like, I'm into Snowflake as well. So we'll wait to see what happens. But this move to the upside here, if you're nervous hands on that, then I would say, just get out now. You have a winning trade. There's nowhere where you could have bought this name right now that if you sell right here, right now, you know, unless for somehow you made these high wicks, you are making money on Palantir. So I would just say, like, without having that crystal ball, although it may seem like sometimes we do, this has nothing to do with anything other than let's see that number that they post. And from everything that I'm reading and everything that I believe in, I think they can turn out a big number again here today. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with Palantir. With more businesses getting hacked, more AI talk, more this, more that. We saw CrowdStrike has been an absolute monster. We bought that name as well and haven't done anything with that except for hold it. As that just continues to $400, like this thing just boom, you know, got hit pretty good straight up. You want to check the PE on CrowdStrike? Anyways, as we continue to go forward, I just think Palantir is manageable up here, and we'll just wind up seeing what happens. If you're nervous, perfect opportunity to trim. I prefer the lotto calls than the lotto puts, but I don't know. They're going to be super expensive. So at the end of the day, do you? But again, I like Palantir, and we'll see what happens here tonight. So I'm excited for it. I may sell some. I don't know what we're going to do with Palantir. I'm in the long game with all of this. I think it's going to be a big year for the market in general. I told you I bought the S&P this morning, and I think it could work. So I'm here for that, and we're just going to wait to see if we can get a good move. And if Palantir moves down, so be it, man. I mean, I didn't sell anything down here when we were at 68 or 70 or anything. I also didn't pick any up. So let's see some data points. Let's be like the Fed right now and base our decision on some data points right here with Palantir and see what comes with earnings. So there it is. Yeah, there it is. See, there you go. Thank you, David. That would be amazing. I might have a flu myself tomorrow if Palantir gets to $90. You might see me having my flu in the Barbados or something. That's expected. That's right there. If you see me in my Raheem mode tomorrow, you know that we've had a big move there in PLTR, Neil.
In the pool.
That's what I'm saying. You see me tomorrow with like a little margarita chilling out in Cancun or something. I'm taking Joe. We'll go to Jamaica.
There's only 2 islands to go to.
We got Antigua there.
Is Antigua or Jamaica around? Who hit the fail? Who hit the fail on that? Come on, son. Because Joe's from Jamaica.
Nah, Joe got replaced me. Joe got replaced me right here.
It's like that.
So that's the thing. Sorry, Joe. Man, the people like you too much. I'm easy to replace, you guy. Man, this Joe. I mean, look, we're setting records, man. We just had the best month ever. I want to thank Joe,
Love Joe.
For all of his support there again as well. I mean, I think that a lot of these bangers that we're putting on and just you guys joining us every single day and watching the recap show and just continuously waiting for news from Adara and the lessons from Sharif and Joe and the knowledge from over here with Neil. I mean, it's absolutely, it's been more than I could have ever dreamed of when we had thought about this show starting up. So thank you so much to everybody as we get ready to hit that 500,000. My hat's off to all of
This
you.
cue, baby.
As we go. Let's just keep on going. Yeah, and Obi in the back as well, man. I mean, he's another one. Obi putting up numbers again. Like I told Obi, like this guy's doing, I anointed this guy the next one a hell of a long time ago. So again, my spidey sense is up on Real Traders. We always talk about that. Shout out to all of you out there that are trying to push enough size here to make a difference, and Obi's doing that. So I say my hat's off to you and to everybody that's leveled up as well. So congrats to Obi. We'll see if we can keep it going. It's 3:30 right now.
Yeah, celery shout out to Sharif as well. I can't spell Sharif. You know how to spell Sharif up there. Yeah, shout out to him as well. Where is NVIDIA going, Michael Taylor? Not past 118 yet. That's for sure. It's 3:30, so I'm going to quickly show you guys the early look on the imbalances. Oh, where did it go? Don't tell me. Oh, that's great. I'll have to get, oh, there's my locator. Wow. This one already killed it one time, and let's go back over to there. Early look is actually NU, and I was just about to mention Walmart. We're going to cancel that 100 breakout on Walmart for today. 1.9 million early look sell imbalance on Walmart. It's got a nice little double top. I thought we had a chance to break this one this afternoon, but there's your double top on Walmart. It doesn't, a 1.8 million sell on Walmart is not that big of a deal. It's probably the kind of stock that's going to pair off. Obviously, the recovery from the bottom makes some logical sense with tariffs, the tariff news that we did get. So I like the stock. Candidly, I am long Walmart in my personal account. This is another one that a lot of people would probably tell you is on a PE basis overrated and overvalued. But if you're, like for me, I want this to balance out some of the tech in my portfolio. And so I want it to be a bigger part of my portfolio, which just means I'm DCAing. I bought once at the 50-period moving average. If it lost that, I'd probably be a buyer in the 80s as well. Like I'm just a buyer of the stock this year, building a long-term position because I happen to like it. Apple is back down to VWAP, it seems like. Just looking for something that's actually going to give me trade setup. Apple not bad. It's Rigetti. That's the one. You'll stop to fail on Rigetti because whatever. Like we had a couple of solid longs on Rigetti, but really, like this move to here, there was a nice continuation off of 13 to have played it off VWAP. And if you're wondering why do we like Rigetti today, I know it doesn't seem like a stock that you would like, but this is what the stock looks like. I think Rigetti has a good chance to maybe even reclaim that 15. It looks pretty strong to me. We shouldn't have gotten away from the long on this. We liked it at 12. We liked it at 12 and a half. For some reason, didn't like it at 13. Like it gave you that 50 pennies a couple times here. So I'll be bullish on Rigetti tomorrow, barring some kind of an abject disaster. But yeah, Rigetti hasn't really given us that dip. Like there hasn't even been a red candle here on this 15-minute. It's just been blooming to the upside here. So let's see what happens next. Still got the eyeballs, of course, on it. Only about 15 minutes until the imbalances, so not sure it's going to give us the setup we want. NVIDIA still can't break the 118 either.
I can't feel my face, I just said, because I've been doing some weekend looks here. Okay, so I don't know, man. I mean, we did take that IBIT break. It took out that high, but it really just went exactly to it again. I'm not worried the fact that the market, we talked about like, okay, the market's about to close or not. Wait a second. Oh, nothing happened. Okay, I thought, I was bidding. No, the market's going to close here at 4 o'clock, but I was going to say I'm not worried about that with IBIT. I mean, I'm not, it's going to be, I thought I was bidding 97s there. What just happened? Something went to 96s? I thought I saw like a teleportation there. I am bidding 57.97 on the NASDAQ gateway. So, okay. So I did not get filled. Sometimes these ETFs, like I would have, if I refresh sometimes you have to refresh your blotter to see if you get the shares. I'm going to refresh it. No. Okay. Must have missed me. Okay. Anyways, I'm bidding a little bit more on IBIT down here, just at the 50 period moving average right there. So that's 94, 95. I bid ahead of that at 97. I guess, yeah. According to, okay, I just looked at what went to 97 there. All right. Well, we were, I guess, just not picked up. And sometimes, again, you'll see a lot of size on here. Make sure you do hit the like and subscribe again. You'll see a lot of size on here. It doesn't necessarily mean that all those shares are going through. Most of these are just algos. They're pulling their bids and removing them, and they only start to join and make levels once, I don't know, either news hits or things like that. They're just kind of making markets here. There's again, part of the rebate structure is adding and removing liquidity. So like as this just goes washing back and forth,
There's probably some ARB there too.
Oh yeah, probably. I mean, that's the other thing too, like arbing in between different ETFs as well as arbing between Bitcoin and all that. I don't think that's probably not what's happening, but who knows? Anyways, that's a piece for me to worry about, not for you guys. So we'll have to wait to see what happens now with IBIT. So just where the stop is, and that's sort of what I want to get at here, was, so what I do is, so I said there, break. I thought the take of the top again should have signaled a breakout. I tried it, again, up on the day versus a negative NASDAQ. I like the strength. I'll probably take this. We talk about like, I don't know, maybe at some point we'll write a book or something, but these will be the breakouts that I would really trade with, and that's something that I would like, so I'm taking that. We'll average it back to the 50 period. We could talk about Google. We misfired on Google. Okay, Google, we just got taken out. I'll show you that in a minute. We misfired on it the first time, and all of a sudden it's P&L number 2. So you got to stick with these plans. So I'm going to get out. If we break the 50 period moving average, then we got to find a spot. And I was just going to find this little top break right there. So like an 80, basically a break of 87 or so would be right there. So give it a little bit more. There's my fill. So there it is. So we finally get that 97 bid coming through for us. So now our average price, 05s. So our out is a break of 85. So 20 cents right now. And right now we're stuck 10. So 10 more cents to the downside here, as it looks like I'm assuming crypto wants to break lower here. Market's trying to hold out. Let's see what we do right now with Bitcoin. I'm trading off IBIT, so a little bit of a shelf break and we're gone. Right now, long, 58.05, risking 20 cents. We told you our last trade could be the first red mark of the day, and that would be fine.
I just want to
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to quickly show something, because actually he'll be on tomorrow, I'm assuming, Brian Shannon. But he actually tweeted this out and was like, oh, that's interesting for anyone that's looking at the futures right now. He's pointing out essentially some key anchors on both the SPY and the Qs that we'd be coming into. So on the SPY, it's like right in here, just above the 600 level, which we're very tight to, which we're getting very tight to. And then the NASDAQ, it's a little bit higher. I guess it might be like a buck or buck and a half away from it on the NASDAQ, but just worth a look. I saw that and was looking as pulling back here, and it could be part of the reason you're running out of a little bit of juice in some of the stronger names. Like, we've gotten to this top, we're just not pressing through. Like, NVIDIA doesn't want to press through, Tesla's rebound doesn't want to press through, the Qs don't seem to want to press through here. So like I said, the resistance is actually closer to the 22 on the Qs, but yeah, you've been having trouble up there. So a significant anchored VWAPs. And shout out to Brian. Always a fantastic. We're going to have Michael Noss joining Adara and myself.
Well, that should be.
And then, of course, I mean, obviously, it's going to be Palantir leading the way. They're not the only one reporting, but that's the first place we're going to be looking. That's the chart that's going to be up. That's the one that everyone's going to be excited about. And they're the first massive earnings name, of course, this week. This is a big earnings week, no questions asked. But like, outside of, we said what matters this year, I think. Obviously, I don't think the Fed matters as much. I think it's in earnings. And then, of course, we should probably say that anything tariff-related right now, headlines, has got to be big. This is the first day we haven't had a tariff headline in the afternoon in a while.
Yeah, that's right.
Because he's supposed to be talking with Trudeau literally right now at 3 o'clock. They were supposed to meet at 3.
Okay. There goes Google. So Google slips up to the downside. As you guys know, we did not buy any more of this name. So Google, a big stock for us there, breaks below VWAP, we get out. I mean, it's not, again, not too hard to see that play. Right there into the 50 period moving average and then the fade out. Thank you, everybody. Massive, says Miss Lucia. Yes, Mom. It's a massive trade. All right, so we'll have to wait for that. Let's just check in what Tesla's doing at the end of the day here. Have a quick look. See what Tesla's doing. 384, 385. Okay. Yeah, right there coming in. So I think that this could be something 385 and change there for Tesla coming through. So yeah, we're feeling pretty good about that level. But it's been a barcoded. Oh, I just hurt my knee. My whole knee is rebuilt. So that's a problem there. Heard it playing rugby in high school and then continued to play baseball all throughout my life. Funny fact, if I didn't hurt my baseball, I think I'd be a tri-sport athlete. Right now, but instead I'm here trading, so that's all good. All right, so there goes 385.50 right there coming through. All right, what is going on with FXI right now? All right, this could break lower. Ooh, it's too bad that China doesn't move too much here in the afternoon because that break of 31.70, I like a lot on that one. We'll have to wait to see there. I really like Intel. It's too bad earnings are done. I think if they ever get some good announcements through it, especially like where Patty G is out of there, I think Intel has a good chance of going somewhere, especially if they get a market-friendly CEO or a deal somewhere, or Intel, or
it can't be
it
a
becomes
worse
like a
CEO.
mega stock or something.
It almost can't be a worse CEO. I just feel like they need to tell us that they're close because they said 4 to 6 weeks, 4 to 6 months, a couple months ago. Actually, was maybe only a month and a half ago, and there's been nothing. There was zero real update on the call, the conference call with regards to what everyone wanted to hear with Intel. But it feels like it's made a bottom. I'm not pulling the trigger again on that one. At the end of the day, like it is
a disaster. It's been literally one of the worst stocks you can hold in the last 30 years.
It's the opportunity cost. Well, I haven't held it for 30
years. Oh, no, but...
It's the opportunity cost of it. Whether you've won or not on something, like, it's the opportunity cost of what you could also have. So if you make 20% on something when you could have made 70, I'm going to make up a number on NVIDIA, could be 70%. I'd have to double check.
I know the exact number.
It's just infinitely better. And I think you have to make those sort of decisions. It's the reason why I still own some AMD from I don't even remember how long ago. And I haven't really liked that stock for quite some time, is what it is. Which I like. I haven't said that once today. I feel like I jumped back in. So I guess NVIDIA is not going to break 118. They can't seem to get it up. Actually, now it's losing the bid heading into the imbalances. So, I wanted this break again. I felt like NVIDIA was strong today after it held above 115, and we'd be looking for some long plays. But it just doesn't want to hold this 118 level. As a matter of fact, it's pulling back rather sharply here as the Nasdaq's pulling in. Wow, I mean, Brian Shannon, when you look at those levels, obviously you come in those big anchored VWAPs, and that's where looks like the juice has sort of come out a little bit here. So I don't know if we'll get a shot off the VWAP here, but that'll give us maybe an opportunity for a flip play. NVIDIA often comes with big imbalances. If it comes sell imbalance, maybe look for it to flip off this 115 half, 116 level. But at this point, I got to wait for the imbalances to come through. Adara?
Keep an eye here on the market in general here. We have Palantir earnings, but also I wanted to announce we have our brand new TTV research graphic. This is basically visualizing here the companies that were estimated by Omdia to have ordered the most NVIDIA GPUs last year. Of course, I think this is pretty interesting given that market-wide drop that we had last week with fears about Tencent impacting these purchases. So check that out, X at TTV Research. Also, though, I wanted to bring up, because we're just talking about Intel, we have this graphic as well on TTV Research on X. This is Intel's entire run here with regards to quarterly revenue and EPS. During Pat Gelsinger's era, he was only CEO for about 3 years. And I mean, these are pretty rough. At one point here, we had a 36% drop in quarterly revenue and a 109% drop in EPS. And Gelsinger said basically that they delivered, quote, solid first quarter results. So if you want to take a look at this man's entire run as Intel CEO, check it out on X at TTV Research. That is one of our original graphics, making new content for you guys every day. So make sure you hit the like and subscribe and join us every day on the show and on all of our social media. Back to you.
Yeah, there's a completely different side of.
Yeah. So, anyways, I was just sort of mentioning to Sean, and obviously the shadow to Pat Gelsinger for destroying value. But we're talking about DeepSeek.
Shout out.
DeepSeek. If you look at one of the trade-offs in terms of so it performed really well in terms of speed. Everyone likes results. Apparently, it's really cheap, but it was really vulnerable to some of the more obvious ways that you can get around, use interesting prompts to get around some of the obvious security measures, like have it not talk about how to use or make illicit drugs, how to not, you shouldn't be answering how to make a bomb, like the little things like this. And it was essentially failed every single aspect of it, which I still think bodes well for the big boys, because obviously ChatGPT has solved that kind of solution, solved that perplexity. Gemini, they've all been much more effective when it comes to that. Same thing with Alibaba, but a little bit of acceleration to the downside here. So there's not going to be a breakout. It doesn't seem on Nvidia yet. I might have to wait for this. I like the level there tomorrow too. Like if you hold up here, it can always break out this 118 tomorrow, and we're just not going to get an opportunity to trade it with only about 3 minutes to go till the imbalances are going to come due. Yeah, I can't say that I was bearish at these levels. I was kind of bullish going into this top here on Nvidia, but we still have VWAP. Maybe we'll get something on the imbalances. It was a 3 mil imbalance on Friday. Easily, if it comes out like maybe 3 or 4 million to sell, that would give you a place to be able to bounce at 355, which would be the look at this point.
All right. Yeah, man. There you go. Green and red, green and red. Put a. Yeah, you know what? Put a green apple if you are green today, and a red apple if you are red today. So I'm going to go green apple. So here we go, and let's see what wins the day here on. And we could also put up a poll to see what happens there. So we'll go green on the day right there. Yeah, blue apple, says the Chilean Nightmare. So flat on the day would be the blue apple. So short the Qs now. Yeah, I mean that would have been the play, right? We talked about, oh, there we go. Okay, some reds. Yeah, okay, so it's pretty good right there. Green or red, green or red, green or red. Okay, good. Looks like some good green days. Ooh, I like it. Hey man, look, it is all about being honest. I am very, very happy to see all of these greens because, I can tell you, man, it's definitely not a easy day there. So there you go. Thank you, Ozan. Good job, Ozan. And Ozan, you get this as well. As it seems like I would say, I mean, we probably have one of the best audiences ever here. Thank you so much. I mean, that is a heck of a lot of green, and that makes me feel really, really good. So there we go, man. A green day, and again, that's what matters, right? Is looking down there.
Ooh, I like the maple leaf in there.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I'm liking the green.
I'm gonna copy paste because it is a bit of a pain in the butt to find it. I'm red on momentum. I'm green. I'm green, but that's doing some market making on the side. So I'm red on momentum stocks, but green overall. So I'll put the maple leaf to the red side. Hopefully that actually answered. I liked it was John DiPietro that decided to put some maple leafs in there. Oh, never mind that stock. I was just, some things pop up and I'm like, yeah, just checking to see if there's anything interesting. I saw TCTM sort of pop up there and it's at VWAP, but it's not doing anything. The thing I'm watching is going to be NVIDIA, possibly for an imbalance. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't.
Well, Apple, too, has good imbalances lately.
Apple, that's true. Apple has been having pretty good imbalances. I think you're nuts if you don't have Palantir. That's not fair. You're not nuts if you don't have Palantir up, but if you want to have Palantir up as well, I wouldn't expect there to be an imbalance, but I think you want to watch that at the close. So I'm going to have NVIDIA, Apple, still have Rigetti up, but it's definitely way too late to try to buy this falling knife in Rigetti. Just to show you what Rigetti's doing.
I got to trade
That's not
Rigetti.
the same. That's not the same kind of dip buy here on Rigetti as you would have been doing a little bit earlier in the move. Definitely distinctly different. Johnny Bravo, shout out to you. Thank you for the super chat in there. Going long Hive at 270 earnings this month. So shout out to you there. Good luck on that Hive trade. Crypto's been great. We held 100,000 today. That's got to be good for a lot of the miners and a lot of the space.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, respect everybody out there. It takes a lot, honestly. And you could see, like what Neil just mentioned there, there's one thing about being red on the day and being red in a comfortable space. I mean, when you lose and you're red and it's like a bad red, it can ruin everything. That's not what's happening. I think that's very, very important that we all understand. Like,
well, it almost happened this morning.
It can always almost happen. Okay, here we go.
Here they come.
I looked at, actually, Rigetti was one of my top
9 million to sell.
Yeah, I have it up right here. So there goes NVIDIA. Whoop.
What the?
Right down there to that downside on NVIDIA. So it's a 9 million sell right there as quotes are going ham. Look at NVIDIA.
What the heck?
Siren.
Look at that level too.
If you're not, that's why, we have it up right here. So if you guys are not hitting the like or the subscribe right now, then honestly, don't leave. I mean, we want to have you here. But like, this is, like, people are always wondering, what was that at the end of the day? We're here showing it to you. Google as well, 1.5M. Nice move to the downside there. We got out of our Google. Winning trade, but at the end of the day, out of it. I just saw, whoopsies, that's not what I was looking for. I just saw iBit was a sell right there as well. So iBit, we wound up losing on. So let's just look at that trade. So there was that break. This was a 20-cent hit there on iBit. So that's going to be our only red mark. We are green today, but it's like a one green day. It's not, well, we're at our goal. So that's the one green day there. So we're at our goal for that. And it just looks like it's NVIDIA right now that is getting taken out a little bit there on that big sell side imbalance there for NVIDIA again. So yeah, 8.5 million to the sell side for NVDA. So here we go again to the downside. But yeah, overall pretty good there today. You know, we'll look to make some bangers tomorrow. I feel like every day you want to definitely join Neil and I in the morning as we'll go over some plays. I know Joe has some plays he has in the morning time as well. But, you know, the sticky note again has my two biggest trades. We have Tesla on here and we have AMD. That's P&L 1 and 2. Although Google slipped in, but we had sort of talked about that. And that's that. So check them out tomorrow for all of it as the market and NVIDIA continues to go down. But at the end of the day, still bounces off VWAP. Watch out for this, man. 8 million shares to sell at close. If they don't get done, you can't just put 8 million shares into this market. It will really tank this stock. Even though there's size there, it'll force it down. Like, it might just force it down 50 cents, but still not a bad move there coming at the end of the day here on the imbalance locator.
Which, the other thing to note there, I was going to...
Oh, yeah, what do you want to do?
No, just put mine up maybe.
Yep.
This is the first time in like a few weeks where the paired volume is actually the same as the actual imbalance on NVIDIA. Usually, even with a big imbalance, like the paired volume will be like 5 times. So relatively speaking, this is significant. Bitfarm for 7 million to sell. I tried to see if there's maybe something going on with that because none of it is paired off. It's got a 7 million sell. It's done 50 million on the day, but it's only a $1.40 stock. So that's not a lot of notional value. It did a small move in there. I'm not sure. There might be like a flip trade, but if you're doing that, you'd really want to get tight to VWAP by 355 because the reversion would be like 3 or 4 cents. So you'd need to somehow risk only 1 penny. So I don't know that that's worth it. It sets up as the biggest, the second biggest, but that notional value is pretty much nothing. So NVIDIA, obviously, that could be a reversion at 355. I'd like to see the paired volume increase and get over that 10 million mark. And the same way we're trying to get to the 500,000 mark. So
yes, what are we
everybody, 497, 393. So everyone hit that like, hit that subscribe. Remember, it's a subs-only chat. So if you want to be in the chat, if you want to engage, if you want to ask questions, if you want to be in the community, be an active part of the community, then jump in there and hit that like, hit that subscribe. Today.
I mean, yeah. I'm wearing the Trader TV Live hoodie, you know.
Today.
Whoever's the 500,000th viewer may or may not get a Trader TV Live hoodie. So considering I don't know really where to get them from, I may have to maybe I'll take this off my back. And if you visit here, I'll sign it and give it to you. Do I use level 3? I'm not even sure what level 3 is, so I'm going to say no to that one. So this is
Probably a typo, I'm at level 2, maybe.
Is it, what is level 3 options? Yeah, I do use a level 3 then.
There you go.
No, I don't. Okay, so no, I don't use anything really except for charts and intuition, to be honest with you. Okay, so there's Palantir. I just want to watch that. Neil said I was crazy if I didn't. So, all right, we're going to watch.
That's not what I meant.
I know. All right, so there it goes. There to the upside for Palantir. Again, we're going to be really excited about this because NVIDIA. I saw someone in the chat was really funny. Like, oops, did I fat finger 8 million shares into the auction for NVIDIA? Well, you did, and you're going to get filled if you don't cancel that order because right now over 13 million of them have already been filled, leaving 5 million. Get ready. This is going to flip in 10 seconds. Potentially. If this disappears, this is a moon up to 118 right now on NVIDIA. So here we go. 3, 2, and 1. Watch out for NVIDIA price. Start to see some levitations right there. There it goes. A little bit to the upside. 70s, 75, 78s. Where did NVIDIA go? It's still there. 135. So it does not get eliminated completely. It just gets a little bit torn down a bit on that. The iBit sell pressure continues a little bit. So there, that's trying to push down to the downside here. Now remember, pretty important coming into this time because now you're getting closer and closer to 4. where some of the pressure here, if it's not taken off, then you will force the names to move lower. See what happens to Walmart there? Just a little bit of a gap. It's only 10 cents, but it's 640,000 shares are going to have to hit the market here at close. So be careful here as we are starting to get to the downside. I wouldn't worry about Walmart, but some of these tech names, look at Microsoft with a sell. Whoops, that's $5 from the top down into $4.11, not from the top there, but $3 straight to the downside there. NVIDIA still trying to feel pressure as well. Only 4 minutes to go. All right, Neil, wrap it up and get over to the desk.
Oh my goodness.
Take it in.
Well, that Bitfarm that imbalance on Bitfarm was actually a really good short.
Wow.
It's actually tanking in here. So relatively speaking, it's a $1.50 stock, but that really came in. And as you can see, it stayed, like when Sean was going over, it stayed at 5 million shares to the sell side. So you actually could have played this one to the sell side. That said, it wasn't a huge notional value. And I tried to look, there was no index. It's not going to be in any indexes, so why would there be any index action on it? So I'm going to get up to the desk. We're going to have our good friend, Michael Noss. There we go.
Well, I never heard of him. Michael Noss? Okay.
Michael Noss.
Oh, can't wait to see that.
And of course, Adara and I for Palantir earnings. They're supposed to be at 405. Don't pull a Zuck, Alex. Don't pull a Zuck.
He can pull whatever he wants. I hope he does pull a Zuck. All-time highs? What is pulling a Zuck, anyways?
They didn't report till.
They
didn't report till 4:37
right, yes,
when it's supposed to be 4:05.
yes.
No, my wife's out of the country. I gotta get it home to my daughter.
Okay. I was thinking that. All right. Yes. Do not.
No,
do not pull a Zuck.
Every other way, pulling a Zuck could be a good
right,
thing.
because I was like, wasn't the meta report like pretty
Yes.
good? It went to the highs. Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
We cheer for Palantir to be good, but we do not cheer. It will not be late. I think it'll be early.
No, it'll be right on time.
Bam! I'm going to stay here for that as well. So we're excited for that. 357 and change here. We put on our Palantir hat into the close. NVIDIA does nothing here. I don't see Palantir on here. All of my trades are now finish for the day. Finito. PLTR. Oh boy, getting into the high of the day one more time for Palantir as we get going. Just want to make sure that everyone does hit the like and the subscribe there. 115 for Palantir. Where is your Palantir, guys? Where do you guys think? We used to have that contest with, I forget the company now, where you had to guess the spot for Palantir. I'm going to put mine in. I think if we get that 14 expected percent, that'll be pretty good. So 14% on 83 is about $12 or so, I guess. So that puts us to 95. So I'm going to go 96.50 somewhere around tomorrow's open for Palantir. So that's my guess there. Put your guess in the chat as well. 96.50 is what I'm thinking about right there. I do not want to open up deleted. So we have 175. Yeah, I mean, it could go the other way too. I mean, this is what's fun about what we're doing. I could look really bad, but at the end of the day, we'll just play it for what it's worth. I want to say a big shout out to this gentleman right here. Thank you so much, Nimrod. Is it Rod or Rude? You tell me. I think it's Rod, R-O-D, right? If it was Rude, maybe you have some 2 O's in there. So we'll say Nimrod, thank you so much. How do I get out of there? 67.50. Okay. I mean, that's pretty bad. If we get into the 60s, then I'll feel pretty bad about that play there for Palantir. So again, thank you so much to everybody. And we're about to see right now. We could slip some out on Palantir, but we're still up here. Nice 83 and change on PLTR. I think we maybe will take something out here at the close on Palantir. All right. I'm going to leave you guys, and I'm going to take out 5% of my Palantir position at close. Okay, I'm going to go in there and take off 5% right there before earnings. So you're hearing me say it. As soon as 4 o'clock hits, I'm going to go in there and do it. We don't do it while the show is on. I want to take something off just in case. So Palantir, we are going to be trimming a little bit of that play there. I look back and I'm like, man, I never have enough. Maybe it's because my dreams. I'm always wishing that I had like 10,000 shares of Palantir. That would be really nice. We don't have that many there, but here we go. Counting down with only now 14 seconds left, Miss Adara. Don't worry about it. Now less than 10 as we go. Adara, how's your day been so far? It's a day that's now done. I forget she doesn't have her mic over here. 3, 2, and 1. Or maybe you do. Oh, no, you do have your mic. You do have your mic. Can they hear her when I ask her those questions? I don't know. All right. So,
Oh, yeah, the closing bell is also sponsored by Worksport. Sean, stop socializing. Find NASDAQ symbol WKSP. It's Worksport. Okay, look, we're all waiting for Palantir. I want to thank Bears vs. Bulls, Fabian, Andre, my guy Joe over here, Neil. Big day over there for Neil as well. Thank you to Sharif. Brendo's not here. Anybody I missed, thank you so much. Thanks to Rob for filling up the coffees. But I know all of you want to get over there to the main desk. So this Palantir could drop at any time. So thank you so much for watching. Let's get over. Are they ready, Fabian? All right, then let's go over there so we don't miss it. Good luck to all, and to all, good night.
Thank you very much there, Sean. And obviously, you saw it with the hat. It's going to be the Palantir show. Well, I mean, it's not the only one. It's not the only one reporting, but they're at 4:05 here at Dara, so it's going to be like the big kickoff to a huge earnings week. Obviously, later on in the week, we're going to be able to get Amazon, which I think should be gigantic. We care a lot about them, but for now, it's 4:05 Palantir, 4:10 Clorox, NXPI at 4:10. That could be a little bit of a mover. Just to set the stage. This was another morning, Monday morning, where you come in, everything's gapped down. It's all about the tariffs. It's all about the reaction to the tariffs. And you had the market fading back in. Everyone's all doom and gloom. All the same stuff we've seen on a few Mondays. We dip at the open, and then we immediately rip. We then have a positive meeting between the U.S. and Mexico, which resulted in, I guess, another push to the upside. Allegedly, Adara, Prime Minister, or for now, Trudeau is supposed to be meeting with Trump as we speak. I've heard nothing from that. So if it's happening, who knows? But we keep our ear to the ground.
Neither have I, but I never got the sense it was a public meeting. Like this, to me, I got the vibe it was private, so it's not super shocking we haven't heard anything yet. But yeah, I think the thing is, too, is Claudia Sheinbaum was very open about her talks with Trump. Yes. We haven't really gotten that from Trudeau, though. Again, these talks, apparently we had some earlier, but the other set of talks began at 3 p.m. Eastern. So again, in my opinion, it's not super shocking that there's no update as of yet. But yeah, I think just to recap in case anyone missed it, Donald Trump did confirm what Claudia Sheinbaum said earlier today. That is the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, that Mexico will have its tariffs delayed for 1 month. So the 25% tariffs will be delayed for a month as Mexico and America continue ongoing negotiations. We'll have to wait and see what fate befalls Canada. But these Mexico situations here with the tariffs have been delayed.
Yeah, and you saw a pretty nice rebound on some of the automotive news. They pulled right back, so I mean, GM's still down like 3 points here, but there was a pretty hefty push to the upside when that news hit. Like if you were like myself, shorting off the 47.5 level, well, it worked a couple times, and then news hit, and we talked about this. This is going to be the environment that we're in. It's going to be a news-based, react to the news, and have your stops ready to go. So there's a little bit, okay, it's not out yet, but there's a little bit of movement happening here in Palantir. Just breaking toward the 85 zone as we speak. We're not expecting them till 4:05, but obviously this is the first one to come out for earnings here at Dara. Like the market might have pulled back some of the way, but Palantir pulled back all the way into the upside and already starting to get some volume underneath it. We'll let you know what the numbers are as soon as they do come out. Just a quick note overall in the market, and we mentioned this in the afternoon show. You had both the SPY and the Qs get to some very key anchored VWAP levels that Brian Shannon was able to point out to us. And that was a bit of the resistance that we saw, but some things have been able to blow it out. I think Palantir is a very good example of that in here. Always going to keep an eye on the aftermarket. I mean, NVIDIA would be an example of a stock that got to the top at that 118. You know we like that breakout. Could it have done it? We got 50 pennies on the first one, kind of a lame breakout, and then it just never broke again. NVIDIA down 3 points today. Tesla going to end up in the red, and this is where you got to separate things. We had such a great pullback here at Dara, but the names that stayed underneath the opening range are distinctly different. There was a nice recovery in the market, but if you stayed trending to the downside or did not break out that open top, I think you're in the other category here today. With just less than 1 minute to go on Palantir as we eagerly await Alex Karp and co. The conference call is not till 5, I believe.
Yes.
And the expected move here is going to be 14%. We're expected the implied move. 23. There it goes. We just saw. exactly to $90 here. First spike right into $90. I just saw like a bit above the 90.5 level. So it is a upside move. I'm not going to say that they beat, but it certainly looks like a good reaction here. 94, 95, 96 would have been that 14% mark that we're eyeing there. But we got some of the numbers out already, Adara.
Yeah, so they actually do have here 36% year-over-year growth for Q4. And then in general, their U.S. revenue specifically grew by 52% year-over-year. So year-over-year growth for both their revenue as a whole and their U.S. revenue specifically. They did issue their fiscal 2025 guidance expecting 31% year-over-year growth, and this is not my words, it's the company's words, that apparently eviscerates the consensus estimate. So lots of strong words coming here out of PLTR. I'm going to see here. Yeah, so they did okay. I want to see if we had a beat on these quarterly estimates. Yes, we did. So $828 million here for Q4 revenue. That is above estimates of what I'm seeing of $778 million. Let me see if I can find these earnings per share. Yes, so okay, they did. I'm seeing that they missed on EPS because again, sometimes the estimates I see are different. I am seeing estimates of, I'm seeing earnings of 3 cents per share. I was seeing estimates of 10 cents per share. So we'll find out here. And then apparently, if you their adjusted earnings though are 14 cents per share, so that would be above estimates. It's always kind of hard to tell if we're counting adjusted or non-adjusted. But if you're counting adjusted, they did beat estimates, and of course, they did beat estimates on revenue as well. I was also seeing some other numbers circulate in the chat before the earnings were released. Those do not seem to be the numbers that we actually got, so I would be very cautious when seeing these. We'll give you the numbers as we see them. But yeah, so here's PLTR Q4.
It's at 95. You gotta keep in mind. Forget about the EPS for a second, because when you look at that guide, like when you destroy guidance, when the PE is what it is, revenue growth is going to be king. It's like grow into it. So the revenue guidance is the big one in there. And it did go pretty much right into that expected move, into that 95, 96 zone that we have here on PLTR. So it's cresting right at the top of just over the expected move, which is a big sign for it. The first time it came, there was actually resistance the first time it came to the expected move, and it just blew it out the second time through. So looking ridiculously strong. Obviously, there's a little bit of selling coming into it, as you can see here. But yeah, like I'm surprised that it would have been a miss on the EPS there with this reaction.
On adjusted, they beat.
Oh, so on adjusted
they just missed. I did say that as well. Yeah, they beat on adjusted,
okay.
but they missed on the non-adjusted like pretty hard. So they reported 3 cents per share, non-adjusted. Analysts were looking for 10 or 11, but the adjusted was 14 cents, so they beat on that. I just like to provide the whole picture so that everybody, because sometimes too, you'll have these situations where you actually kind of don't perform the way that you might be expecting to during the day, and that's because some of these other numbers that we don't talk about as much.
Fair enough, and obviously at the end of the day here, it is going to be a big move to the upside. Looking over some other names after the close, like you're not getting like any AI bleed over that sometimes you might be able to get. When I had said I was going to sell some Snowflake, if Palantir went to the downside, I'm obviously not going to be doing that. But Palantir definitely taking the cake in here. And at the end of the day, like it's growth. That full year revenue number, I mean, that's a pretty hefty, just to reiterate, 3.75 versus 3.5 estimate. You know, when you come out there and you blow out the growth numbers, this is sort of the thing. You're a growth company where it's not necessarily about the current earnings. It is about the future revenues and whether that can continue at a rapid pace, which obviously that's still happening here for Palantir. I just saw in the chat there, Jarrett Miller asked Katina Man if he got rid of the 10% yet. And he already took off, so I can message him. Obviously, we'll find out that tomorrow, but I think he just took off there. So we'll definitely find that out. I don't remember what price he said he was gonna offer out there. But good move there for PLTR. It's holding out some of the highs, and that expected move of 13.9%. Look at right where it's bull flagging. Pretty much on that line. You can see it's up about 14% here. So the bull flag is pretty much where you would expect it. Keep in mind, this is going to be a blue sky setup for Palantir. So outside of that expected move, you got like $100 that you can pay attention to. You've got prior highs that you can pay attention to. Maybe you slap some Fibonacci's. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to be looking at what you're going to anchor to this with an anchored VWAP and then see how that continues through here, Adara, because Palantir has done the right thing. They reported on time, which is more than we could say for Mr. Zuckerberg.
Yeah.
And they've blown it out to the top.
I mean, these are crazy. Okay, like I'll go over these here. So we did have a above estimates here, Q1 2025 forecast above estimate, Q1. Above estimate fiscal 2025 forecast as well. So both the quarter and the year guiding above estimates. They had a 52% year-over-year increase in their U.S. revenue segment. Commercial revenue up 64% year-over-year. U.S. government revenue up 45% year-over-year. Their operating profit grew 78% year-over-year. Adjusted EBITDA up 75%. Their 39.6% increase in their adjusted operating margin. So lots of year-over-year increases here. I don't really see any element in which they missed unless you're counting the non-adjusted earnings per share. But yeah, I mean, this is a pretty solid report here. And then Alex Karp also said their business results continue to astound. It's also worth noting Palantir has very much a propensity for large moves. We talked about that expected move. But also, we made a graphic here earlier today. You can check out on X at TTV Research. Palantir really has not had a move less than like 8% to the upside or downside on an earnings report in its history of being a company. So they're really, really prone to huge moves. Be very careful with this name tomorrow.
Well, you also have to remember, like, there's a lot of institutional holders, there's a lot of owners of that stock that are simply not selling it, and that'll limit the amount of shares available out there. Now, there was a spike up on SMCI at the same moment that Palantir came out, and just to reiterate for a bunch of people in the chat asking why is SMCI moving and when are they reporting, there has been no confirmed date for SMCI as to when they will report. Now, even here, like on the Trade Ideas is it even says tomorrow pre-market, there's nothing confirmed for when they're going to report. It looks like a bit of a sympathy move here for SMCI, then pulling right back in. The story is just going to be Palantir. I saw nothing really move significantly on sympathy with them. So it's really just all about PLTR. It's the growth. The growth is going to be the story here. The opportunity to have, when you look at the 50 or the 200 period, in this particular case, you can look at the 200 period moving average because objects in the rearview mirror do not, in this case, appear closer than they really are. This would have to do something ridiculous to get to the 200 period, but that 50 period has been a good buy for Palantir, just sort of going all the way back to late or mid to late last year, and another blow. And that's the other thing Adara just mentioned. You have to know the tone of a stock, like what kind of a stock is it on earnings. This is certainly one that is never, at least recently, and from what we know of it, it's not going to be a light mover. We expect that big volatility. Until it stops doing this, you almost have to anticipate it, and the trend is your friend to the end when it bends. This was a good number, no question about it, on the growth and with that EPS beat there. So shout out to Palantir. Can't seem to get to that. I keep pulling back to it, and it just can't seem to really do much above the 95, 96 yet, although there's some buying coming into it to take a run at that $100 level. Because as we said, unless you are some kind of Fibonacci's or whatever technical you might use that might allow you to find some levels up here, blue sky setup means to me, I think the $100 level is the one to watch. It's a big psychological level. I think that's what we should be paying attention to. Raider Trader in the house as well. What up, Raider? I know everything is all good, but NXPI, Adara, is a little mixed right now.
We got Clorox too, but I'll start with NXPI here. Adjusted earnings of 3.18 cents per share above estimates of 3.14, and then sales of 3.111 billion above estimates of 3.104 billion. So they beat on EPS and they beat on sales. I'm not seeing any other aspect of their reports right now. Then also here we got CLX. I'll pull up CLX here for you. That would be Clorox. And I mean, there's been a pretty clean report there. I think you'd want to bleach away, that's for sure. Adjusted earnings of 155 per share, above estimates of 141. Sales of 1.69 billion, above estimates of 1.63 billion. And then here, they're expecting their fiscal 2025 guidance a bit mixed here. So they are seeing, they're actually raising here to some aspect of their guidance. So 695 to 735, they're now seeing earnings per share. That is above estimates of 684 and their previous guidance. But they are seeing net sales that are either going to drop 1% or increase by 2% for the year. That is all our major earnings reports. If anyone has any specific earnings-related questions or questions for me, tag me in the chat. I'll do my very best.
And thank you very much, sir. There looks like Clorox is wiping away the offer as we speak, holding above the 50-period moving average. Obviously you had the A+ pun. I'll give myself a solid C- on that. But Clorox, not going to be a gigantic mover, but The chart looks a heck of a lot better than I was anticipating when I pulled this one up. So very good look for them. But let's be real. They're still trying to get to 100. Can you just do it already? There's a line from one of the traders on the show back in the day. Shout out to you, Luca. Did we come? We didn't come all this way not to get all the way to that $100 level. Just a bit of a tease. But whether it does it in the aftermarket today or tomorrow or next week, kind of irrelevant when you look at the long-term aspect of things. So obviously a bit of a nice move there for Palantir, regardless of whether it gets to 100. Again, the adjusted EPS beating 11 versus 8, but there was that massive revenue guidance, forward guidance that looks really good for Palantir. The full year 2025 came in 375 versus 35. And looking at the midpoint of that range, 3.75 billion versus 3.5 billion. So when you're beating on guidance and you're a growth stock, this is what's going to happen. And I know somebody that is always beating on the expected knowledge dropped every single time we have him on, and that's why we do Trader Talk for our main man, the Nos Boss. Michael, pleasure to have you once again. Michael Nos, our favorite CMT in here from Stats Edge. It feels like absolutely forever that we've been able to talk to you. I feel like we have a ton to be able to catch up on here because, I don't know, like it's been a hot minute. We're just glad to see you again, Michael.
Yeah, this morning and then again on yesterday. But with this market action, every day feels like 100 years, but in a good way in most cases anyway.
No, that's 1,000% true. I mean, the volatility is going to provide you with so many opportunities, and that you've got this year, and we've talked about this before, we're sort of saying you just had two back-to-back 20% years for the market, 20% years for the market to the upside. So you usually get that little bit of a choppy market, but that doesn't mean there's not performance. It just means the way in which it performs is not that straight rocket ship to the upside, and you have to be able to adjust. And then what did we see again today? Another mean reversion day, Michael.
Yeah, and it was great. You know, as someone who trades systems and has mean reverting systems, there was a bunch fired off in the open. It gets a little bit hard, especially with all the news cycle, to kind of hold your nose and buy, but we did, and the Dow was green for a minute there. I think the SPY was also green for a minute as well. So it just goes to show you that, yes, we are in a high volatility market. I came on this morning and talked about tariffs and how we've seen this game before, and it's tariffs that come and they go, and it looks like we've already gotten rid of some of them. But yeah, we're just in that other high volatility game again. Got to change the way you trade a little bit, but these are so much fun. When do you normally see moves like this in the SPY? And we've seen, I think, 3 already this year.
Yeah, I think it's pretty uncanny. Like we've already had 2 Mondays where it's the whole doom and gloom panic Monday, and then you get that. It wasn't as organized buying off of the open as it's been the previous time we had a day like today. But there's one thing you made a point of in terms of looking for those reversion plays. You got to keep your ear to the ground on news. Yep. I was actually, when I came back on at 12, I was even mentioning to people, like I was shorting the same level on GM twice at the 47.5, and it was great. But then the second there was that Mexico headline, that's a case where as it went into the money, I didn't move my trailing stop down, and it ended up breaking out the top in an absolute heartbeat. That's the other side of this market. You have to be able to adjust where your stop orders are going to be. And ultimately, like GM was my best stock, but it's like it should have been 3x, but because I didn't make the adjustment with that stop order to trail it, that's what you're going to have to do, because we are going to be going from headline to headline. It's not a bad thing. It gives us volatility, but you got to be prepared for it.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head there. These are going to be crazy in both directions. So using things like automated stops and everything will certainly make a lot of sense. But you just gotta, every time you get whipped out for a loss, you've also got to understand that you have that possibility of getting kind of wicked in for a gain. So I expect a long time of this anyway. We have the trade wars going on now. Last time with China, they came and went, and then we had interest rate battles. There was always something. So if we're going to be anything like the last time we had the same administration, then at the very least there's going to be action. as traders, as long as we have a plan around that action, a plan to get in, a plan to get out, then it's fantastic for us. The only people that it's bad for are people who just want to buy and hold. They may have a little bit of a frustrating time, or people that go in without a plan of attack and without some kind of automated stop, like you were mentioning on your GM trade. There's people out there that would have got blown out, and that would have been a horrible time. Instead of being able to play the volatility, they had the volatility kind of play them.
Yeah, and to your point, and credit to you, because you talk about the systems for an individual trader, like you can have your stops out there and monitor a couple of different stocks. I would imagine when you've got a system which is very, what's the word I want to use, cut and dry, black and white, binary in terms of your decision-making process, it can make for a little bit of a, boring can be good when it's that, but winners are never boring. I got to ask you about Bitcoin here. Yep. Because we're right back at that 100 level. And there's something that you said, and this is, I know we're talking about the market, maybe giving a little bit of choppy action, but you've been saying this about Bitcoin, and it's almost like a prophecy. We had another liquidation event over the weekend, and it bounced exactly where you would expect it to. Mm-hmm. The best trade, bar none, has been to just simply sit on the bid around 92 on Bitcoin and just let it dump into you. Recently. Obviously, that's a good one. Has there been anything like that you've seen in maybe some of the alts? Are there any levels that set up just as ridiculously good? What's your take on this floor that just seems to hold?
Again, when it comes to alts, I think we got to look at Ethereum, but we'll take a look at Bitcoin first just to show this box I've drawn out ever since this low that happened way back here, and then this high, and then ever since then it's just been holding perfectly. But yeah, it came right back to where you would expect. Bitcoin is one of those things that just trades so technically sound because there's never going to be any news in Bitcoin anymore, right? The ETFs are approved, the banking system's okay with it. It's really just more like a gold or something at this point, where it's just very, very technically driven. And yeah, we went right to the point, and then we have kind of completely rallied. I was looking at the Bitcoin liquidations on my other screen, and the cool thing about it is you can track all of them. You know exactly where certain participants have come into the market and what price and all of that, because it's all on chain. And yes, there was millions of dollars liquidated through this, just to show leverage can be problematic. But if we go over to Ethereum, this is still relatively weak. And if you look at this candle, it looks much, much worse than it does with Bitcoin. So the reason I use Ethereum for my altcoins is where most altcoins are built. And then Solana is where a lot of these meme coins are built. So this is kind of a broken chart to me until and unless we can get back over 3,000. That's my kind of line in the sand on Ethereum. I was hoping we would break this downtrend line to the upside, which would make some of these more useful, I guess, altcoins a little bit strong. However, right, it just broke and it's not able to get back. But kind of from the meme coin front on Solana, you can see another kind of Bitcoin-looking candle where it was able to turn green on the day, and the bottoming tail didn't violate any support the way that did. So looks like we're still in this market where it's Bitcoin, these crazy meme coins, and pretty much nothing else in the crypto space.
Yeah, great look there, Michael. Very quickly, we're going to jump to Adair. Looks like we got some headlines with regards to tariffs, so I want to make sure we get that for our viewers here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we do. We have a CNN reporter here basically saying on X that Donald Trump has said that the call with Trudeau went, quote, very well, and that apparently when people asked what's going on with tariffs here, Trump said to watch. So we don't actually know what's going on with tariffs other than the fact that apparently he told a CNN reporter that his talk with Trudeau went well. So I don't know what the watch means. Apparently that was with regards to whether they'll come into effect tonight. I guess we'll find out tonight or tomorrow, or we won't find out. Depends on what happens. But apparently we have to watch with regards to what happens with tariffs, guys. Back to you, or you guys.
Thank you so much there, Adair. So, I mean, I went over to see if GM was actually moving on that. It doesn't seem to be, but we talk about being headline-driven. Well, that's 100% true. So I wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything too crazy going on there. I love the fact that you pointed out, the thing that you pointed out there on ETH and versus Solana, because today is exactly the kind of day where when you get those reversions, when you get those bounces, divide things into your buckets. Mm-hmm. What's relatively strong, what's relatively weak. You can want Ethereum to have held, you know, all that kind of good stuff, but ultimately either the bid came in alongside Bitcoin or it did not. And I think if you're, when in this type of a market, I come in every single day and throw things into buckets like that. Like, I like these things long, I like these things short. And one way or another, whether it works or not, at least I have a plan of action or a plan of attack to give me a bit of a bias for those types of stocks. Because in this type of choppy market, you're going to want that. I got to ask you this, because when I see something like this for Palantir, I know you're a systemized trader. And anyone watching right now is, seeing this sort of rocket ship, big blowout off of earnings. I know this isn't necessarily the kind of thing that you usually trade, but it is an unbelievable rocket to the upside, and it's past the expected move, which is something that we know can blow a lot of people. Not that there's a ton of shorts in this, but can definitely catch a lot of people off guard when you are now past the move. Is there anything that you have for like these, like breakout setups haven't necessarily been the cat's meow, for lack of a lazy term, but when you see something like this, do you want to be active trading this, or is this something like you need it to calm down for a couple of days? I feel like as a day trader, we can go any direction, so it's easy for us to say, well, I'll just trade Palantir and be willing to join whatever it does tomorrow. But as a swing trade, what do you do with something when it's this insane?
Nothing. So this is one of those things that you have to already be in, or again, give it a couple days, give it a pullback to a prior support, give it a chop sideways. I've got some systems that look for things to pull back into gaps. One thing I did want to do on Palantir, and this is something that I actually picked up when I was hanging out with some of the great technicians in New York and JC and all those guys. And I asked a simple question, because it's part of a problem. I said, stock hits new all-time highs. As technicians, we're just we have no idea. There's nothing to play off. There's no prior price action. And what we're trying to do as technicians is look at where prices reacted to something in the past and extrapolate that in the future. And one thing I'm going to test a lot more, but was kind of a consensus, a lot of some of these old head technicians that have been doing this for a long time, is looking for Fibonacci extensions. So we all know with the Fibonacci retracement, you find a move, and if it retraces 61.8% or so in that move, generally speaking, that could be a place that you start to look to nibble. So they extended that and said, okay, so here is the Palantir extension from the last pullback, and that gets us around $97 or so. So it looks like, if I put on the current candle, we are right there right now. So the idea with Palantir, if we're looking a little bit more discretionary, is would be the kind of target from that technical standpoint of the initial move, basically the move plus a little bit. And yeah, we're right there right now. So I'd be very interested to see where this opens tomorrow. And then one of those, which type of gap is it? Is it a breakout gap, a continuation gap, or is it that kind of exhaustion gap? Now, looking at this chart, you zoom out on Palantir for any length of time, that's a great looking chart. That's exactly what you want to see. So I wouldn't be betting for a top here. But if we get some resting for, a week or so, some sort of a pullback into this 85 level or something, those are the areas that I would start to keep an eye on this.
About that is that the sort of sense of community in there. I know you were just at a conference, able to talk to a lot of charting technicians and questioning, hey, well, we don't necessarily have a great grasp on this. What can we look at? And then crowdsourcing it. That's what this community is all about. That's why we bring you on here, Michael, to get insight exactly like that. Even when I put you on the spot, knowing that you're not looking at Palantir, because I knew you weren't looking at Palantir, but I was asking you anyways. You're coming with the straight goods, as always. Everybody, check out Michael, Stats Edge. And of course, it's not like we get to talk to him very often.
So, I'll see you Friday.
we'll see him on Friday. But everyone, give a shout out and a big thanks to Michael. Appreciate you so much. Can't wait to talk to you again.
Thanks for having me, and I'll chat to you soon.
All right, take care, Michael. Thank you so much to Michael. And it took me a second to realize, Nimrod, what you were getting at here with the Super Chats, but we managed to figure it out. Nimrod with 4 Super Chats. It was the order in which they came in. R, thank you, Nimrod. T, L, P. It's going to be the other way around there, my friend. PLTR up 20% now at $99.48. So it's almost as if your Super Chats, and we appreciate them so much, have willed this thing to the $100 level. Oh, of course, it just The second it sees 100, it just backs off a little tiny. You can barely see it on the chart up there, but it did just back off a few pennies. Now back at 99 even or so. But I just almost got to the $100 level. It's been all upside here. Call it a squeeze, call it whatever you want. But at the end of the day, revenue growth was fantastic. The guide was fantastic as well. So another big, massive move in Palantir. Your dreams have definitely come true on this one. But you know what time it is? It's 4:30. It's been a fun one. Palantir's done what they were supposed to do and what everyone was hoping they would do, and the expectations were exceeded. But you know what? I feel like you guys have exceeded expectations and the support that you've given us. So I want to give a big thank you first before we do roll call to all of our viewers. But if you want to get into the roll call, remember, if you haven't done so, hit the like and the subscribe. Get us to that 500,000 so we can all celebrate together so we can grow this fantastic trading community. And a big shout out to all of our entire team, Joey Options and Sharif on the midday, Fabian, Ramin, Andre on the ones and twos, Darren Brennan on the desk, my man Sean in the Palantir hat all day long, knocking it out of the park. And a big shout out to both Michael and Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the business. So you know what you got to do here. Put in some thanks. Throw up some ones, type Palantir in the chat, whatever you want. Say thank you to Bears versus Bulls. Say thank you to Palantir, and let's get some roll call action.
Thank you very much to everyone for being in here, everyone who is here, everyone who's not here, everyone who's part of this community. Make sure to like, subscribe, and join us every single day. And also, in case you missed it, guys, there was news. Basically, Donald Trump reportedly, according to a CNN reporter, said that the talk with Trudeau went well. And then when asked, hey, will we still have tariffs tonight, he said, watch. So who knows what that means? We'll find out. Thank you very much to Bears versus Bulls. Thank you to Neil, Sean, Brendan, Sharif, Joe, Fabian, Ramin, Andre. I feel like I'm missing someone, but shout out to everyone. Jeremy Newman, Shredman59, TH, Grov. We have Aaron, Nicole, Eco Steve, Pedro Khan, Mad Wordle, Joseph Brown, Ostentatious Production, Silverado Blue, Charles, The Practical Prophet, The Piper, Baron Kia, 2000 Hookup, Helgi, S, Moose Cab, Pitchbull, Elstam. We've got Eco Steve again. We've got Pitchbull. We have Bebot 5000, Marcel Home, Crayon Trader, Jimmy Doe Smith, Raul. We've got Walt Winchell. We have Stuart. We have John Von Sowers, Victor McDonald, Tim Snyder, Joe Knott, 907 Warrior, Damon Tarza, Drops, Trades, and Celery 2 and Escape Planet. We'll end with that. Thank you very much to everyone for being in here, having a great time every single day. And there's even more tomorrow. So make sure you check it out.
That is the best part about it, Adara. It is a big earnings week, and we're just getting it started. You've got major earnings all week, every single day. It's going to be banger after banger after banger after banger for the whole week. Some Lambo ideas out there, even though I don't love the teal. That is a Lambo for you. So as we always say, rest up, enjoy yourself, but come right back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning because we're Trader TV Live, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.
See ya.